Madam Clerk, would you please read the roll?
Mayor Whitaker?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Dunlap? Here. Councilmember Zara? Here. Councilmember Jung?
Present.
And Councilmember Silva is not yet present.
Could you provide the short message on information on how to participate with this meeting?
Yes, with an emphasis on short. Thank you, Mayor. This meeting is held under Governor Newsom's executive orders pertaining to the COVID state of emergency. The public can access live meetings at fullerton.legistar.com, Spectrum Cable Channel 3, and ATTUverse Channel 99. The chamber will have limited seating available for the public, and please observe all social distancing protocols. The public may also address City Council in person or virtually by joining the Zoom meeting. You can join the Zoom meeting at zoom.us/join or call 669-900-9128. The Zoom meeting ID is 973-6811-6110, and further instructions are available on the agenda.
We will ask for comments from the public now on items appearing on this agenda only. And seeing none in the chamber, we will refer to those remotely contacting.
Do we have any Zoom comments?
There are no commenters.
Okay, we shall recess to closed session. May 18th, 2021 study session of the City of Fullerton City Council meeting to order. And Madam Clerk, the short message, please.
Would you like roll call or the message first?
The message.
Okay. This meeting is conducted under COVID protocols. Under the governor's executive order, you can view the meetings at fullerton.legistar.com on Spectrum Channel 3 or ATTUverse Channel 9. The chamber will have limited seating available for the public, and all persons visiting city facilities shall follow COVID protocols. The public can address City Council in person or virtually by joining the Zoom meeting online or by telephone. The Zoom meeting can be accessed at zoom.us/join or call 669-900-9128. The Zoom meeting ID is 910-6209-3909, and all of this and more information about how to access the meeting is available on the agenda on the website.
Now, Madam Clerk, would you please conduct the roll?
Mayor Whitaker.
Here.
Councilmember Jung.
Present.
Councilmember Silva.
Here.
Councilmember Zara.
Here.
And Mayor Pro Tem Dunlap is in the building, but not yet at the dais.
We will, normally we provide time for public comment at this stage. However, I'd rather have the presentation prior to allow any members of the public who wish to comment to have that opportunity. So, Ms. Chang?
Okay, thank you. So good evening, Mayor and City Council. In this evening's presentation, staff will provide several general fund forecast scenarios requested by City Council at the first budget study session held on May 4th. Tonight, I will present a brief recap of the base general fund forecast presented on May 4th, present the requested general fund financial forecast without ARPA, seek City Council direction in advance of budget adoption on June 1st, then provide a brief update on the American Rescue Plan, or ARPA for short allocation, and review the requested general fund financial forecast with ARPA allocation. And lastly, end with financial considerations for future City Council direction. The reason staff will seek City Council direction on the fiscal year 21-22 proposed budget mid-presentation is that ARPA funding is still in early stages of legislative interpretation as guidance is being developed. Similar to budget adoption for fiscal year 2021, with the uncertainties of the fiscal impacts of COVID-19 and the eligible uses of the CARES Act funding, after budget adoption on June 1st, staff will continue to seek City Council direction with respect to ongoing budget enhancements, reductions, and ARPA uses. It is important to note that budget adoption is a spending plan as of a point in time, and that the city's budget evolves as new information becomes available and as adjustments are requested throughout any given fiscal year. Thus, at the end of the presentation, after review of the forecast with ARPA, staff will seek directions should City Council elect to provide it this evening or at a subsequent meeting for matters that can be brought forth to begin evaluation of any budget enhancements or reductions. Therefore, after review of the requested forecast scenarios without ARPA, about halfway through tonight's presentation, staff will seek City Council direction regarding the 21-22 proposed budget this evening so we can move forward and present a balanced budget for adoption on June 1st. Before I begin, I would like to thank Steve Danley, our acting city manager, and Stephen Avalos, our budget analyst, as well as all the other personnel who provided input for their efforts in the development of the information to be presented this evening. The proposed general fund expenditure budget before any budget reduction or enhancement measures is approximately $111 million. As the city is a service organization, about 70% of general fund expenditures are directed towards salaries and benefits, with 16% for operating costs and 14% for internal service costs. This can be seen on the pie chart to the left. The pie chart to the right presents the general fund expenditure budget by various activities. About 73% of the general fund budget is directed towards public safety activities. Human and leisure services, which includes parks and recreation and library services, is about 9%. General government, which includes city council, city manager, finance, and human resources, is about 6%. Public works is about 7%. And lastly, community and economic development activities comprises about 5% of the general fund expenditure budget. The forecast presented here on slide 4 is the base general fund forecast presented previously on May 4th. The assumptions used to develop this forecast were reviewed at that prior budget study session. As a recap, I'll begin by walking through the flow of the various line items. As can be seen in the first column labeled Adopted Fiscal Year 2021, the fiscal year 2021 general fund budget was adopted with revenues of $98.2 million and expenditures of $106.1 million. The $7.9 million deficit was closed with $4.9 million of one-time budget balancing measures and with $3 million in vacancy savings. The vacancy savings are yielded by a factor or by identifying positions to be held frozen for all or a portion of the fiscal year to reduce or offset expenditure-based budget. The column labeled Proposed Fiscal Year 21-22 presents the currently proposed Fiscal Year 21-22 general fund budget, which is in a deficit position of $10 million, with revenues of $101 million and expenditures of $111 million. This deficit is reduced by proposed vacancy savings of $3.8 million. With the proposed vacancy savings, the operating deficit is reduced to $6.1 million. The operating deficit is then adjusted with $200,000 of transfer in from the Traffic Safety Fund to offset general fund expenditures for traffic safety, and with an estimated transfer out of $481,000 to the newly created Infrastructure Fund. This results in a net change in general fund balance of negative $6.4 million, thereby leaving a projected ending general fund balance of $4.1 million, which is $6.6 million short of the 10% minimum contingency reserve established by City Council policy. When comparing the fiscal year 2021 and 21-22 expenditure-based budgets, there is an increase. As reviewed on May 4th, the increase in base expenditure budget from 2021 to 21-22 is comprised of increase in CalPERS unfunded actuarial liability, increase in general fund allocations to the internal service funds, and budget requests both previously approved in fiscal year 2021 and incorporated into the base budget, as well as new budget requests. Fiscal years 21-22 through 26-27 are the years in which general fund is projected to operate in a deficit position, where expenditures are projected to exceed revenues, with ongoing negative ending fund balances. Without reductions to service levels or revenue enhancements, the forecast projects the city depleting its contingency reserve with each year of negative change in fund balance. So as can be seen on the slide, the green row labeled net change in fund balance will be the one constant in the subsequent scenarios that will be presented this evening. The blue rows, beginning fund balance and ending fund balance, change as the requested adjustments are incorporated into the forecast. The yellow rows at the bottom are the contingency reserve levels, which will also change as the requested adjustments are incorporated as they are calculated based on expenditure base budget, plus budget balancing measures and any use of available fund balance. We will now begin review of the City Council requested general fund financial forecast without ARPA. At the May 4th budget study session, City Council requested the base general fund forecast be updated to reflect an additional 2, 5, or 10% expenditure reduction. These additional reductions were calculated off of the $111 million base general fund expenditure budget. Thus, Scenario 1 will depict an additional 2% expenditure reduction, Scenario 2 will depict an additional 5% expenditure reduction, and Scenario 3 will depict an additional 10% expenditure reduction off the base general fund expenditure fund budget of $111 million above the vacancy savings factor. Okay, with that. So in these scenarios, the net change in fund balance, which is highlighted in the green row, once again will remain the same as in the base forecast that was presented earlier on slide 4 this evening. The additional reductions are incorporated in the row between the green net change in fund balance and the blue ending fund balance. These scenarios do not incorporate any uses of any available fund balance above the minimum 10% contingency reserve level. As shown here on slide 6, with an additional 2% general fund base expenditure budget reduction, it is projected that general fund will need to use contingency reserves from fiscal years 21-22 through 26-27 to operate. And contingency reserves will not return to 10% at minimum levels until fiscal year 29-30. This assumes forecast assumptions hold during the presented 10 years and that there are no further budget reductions or enhancements beyond vacancy savings and the additional 2% expenditure reductions, which will be ongoing and carry forward in each year of the forecast. Questions? Yes.
So on the first one, well, on the previous one, we did the vacancy savings and reductions. How many employees before that?
I believe, so,
Approximately 42.
yeah, about 42, 43 employees.
And that was at 3 million. So if on this side, we're looking at a 2 point.
Oh, I apologize. The 3 million is about 38, 39 employees.
Okay,
Yeah.
so here we're looking at maybe 2/3 of those, if we do it at this 2% in 21, 22 to gain that 2.2 million. I mean, if we're doing reductions
Yeah.
in salaries or employee vacancies.
And I think later in this evening, after we go through the 2, 5, and 10%, I have a slide as to estimated position impacts to achieve those additional savings.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I may. The attachment that you sent us earlier in the week shows 33 vacancies. Does that number change? Does it increase?
No, that's as of right now.
It is, right?
Yes, but we, those positions may fluctuate during the year to allow the city manager to achieve the necessary vacancy savings while managing service levels as city council directs.
But we are at 33 currently.
That's
Thank
correct,
you.
yeah. Okay. So with that, we'll move on to scenario 2. So as seen here, with an additional 5% general fund base expenditure budget reduction, it is projected that general fund contingency reserves will fall below the 10% minimum contingency reserve levels for the next 2 fiscal years, 21-22 and 22-23. All the same assumptions are built into this scenario. The only adjustment is the 5% additional general fund expenditure reduction, which is built in, once again, to every year of the 10-year forecast. Okay. Scenario 3 presents the requested additional 10% general fund base expenditure budget reduction with an additional and continual 10% reduction above the $3.8 million of vacancy savings. The general fund would operate in a surplus and achieve greater than the 17% contingency reserve levels by the end of fiscal year 22-23. So as mentioned earlier, the city is a service organization, and as such, 70% of general fund expenditures are directed towards salaries and benefits. This table provides potential impacts of additional 2, 5, or 10% cuts. The estimated reduction figures presented in the second column were derived from labor reductions based on a calculated quote-unquote average fully burdened rate of a miscellaneous employee at about $90,000 and an average public safety employee at about $172,000. Apologies. The ratio of possible impacts to personnel were split evenly between miscellaneous and safety positions, simply to present personnel impacts should additional reductions be directed and sought after budget adoption on June 1st. A reduction ratio of 50% miscellaneous and 50% public safety labor was applied. Thus, at an additional 2% expenditure reduction, 12 miscellaneous employees and 6 public safety employees would need to be reduced to yield approximately $2.1 million of reduction. The potential service impacts may be that certain positions above the vacancy savings factor may not be filled, which will further reduce already impacted service and safety levels. At an additional 5% expenditure reduction, 31 miscellaneous employees and 16 public safety employees would need to be reduced to yield the $5.5 million of reduction. The potential service impacts may be that services would be delayed or reduced, which may result in increased liability and exposure for the city. Further, revenue generation may also be impacted, thereby resulting in an additional pressure on the general fund. At an additional 10% expenditure reduction, 62 miscellaneous employees and 32 public safety employees would need to be reduced to yield the $11.1 million of reduction. Service levels at that level would likely be significantly impacted, and service delivery will need to be reevaluated as departments may need to be eliminated.
I have a quick question,
Of course.
if I may, Mr. Mayor. When you say safety, 6 safety, and then 16 and 32, are we talking here both police and fire? Am I correct?
Yes, I just did a 50-50 split between miscellaneous and safety employees. This is not by any means a recommendation. It was just to kind of illuminate the number of employees that may be impacted at the different salaries and benefits costing levels.
Right, and then it also would require as well meet and confer or some, because some of our safety units have a contract already.
That's correct. As the first pie chart kind of depicted, the majority of the general fund budget is related to labor, and labor are negotiated items. So if cuts were applied across the board, the impacts would differ from what was presented on slide 9, potentially. The second column of this table presents the proposed fiscal year 21-22 general fund expenditure budget before any reductions. The third column presents the proposed fiscal year 21-22 vacancy savings. And the third, fourth, and fifth columns present the reduction scenarios and the calculated dollar impacts to the functional budget should they be applied across activities. So before an update on ARPA and the general fund forecast with ARPA are presented, staff seek direction from City Council on the fiscal year 21-22 budget to present a balanced budget for adoption on June 1st. Direction with respect to ARPA allocation will be sought once guidance is developed and clarified as to both receipt or retention of allocations as well as allowable uses. As noted earlier, budget adoption is as of a point in time based on known information. As factors and situations change, budget adjustments are requested and may be directed throughout any given fiscal year. As such, staff are seeking direction from City Council regarding how the fiscal year 21-22 general fund budget should be balanced in advance of the final proposed budget submission for formal adoption on June 1st. As the proposed budget for the other city funds are projected to be balanced, staff seeks specific direction this evening regarding general fund budget balancing options. At the prior budget study session, City Council directed staff to achieve and maintained a $3.8 million of general fund vacancy savings in fiscal year 21-22. Staff tonight seek confirmation of this direction. And secondly, staff seek direction to use contingency reserve to balance the fiscal year 21-22 general fund budget for adoption on June 1st.
Sure.
We have 33 vacancies currently on the docket now. The 2% reduction shows 18. Are those 33 plus the 18 more?
That would be what would be required to achieve the additional 2%.
Correct?
That's
Thank
correct,
you.
yes.
Thank you.
Do the vacancies right now in these scenarios that we're looking at, do those include part-time workers who were released during the lockdown?
They do not.
Okay, so these are full-time positions that we're looking at. And once again, to
There
underscore,
might be one part-time position, but they're not the non-regulars that were released due to COVID.
and once again, you've made it very clear on these scenarios that this doesn't include ARPA and what may be able to be done with ARPA.
That's correct. Right now, we just don't have enough direction as to allowable uses. So as that information comes to light, similar to what we had done with the CARES Act allocation and funding, we'll bring forth additional information to seek City Council direction regarding those funds.
Hey, Mr. Mayor, yeah, so just looking at this, I would say I would move to authorize them to use the contingency reserves right now, so we can balance our budget and not have to swim in the red. And then as the ARPA funds become available, maybe we can, fill some of the.
Displace that?
Yeah,
We would displace that as we're able to, is that?
yeah, as a point of clarification, I think what we're asking for here is we need to approve a budget plan in June, and we will be coming back to you with different scenarios depending on what you choose later on. But for right now, we come to you on June 1st with a budget that fills in the gap with contingency and the vacancy savings. And then we'll come back after that with more specific either reductions or revenue enhancements that you choose, or the use of ARPA at a later point.
So you're saying, Mr. Mayor, if I may, Mr. City Manager, you're recommending that we just approve the budget using contingency funds, which I don't recommend, in lieu of 2% reductions across the board?
All I'm saying is that we have to prepare a document for you to look at on June 1st, so that you allow us to prepare a document that provides the use of contingency funds and the use of vacancy savings. That's what we're just looking for, the authorization for that. And then you can talk more about it during the June 1st meeting and approve whatever you want to.
What we had done with the 2021 budget, because we were looking at that $7.9 million of deficit, we had identified that $3 million of vacancy savings, which City Council had authorized and directed the city manager to achieve during the course of the fiscal year. The additional one-time budget reduction measures above that $3 million, I think it was 4.9. City Council at that time directed the city manager to work with the executive team to identify and try to close that gap so that we could potentially minimize the impact on contingency reserve. And that's what a staff is seeking direction for this evening, so we can prepare the budget resolutions for adoption on June 1st.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Sure.
Not all of us have the good fortune to hit a 17 parlay in life, but it was recently announced that the state of California has a staggering $76 billion budget surplus. It's also scheduled to receive another additional $26 billion from federal stimulus money as well. I would certainly encourage everyone on staff, all the departments, Mr. City Manager, to pursue every avenue to find part of that money our way.
Yeah, we put that word out already, and they're actively, and we're using our legislative advocates to make sure we find every piece of revenue that's possible for us to apply for.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
First of all, I appreciate the analysis, and I really have appreciated the multiple scenarios that were presented in terms of cuts. Because I think the reality is, whether we've had a number of people, I think, over the past 6 months come in support of raising taxes to, cover some of the operational issues that we faced. But we've also had the voters sort of resoundingly reject, a sales tax increase to address these issues. Now, I say that because I think really what's important, and this is really critical, I think, for us as a council and for us as city, to address some of the underlying spending issues. Because if we don't take those, if we don't take the necessary approach to making those adjustments, whether that's a 5% to 10% or some sort of a blend where we actually look at some of those critical reforms necessary, we're going to find ourselves right back in the same position, even if that tax would have passed. And so, I think this is an important time for us to, to really look at what we can do, and obviously try to spread the savings or spread the adjustments, across as many departments as possible, so that we can truly minimize the the impact on services that are delivered. But I really think it's absolutely critical for us to address that. I think at this point in time, and but I also think as you look at those projections, I think actually if you go back to the slide, on some of those the 5 to 10%. Obviously I won't start with the 10% because that's obviously you can see you're positive, I think, from year one. But, even at 5%, I mean, a few years in and things are significantly improving. So, I actually think this is, all in all, with some of these reductions, it's actually not bad. And I still think it's also, I think it's really smart for us to do this without our ARPA, because ARPA is a one-time. It might be split in 2 phases, but it's going to be one time. It's not going to be there again. And so, for us to kind of take this, I think, astute approach to, the financial projections here in the budget, I think is very well done. So, thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, if I may just, I just would
I have Councilmember Zara.
Okay.
unless-
Sorry about that.
Thank you. I just want to I'd love to hear from the public who came as well, but I am very I'd like to take a cautious approach. I like the staff recommendations and the city manager's recommendations for now, but I do want to caution that these deep cuts will have significant effect on our services, and my concern is public safety, especially because especially for folks like us who live in South Fullerton, we know that public safety is extremely important to us, considering that we have some of the higher rates of crime down there. So I do want to caution, and I think a surgical approach is probably a wiser approach, and then at this point, a more conservative approach just to get a budget passed and then look at what funding ARPA will provide us and how we can expense it, and then also look at the state and what we can achieve from additional funding. And I do think that we should look into all other options, not just a reduction, but I heard our city manager say something about also revenue, looking at revenue options, and I think that should be on the table as well as we discuss moving forward. Thank you.
And I'll just hold mine till we're done.
I was going to say I believe everything should be on the table. We have an extraordinary year, extraordinary challenges right now. The twin prongs that are the biggest impacts on our budgets on a going forward basis are the regularly increasing contributions for pension plans, which are escalating, far beyond our ability to keep up with it. The second large area of expenditures necessary are for our streets, for our infrastructure. And so those two in tandem create a pretty large bulge in the budget here that we need to navigate, that we need to find a way of doing that. There are even some other fairly extreme measures which could result in significant savings. And I guess, Mr. Acting City Manager, the problem I have is I've dealt with many a budget, and it is an authorized plan for expenditures for the year. So normally that's a fairly immutable situation. But I hear what you're saying. In order to meet at least our deadlines and milestones, and to be able to have something, a working document to work with from there, I understand the merits of that. It would be the first time that I've been involved in this sort of budget where that was the plan, which is that we put the budget out there, but it still is very open to fairly large changes. And that's really what you anticipate, right?
There's 2 main reasons for that. One is until we know what we can use ARPA for, and if the city council wants to use ARPA, we can't fill in the blanks until we know we can use it. And if we do get money from the state, it's the same situation. We don't know how much that is yet.
But would you think maybe using the ARPA, if we handle everything more internally, using ARPA and or money from the state to go directly to our reserves, that we might encounter some difficulties there?
Well, the next slides that we're going to present are with the ARPA money, so I think that would explain it a little bit more. You can see
Great.
what it results in.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes, Mr. Jones.
To address the concerns of our fellow councilman, at $3.5 billion worth of budgetary savings right now, equating to 33 positions that remain vacant and empty. 8 of those vacancies are in public works. If you want to know why your streets aren't getting filled, that's probably why. 8 vacancies are also in police department, 6 vacancies in parks and recs. If we go to a 2% reduction, so you know the public has an idea, it's 17 that will remain vacant from the police department and the fire department, 34 that will remain vacant across the board. So we can talk about these numbers now. What I would caution our fellow councilmen to say is to not imply that crime only happens and occurs in South Fullerton. I'm sure North Fullerton, West Fullerton, and East Fullerton would have something to say about that. That if you are going to make public safety an issue, you do so without pitting one community against one another. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, if I may just respond to that, since it was a direct.
I like when you said it to me, too. I mean, you know,
No, I just wanted to just say I did not.
about yourself.
I, All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think our community could attest, and I think the statistics would probably attest that there is more crime in South Fulton. That is what I said, more. I didn't say only. So I just want to clarify that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I believe we're ready to proceed.
So does City Council have direction for staff regarding their requested $3.8 million of vacancy savings and authorized use of contingency reserves?
I would move that, Mr. Mayor, to get that going, and then, because we did a little bit of this last year when the pandemic hit. We had a budget and we revisited it every month, I think it was, that we
Almost every
came
month,
back
yes.
with adjusting. I mean, get started on this, and if we find revenue, if the acting city manager turns over a rock and there's $2 million, we can come back and plug that in.
Right, I mean, the council wasn't involved in most of those adjustments, but they were reported to us
Yeah.
as we went forward, yes. Well, what say the other council members? What would be your prerogatives here?
Mr. Mayor, I'd second the Councilman Silva's motion, but I also would like to hear from the public.
Well, I hear from a great many members of the public that there could be some very large savings possible should we decide to look at some other alternatives which could make a huge cost differential. One that I keep hearing from the public on is that we should seek a quote from the Orange County Sheriff's Department to see in terms of contracting for public safety services. And some of the projected savings that I've seen there are really very, very large. Of course, we wouldn't know until we actually made that request.
So if you don't have any direction, Ms. Chan, what do we do?
I think without the direction, we're not going to be able to prepare the resolutions for budget adoption on June 1st. So that's what we're seeking this
And
evening.
then what happens then if we don't get this done by June 1st?
We will try again on the second meeting in June, and if that does not occur, then at that point, we will have to work with the city attorney to see what our options are.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Sure.
Balancing a budget is critical to how we move forward as a city. I recognize all of our public require services and would like services, but we cannot go into further debt nor bankrupt the city for the sake of providing these services that we just can't. So as unfortunate as that may be, we need to increase services as we increase revenue. The problem with previous councils is that they didn't think about that. They just increased services, didn't really care much about revenue.
Well, I did, so if you're going to make
Yes,
that
sir.
qualification, I think you should qualify
Okay,
it.
then Councilman Silva excluded. So I'd like to see, Mr. Mayor, a 2% reduction across the board as we move forward, not using contingency reserves as they're critical for us to maintain as a city. Now I'd move that, sir.
Okay. Any comment?
I think, Councilmember Jung, even with an additional 2% of additional reductions, you would still be utilizing some portion of contingency reserves to close the gap for 21-22.
Director Ellis, do you know what that amount would be offhand? Because
It would be an additional $4.2 million above the 2.2 of the 2%, which is also above the vacancy saving factor of $3.8 million.
And that's this year or next year as well?
That is for 21-22.
21-22, correct.
correct.
Thank you.
So perhaps 3% would be a better number. Is that what I'm hearing?
I believe even at an additional 3%, you would still be looking at utilizing contingency reserves. As you can see from the additional 5% reduction scenario 2, even at 5%, you would potentially be dipping into about $500,000 of contingency to balance the 21-22.
Without using ARPA and any other funds,
Right.
we're a little bit above 5% on what we would need to cut to meet our 10% contingency reserve level, so.
And I think I think what also needs to be noted is that the acting city manager would need time to identify and work with the department heads at any additional amounts of budget reductions above the 3.8 vacancy levels, and then bring those options maybe back to city council, and that would likely be an ongoing reiterative process throughout fiscal year 21-22, which is why city staff are seeking budget adoption utilizing contingency reserves. I think depending on what the city manager's office can pull together within the next month or two, we could probably have something back in front of city council, maybe the second meeting of July or the first meeting of August to start this process.
Director Ellis, sorry, Mr. Mayor, if I may. Director Ellis, you're saying that process for the 2%, if
I
requested
think any
this evening.
percentage above the additional 3.8 vacancy savings, because labor is such a significant portion of our budget, we'd first need to start looking at where non-labor could be adjusted. And then second, if labor does need to be adjusted at that point, this acting city manager would need to work with the executive team to see where additional positions that are currently vacant could be held vacant and what the service level impacts would be, and or if we would need to begin labor negotiations.
Thank you. If I may, Mr. Mayor, I'll amend my motion to adopt this budget and move forward with utilizing contingency reserves and also the 2% reduction across the board.
I would second that. So we have a motion with a second right now, and then we have, right, substitute motion. Is there more discussion prior to?
I think if I may
Taking
propose, no action item is actually needed today. Staff just need direction. So if I may, if we could adopt the budget with the 3.8 of vacancy savings, authorize use of contingency reserve. What we'll build into the budget resolution is that the city manager's office will work with the departments to try to identify ongoing basis an additional 2% of budgetary reductions throughout the fiscal year, and we will bring that back as soon as some viable options are available. Some may be one-time reductions and some may be more permanent, but the acting city manager will need time to make those assessments and provide those options.
May I make a suggestion as well? Since we're here, maybe we should go through the ARPA slides, and then after that, maybe it would be better time to vote, so you have more information.
That's what I thought we were going to
All right.
do earlier.
So if we do that, then we can come right back to this in a few moments.
Okay. All right, with that, I will skip ahead to ARPA. Thank you. So in this next section, I will present a brief update on the city's ARPA allocation, the financial forecast scenarios with ARPA, and we'll end with future considerations and circle back again for direction from City Council with regard to the budget adoption on June 1st. The U.S. Department of Treasury has updated ARPA allocations. At the budget study session on May 4th, it was anticipated that the city's allocation would be approximately $34.7 million. The city's allocation as of last updates were reduced to $32.7 million. The city's allocation will be dispersed in 2 equal distributions, which is anticipated over 2 fiscal years. The primary eligible uses, which were reviewed at the first budget study session, have not changed, but they are still being discussed and clarified. So however, the U.S. Department of Treasury continues to update and clarify its guidance with respect to both receipt and use of allocated funding. As such, direction and clarification from legal consultants such as our legislative advocacy groups and auditors is still forthcoming and will likely continue to develop over the course of the fiscal year. The following forecasts were developed using the base general fund forecast presented on slide 4 this evening with the same additional reduction scenarios of 2, 5, and 10%. These scenarios differ from those presented earlier this evening in that one-time ARPA allocations are incorporated along with possible use of available general fund balance above a maintained 10% contingency reserve level for each of the 10 years presented in the forecast. These scenarios are labeled 1A, 2A, and 3A to mirror the similar additional reduction scenarios without ARPA and without possible use of available general fund balance, which were reviewed earlier today. So before scenarios 1A, 2A, and 3A are reviewed, I thought it might be helpful to review the base forecast, which was presented on slide 4, updated with ARPA with no additional reductions and with maintenance of the 10% contingency reserve levels throughout the forecasted 10 years. So once again, the one static row is the green net change in fund balance, which is going to remain static in these next scenarios as well. We build in the updated ARPA allocation of the $32.7 million, which is split at 16.3 in fiscal year 2021 and 21-22. With that, based on just mathematically, we were trying to maintain a minimum 10% contingency reserve level throughout every fiscal year that is presented here in the forecast. So with that, we are looking at potentially in 21-22, once further clarification with relation to ARPA becomes available, approximately $7 million may be available for City Council designation. And then in 22-23, $2 million. So all the yellow highlighted numbers are what may be available based on the forecasted assumptions in any particular year for City Council to designate use of. Okay?
So, Ms. Chan, so we're saying we're going to, in this picture, we're going to put half of our ARPA into our general fund here for 2021 and make that work and come out to a fund balance of 26.8, right? I'm just trying to.
Yes, for the ending for 2021.
Yeah. And then in next year, 21-22, we add the other half, and that allows us $7 million to use as we want. And so, but if we put the ARPA in the general fund, that we can pull that and use it to plug whatever the government decides that we can use it for, we can take it out of there and use it for those matters that they specifically say, oh, you can use it for this, you can't use it for that, correct?
I think the difficulty with the financial forecast with ARPA is that we don't know yet how and what we can use the ARPA money for. I do know that a portion of ARPA, the way we would need to substantiate receipt and retention of ARPA, a portion of that is related to revenue loss. That portion that is attributed to revenue loss, we're still waiting on clarification as to how those funds can be directed. The ability to use that to kind of stabilize the city's finances may or may not be an option. I do know that roads was maybe mentioned, water infrastructure, sewer infrastructure, and broadband was also mentioned. Any amounts of ARPA allocation that we would not be able to substantiate with revenue loss, my understanding at this time would be that those monies would be more programmatic in nature to assist the local economy. So right now, guidance is still very tenuous. I think a lot of people have eyes on the updated guidelines that the U.S. Department of Treasury has put out, but we're still in very early stages of interpretation and direction from the federal government. So I do caution that while these forecasts do assume that ARPA will be able to be used to kind of stabilize the general fund and it kind of reinstate or refill some of the contingency reserves, I don't know yet for certain that that is a possibility.
I think the important piece here on this slide is that if we were to use ARPA, it does allow us to have at least a 10% contingency reserve in each of the next 10 years. So it gives you a perspective of what impact that would have.
And the reality is, to Steve Danley's point, if we dedicate use of ARPA, we're able to kind of use that to stabilize city finances. The first few years after we receive ARPA, we're going to be at a substantially higher contingency reserve level because we are facing ongoing structural deficits through 26, 27. So you would need to almost hold that in reserve above our 17% in order to cover those future deficit years, and that's what's presented on the slide here.
Thank you.
Okay. So as mentioned earlier, this update base forecast depicts City Council designated use of $7 million and the subsequent fiscal year of $2 million of available unassigned fund balance while maintaining a contingency reserve level and additional available unassigned fund balance to cover future fiscal year deficits. So similar to scenarios 1, 2, and 3, without the additional reductions, we are presenting additional reductions being incorporated along with additional ARPA funding. So the first green row, once again, the net change in fund balance, and the second green row, the net change in fund balance with the orange row in the middle highlighting the additional reduction scenario. Sorry, that was a little bit much. The updated ARPA figure of $32.7 million, once again, is distributed evenly across fiscal years 2021 and 21-22. Then a potential use of unassigned fund balance above the minimum contingency reserve level is also included while maintaining the contingency reserve at 10% and in some years well above that minimum level. With this first scenario, should ARPA be used to further assist with stabilizing the general fund and with additional 2% expenditure reductions, about $20 million may be available for designated use during fiscal year 21-22. The projected amounts potentially available for designated use, once again, are highlighted in yellow. So this is with the additional 2% reductions with ARPA and kind of estimating some tentative figures that might be available for City Council direction as to use. Okay. This second scenario, 2A, mirrors slide 16, but with the additional 5% general fund expenditure reduction. Here, with ARPA and with an additional 5% expenditure reductions, about $28 million may be available for designated use during fiscal year 21-22, with available unassigned fund balance above the 10% contingency reserve in every subsequent fiscal year, and those additional available uses are highlighted here in yellow. This third scenario mirrors slides 16 and 17, but with the additional 10% general fund expenditure reduction. Here, with ARPA and with additional 10% expenditure reductions, about $34 million may be available for designated use during fiscal year 21-22, with available unassigned fund balance above the 10% minimum contingency reserve in subsequent fiscal years, and that is highlighted once again in yellow. So with that, I would like to circle back to seeking direction from City Council as to preparation of the budget resolutions for adoption on June 1st, and also open for discussion regarding potential budget balancing measures with respect to any revenue enhancements or expenditure reductions. And I did list on here consideration uses of ARPA, but at this stage, I feel like it's a little bit premature to initiate that discussion without some additional clarification.
Yeah, I mean, and I would still like to, if I may, Mr. Mayor, move it forward with using contingency funds right now. And then when we come back in June, we may have a little more information about ARPA, because again, we're gonna get that. We're gonna be able to use this somehow.
Yeah.
I mean, it's coming to the city. What we use it for, we're not sure. Or at least we're not sure. But if we can move forward with just using our contingency funds right now. And at the end of the day, I mean, if we can use this, we'll be able to plug in our reserves so we don't go below 10%, and then decide from there what do we do with the rest. It looks like the projections are if we do put it in our contingency funds to keep it there, we'll have excess money for a few years. One more back, please. Yeah, we'll have $7 million to decide how we use that for, given the guidelines, when we get the guidelines, and then we do keep our reserve fund there, contingency reserve at 10% all through the 10 years. And I think that would stabilize our financial situation and maybe even continue providing the services that we currently have. But we currently have some services, but we've knocked those down because of COVID last year. I mean, we had to reduce, make some other cuts. So again, I would just, maybe caution to move forward with using the contingency funds, and then June 1, come back. If we've got more information about ARPA, we can plug that in or go in another direction. But I think just to give us a game plan would be what I'm looking for.
Well, Councilmember Silva, with Councilmember Jung's proposal, a 2% cut, in the for-profit sector, a 2% cut is the mildest. It's a very mild situation. Most of the time in the for-profit sector, a 5% or a 10% cut is instituted in times of emergency or difficulty. But it looked like that 2%, which has been proposed by Councilmember Jung, pretty much evens out and makes sure that we don't dip into those funds across the board.
Well, I think it would be fine if we were a private where we're generating revenue and not just providing services. Then we can play around with it. We make a cut, we increase our revenue somehow, somewhere. And I think here, from what I see, our services are already lacking. Our personnel are already shorthanded. And to do that, I would seem to me we're increasing that. We're reducing more services. We're reducing personnel. And but yeah, we haven't figured out a way how to generate more revenue in terms of in the private sector. You would spin off. You would hire more for your services.
You would increase productivity, which
Well,
would
you would
balance
do
out
that.
exactly what you're describing.
Yeah, and I think given where we have been increasing productivity, given the cuts we've made. And I mean, just to that point about the police, I mean, and not to say that not all the city needs the police, but I've been in the dispatch center where you see that the officers most of the time at night, they're in South Fullerton. I mean, that's where they're at. And it's not to say the North doesn't need it, we do. But if we reduce that even more, the wait time to get from south to north will increase. And so that to me would seem like we're jeopardizing those services. So, I mean, I wouldn't want to go that way, but if we need to move on right now, I would say use the contingency funds, come back June 1st so we can have this pan out, and maybe we get more information about the ARPA, and maybe we use it. But I mean, you talk about extreme cuts. I know you mentioned the sheriff's department. I mean, I would like to have control of our own police department. I don't want to hand it out, and then we have no control over pay raises, retirement cuts. Then we're just writing a check and not even negotiating. I mean, I don't think that could save us a whole lot.
Well, we wouldn't know. We wouldn't know until we received a quote. That would be the
Right.
starting point. Right?
But I'm saying, so you're willing to give up control of the negotiating?
I don't know. We'd have to see what the quote was, and maybe it would be a non-starter.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But anyway, so again, I mean, just at this point in time, again, I just like to give direction to move forward using the contingency funds, and then come back June 1st. We at least have a balanced budget to work with, and then we can add or subtract as we please. That would be my recommendation.
Okay. Other members of the council?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Obviously, this is the second study session we've had on the matter, and it seems like, we're rushing to make some really big decisions without having all of the information at hand. To your point about the budget, the potential quote from the sheriff's department, I think what's important is that that's not a slight to our police department. No. It's good governance and it's good budgeting, I think, in terms of looking at the city's expenses, because you can't look at the city's budget and realize the large portion that is spent on public safety and, then pretend or, try to kind of tiptoe around, hey, we're going to look at some of these costs, not others. I think it's critical.
It's whether
absolutely
everything
necessary.
is on the table or not. Right?
Well, exactly. And my concern, and the reason I caution against using, ARPA, it's, it seems as though it's almost becoming a slush fund before we've even been given the money. It's going to be going into the general fund, and it's just going to sort of be available. There's going to be money that goes into reserves, but then there's going to just be other money that's expendable, really at staff or council discretion. And I think that we're doing the community and our residents a great disservice by not prioritizing, by not, establishing that needs to go to fix, roads, streets, infrastructure, and other. But so, the reality is, regardless of how you look at this, we need to make cuts. And my fear is that 2% is not enough. Obviously you look at it and 10% is extreme, and, that gets us to where we need to be faster. But I fear that many would suffer as a result of that. And so very likely, I think 5 to 7% is probably more like where we need to be. But, if 2% is what's going to get the support tonight, I could sort of begrudgingly support that. I just think that we need to be, a little more, I think, proactive in how we look at this. And I think part of that is, just like we've got the proposal coming in from Orange County Fire Authority, why not one from the Sheriff's Department as well? If we're truly looking at costs and we're truly looking at how we could potentially, improve the city's financial circumstances in the course of our budget for the year ahead and for years to come.
So are you proposing to the maker of the substitute motion an amendment on his action?
Well, I suppose, sure, if there was.
You can make that request, certainly.
That was Councilmember Jung?
Yes, sir.
Would you accept a friendly amendment to, I guess, from a 2% to 5%?
No, I think 2% is pretty good. So it's, if you look at the numbers, it's a significant drop off. My fear is we can always increase. I don't know that we can add, right? So my concern would be to keep it at 2. I think that puts us in line to where we have to be, and we can move forward accordingly. I think using some bit of caution, as we don't know how fast we'll come out of this pandemic, is prudent, sir.
What isn't being reflected here is our sense of urgency, the priority that is street repair. And that's why I would be open to something as the Mayor Pro Tem is suggesting, because that would make more funds available more quickly to help start correcting that deficiency. We have a very long path to make up the deficiency in our streets and our infrastructure needs. And that's where maybe shooting a little bit more strongly would provide that. It would allow whatever the additional funds would be, the resulting funds, to be dedicated in whatever way we could do it to that priority.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, I stand at 2%, sir.
Okay. So we have a substitute motion, we have a primary motion on this, and we have the option of conducting a vote on those or just punting this forward for one more meeting. So what's
Do you want to take public comment at all?
Yes, actually, before a vote, that would be a very good idea. Thank you. So we've had most of our discussion here. Those in attendance, if you'd care to address this issue, please come forward to the microphone over to the side.
Not for study session, no.
No. No.
Can you go to the microphone, please?
Yeah, sure.
This study session, good afternoon. Please don't take my 3 minutes. This is a comment, a suggestion for all of you. If we are making a study session for our community, we have Spanish, people that speak Spanish, speak Korean. They should be addressed and they should be informed about the study session. You should have a translator here present to the request of our community. That is a disrespect to the Latino, Korean, and any immigrant community that come to address you today. Then you should say it's just in English, and then we should come back a different day, and you should provide it in Spanish or different language to the community.
So you're really recommending that we should not make a decision until that is done?
Absolutely, because a lot of our community, these study sessions that we are having right now, we are coming from a pandemic. We're being in Zoom meetings. This is one of the few meetings that we have in person. Our community is still not fully vaccinated in different areas. You should wait for your decision when you have more people listening what all of you decision makers have to say to our community. This is totally unfair if you make a decision because you're addressing not just the future of the employees our city that serve us during a pandemic, risking their life to serve all of us, and to the community. They need you to make a fair decision makers for all of us.
Well, I hear what you're saying, but I do want to assure you that we do hear from the community. We do talk with the community, and we are available
sir,
to
you
the
did not.
community as well.
No, sir, you did not.
Okay.
And that I want to make pretty sure that you did not. How many people you have usually come into these chambers? Not enough to learn and be educated what is governance in our city. Please, I address all of you. I know you are wonderful people and you care about our community. Out of respect, please wait for your decision, make our community available for her translation, and be informed about this is our future. You guys are making a decision about our future, our neighborhood's future, our public safety, how we are addressing our neighborhoods. With the concerns that we have a sense of rape at 1 p.m. in the afternoon. Are you aware of that? Mayor, you are District 4. I'm your neighbor. I used to be District 4 too. And you know the rate of crime. Our community is not being informed, and this is, cuts in public safety, which is our concern. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
Let's make sure that that we advise the public that nothing's being cut now. This is just passing a budget and giving staff direction. All of anything that would happen moving forward would still be in the public eye and not happen behind closed doors. Let's.
Can I translate that?
Just
Can I
quickly-
translate to them?
Of course, of course.
Lo que está diciendo el council member Young, que ahorita todavía no se va a decidir nada, que todavía se necesita como planear todo, así que no es de que hoy se pueda decidir. Para los que no hablan el inglés, hoy no se va a decidir.
But with all due respect, Councilmember Jung, we're saying we're going to do a 2% reduction cut. So in essence, we are authorizing a cut to look at the numbers with a cut.
Well, let's make it clear. At this point in time, you're giving direction. Any final decision on the budget is a separately agendized item where the public is certainly welcome to speak regarding the actual adoption. This is direction to allow more of a technical nature, allow staff to do its homework and prepare documents for your review in the future.
And just point of order, are we getting the translator for the regular session right now at 6:30? So then they could stick around and make public comments at 6:30 to address this with a translator. That would be right. Okay, thank you.
And once again, that's right, Mr. City Attorney. It is a study session here. It's not the formal council meeting where we're adopting a budget. Yes, please.
Yes, thank you very much. I would like to make my comment too, and I would like to let everybody know, everybody that is present here, that we have been here at the city and we have been listening to the budgets that you are trying to allocate and the measures that you are taking to get the most of it and to use it. So we have been here before, and we have been able to listen to them and to know what they're talking about. So I will encourage you ladies here that if you come more often, you will know what they're doing, and as we are here too. So yes, I would like to make a note also that we really need that translation. And for everybody that is not here or is not often here, as we have been here, to encourage you to come and to really be more knowledgeable and understanding of what they're doing, because sometimes we take decisions on the just speed decisions that are not taken anywhere with this budget. So we're just talking right now and saying and doing, but it's not going to be decided right now, as some of the members are trying to rush, as always. So we are here for that, for helping you not to rush and understand and try to study the budget and know what they're talking about. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Good evening, Council. I have been interested in listening to the presentation, but the one thing that has not been brought up, and I don't know if anybody's thought about it, but there has been at least 2, if not 3, shutdowns in this city in the last 53 years. I don't see any preparation for a future shutdown. If there's been 2 to 3, there's going to be more. And I just wondered how the city could bring that into the future, into the budgets to help with the future. The other thing is that the new people that come in, I know the old people that are under pensions, they're under CalPERS, and I don't think anything could be done about it. But when salaries are cut, the pensioners get no cut in their salary at all, and I don't think that's fair. Is there anything that the new people can, when they retire, can their pensions be cut along with the people that are breaking their necks keeping the city alive? So that's what I was wondering, if this could be brought in to the budget in the future. I know, as I say, with CalPERS, it's difficult with the past, but possibly with the future, can something be done about it? Thank you.
If I could request clarification, we're a little bit puzzled, I think, with the shutdowns. You were talking about 3 shutdowns over the last period of time. What was
the shutdown? There has been another. I can't remember exactly when, but there was another shutdown in this city many years ago, and this was the second one. There may have been a third. I remember. I don't know whether that was tied in with the second, when California filed bankruptcy. I happened to be on holiday, and I found out at the airport that California was under bankruptcy. Whether that was one of the 2 or 3 times that the city had been shut down in many respects, and salaries were cut, I can't remember, but I do know of 2. This is one, and there was another one another time, possibly 3. And as I say, that's been a long time ago, and no one, I didn't plan on remembering, all the details, because I didn't think it was going to happen again. Of course, we had no control over this one. But anyway, if you could look back into that and kind of figure out some way to prepare for another shutdown, because it's apt to happen. If it's happened 2 to 3 times, it's going to happen again.
All right, thanks for that clarification.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Ilse Miranda, and I'm here just to comment on the budget. First of all, I just want to ask the public if they got a copy of this proposal, because we can't see anything. I asked for the lights to turn on, and we can't see anything. So I would like to see if we, the public, could get a copy of the proposal. And obviously tonight you guys are not gonna make a decision. This is something that you guys have to plan. And I would like to see the roads include. I know since you guys came in the office, and I wanna appreciate John, Mayor, and Fred. You guys are doing tremendous, great job, because our street is getting repair, and obviously Ahmad for bringing all these ladies, beautiful ladies from Fullerton, Richmond. I'd like to appreciate you guys for, focusing on the roads. The roads are horrible, but also we like to see programs for the youth. We like to see drug prevention programs. We don't want to see dispensaries, Mr. Ahmad, Mr. Silva. We want to see programs. You promise us that if you have a few dispensaries, you will open up a program for prevention, and I haven't heard about it. So if you have maybe a contact that I could see for the families, then we'll do that.
I'll have to ask you to address through the chair if you would.
Please include programs for the prevention of drugs. Trust me, that would eliminate a lot of the programs for the families, and also for the drug users of our beautiful citizens that live on the street, the homeless. So if you guys could add that into the scenario And if we could get a copy of the proposal, that would be wonderful. Thank you so much for your time. Have a great evening.
Thank you. Gotcha.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
I know.
And if we have any other speakers, could you please line up along the wall? We have 10 minutes to get you all in here before we start the 6:30 meeting.
Hello, good evening. My
Now,
name is
you've spoken to this once, so we'll need to hear from other members of the public.
I came here to address the situation of the interpretation. I say that is not my public comment. Mr. Mayor, if you allow me to speak for my 3 minutes, I would really appreciate it.
Okay, we'll dedicate this as your comments then.
Okay,
Go
thank
ahead.
you so much, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, member of the council, Ekle Nunsi, longtime resident here of Fullerton. In addressing here the budget of our city, we see there is the proposal and the study session for, you see, well, the people, we understand, the bilingual people that we are here, we understand English, that this is a proposal for the future direction, for the interim city manager, for our city, the budget of our city. And I see the cuts in public safety. I don't know what is miscellaneous. I know it's gonna be maybe cuts. It have to be, in the personal of our city. We see the struggles that we're having right now. We collaborate. We work side by side with Councilman John, and I appreciate your effort to go and support the police department for the opening of the Hope Center. And we are working very hard. Our center and our leaders, they work very hard in our city, supporting our community when it's necessary. We see the struggles they're having in park and recreation. Our parks, we have 14 staff in our park and recreation. Our parks are dirty. We're receiving all the time videos, and I can forward to you that we don't have enough staff. We have so many parks. There are so much the need in our community. But the message, it should be to put in risk the livelihood, the job of our staff in the city. Because we own them. During this pandemic, we always, we praise our police, our fire department for their work, but now they're gonna be cut. What is the message there? What is the gratitude to our staff in the city? And that is what we want to address. The crime is high in our area, and this is not just addressed in the South. It's a problem that's happening in our city. We are neighbors, and we see the statistic, the response time that's going to be affected for our neighborhood. We are advocating for safety in our neighborhoods, and that's what is the concern of our parents that are here. We're struggling, and we're making everything happen. We're working side by side with our police department to becoming more. We are very blessed to have our police chief that is police community inclined to work with all of us. But we need you to respect to our staff. There have to be otherwise to get funding for our city. It was a big no for the taxes. Okay, then work otherwise. We don't know the directions they're going to have the fundings for now, the money that is coming from the federal and the state. Please, let's wait and give us at least 2 more weeks to study this and give direction to hear the staff, how it's going to proceed in the future. Thank you very much.
Hello, good evening. My name is Karim, and I live here for over 30 years, and I live on the south side. I've been here a couple of times, many times, and I'm going to be honest, I was not involved in this before, maybe 6 years ago, and since then I've started to learn, and sadly, every time I come to a meeting, it's more depressing because I see how I try to trust you guys on making better decisions, not only for myself, for my family, for our community. And sometimes it's like going backwards. We've been trying to work with the police department, the fire department, with you guys to do better, because I know, like, we went to help on Saturday, and we've done that a lot of times, and we do it with our hearts. But we need our people that to work here. We need our police department. We need our fire department. We have a lot of problems. Unfortunately, yes, it's north and south, like I said many times. And I've gone to a lot of meetings with the police department, and statistics shows that in south side we have a lot of criminal. We have our gangs on our side. I don't hear anything. It's on the other side, unfortunately. And I'm not saying in a bad way, because I wouldn't want them to have what we have. But this is why we need the police. We can't be cutting off police. We can't be cutting off our employees. You guys should go and look at the park, Independence Park. Go to the one right here on Harbor. There's a guy urinating. There's needles. You guys have a after school program there, and the kids, when we drop off the kids, everything is dirty and nasty. I don't see any of you guys, because that's not your job, right? You guys need to hire someone to do that job, and you can't be cutting the people. You can't be making them, like who said, make them work like more. Like, no, you can't. You need to respect them too. They're humans. They need respect, and don't cut. Why are you gonna take their job? We need that. We need to clean our parks. You guys need us? Here, we are here to help you guys. You guys need us to go clean the park one day? Let's all go. Let's do that. But please, make sure that you don't cut off the police department. And we finally have this connection with the department. We don't need sheriffs here. So please, think of us. Thank you.
Okay, with that, I will bring back the discussion. Do we have anyone online?
Yeah, so do we have any?
Mr. Mayor,
comments?
we have another gentleman that would like to comment, sir.
Right after Bernard.
Hello, my name is Bernard, and I am a resident of Fullerton. Councilmember Doug, Mayor Pro Tem Dunlap, Mayor Whitaker, the three of you promised to fix our roads and balance our budget without attack. All I hear from you is proposals for deeper cuts to services that will even more jeopardize public safety. Last session, there was no discussion on adding or generating revenue and funds to fixing our roads. Only deflection of blame and shrugging of accountability with no action. What was the point of wasting more time and money? The three of you have council majority, and now you are going to have to own up to this. This is your budget. Be mindful of the cuts, because once you take something out, it is incredibly difficult to put it back in. If you compromise our services, you compromise our public safety. If you don't fix our roads, this is on you. All three of you, with council majority, made big promises in your campaigns. Now you have to own up to them. Go Bruins.
And now we're ready for Zoom comments.
Mr. Mayor, there are no Zoom comments.
Okay, with that, we'll bring the discussion back to council. We're within a couple minutes of our general council meeting. So what say you?
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
Once again, for our public that seems frightened by some on council who may have drummed up things that are not true, let me reiterate and be candid again. This is a study session only. And as much as you say don't cut services, if the city goes into insolvency and we go into bankruptcy, all of your services are cut regardless of what we do. We have a fiduciary duty to all of you and your young ones to make sure that we as a city can provide the services necessary. So before anybody gets interested in the hyperbole or the aggrandizement of statements that should not be made, we are trying to right now balance the budget. And I think you should all appreciate that. And I think we should all appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I just want to clarify that, again, yes, this is a study session, but there is direction to council, to our staff on how to present the next budget for final approval. But I think myself and Councilman Silva are asking for a more conservative approach where we are not rushing to direct staff to look at cuts. So these will compromise services, cut after-school programs, and cut, all these services that we rely on, and we have come to find important for our communities. I got an email today from a gentleman who was asking why aren't we taking care of our medians? Again, it's a lack of staffing. And so these are the services, and I think our city is going to start looking very, very dire indeed. But I think for now, just to get a balanced budget, I believe a cautious and approach, and so that we don't rush into anything that we can't reverse later on. Thank you.
Well, the purpose of this meeting was to provide direction to staff. We do have two motions, and we could either choose to vote on that or just leave this where it is and don't really provide that necessary direction.
Well, I think all that else will speak. If you provide no direction, we're not going to have on June 1 a budget to present to you. That's I believe, what she would indicate.
If I may make a suggestion, Acting City Manager, what I'm hearing from the dais is that there is inclination to authorize holding $3.8 million of vacancy savings, and that there is inclination to allow potential use of contingency reserves. But the direction may be that the City Council is interested in striving to achieve between 2 to 5% additional reductions, such that City Council can direct the Acting City Manager to work with staff to evaluate what those options may be, and those could be continually brought forth during fiscal year 21-22. If that is amenable to City Council, if that would be the direction provided this evening, that's how we will draft the budget resolution, so we can adopt the budget on June 1st and continue to bring forth options as they become available for City Council consideration.
Okay, appreciate that. I've just been waiting for someone either to call for the vote or withdraw your motions.
Well, I believe Ellis's comments are consistent with Mr. Zhang's motion, and the council could, if they wanted to, consider beyond 2%, which I believe Mr. Dunlap suggested. But it would give staff the appropriate direction to proceed with the June 1 document.
So would the makers of the motions be satisfied with that at this stage?
I am, sir.
Okay. Mr. Silva?
No, I still like for them to just use the contingency reserves to come back with a balanced budget. I don't want to, again, I don't want to have that under us that we're going to make more cuts, that the next budget will show how we can balance it with additional cuts. Now, granted, it's just going to be numbers, but I would hesitate to go forward with what was presented.
Yeah, then I guess we'll call the vote on that. It would be on Councilmember Silva's pretty much status quo vote at this stage.
The substitute motion was Mr. Zhang. I'd be on that first.
He withdrew.
Oh, Mr. Zhang withdrew?
If I may, Councilmember Silva, I understand the hesitation to enact any additional reductions, but the directive may be that the City Council directs City Manager to evaluate potential additional reductions that could be brought forth for an agenda item for City Council discussion and direction and recommendation at that time.
I think the issue is Councilman just get the budget adopted.
Right. No, and you have the 3 votes to do that. So, I mean, I'd rather see it this way as it was presented in our document. But if if the majority of council wishes to go at its chance, if Justin wishes, I'm not saying it's bad, I'm just saying I don't wish to go that way, then we'll take the vote and we'll go.
Very well.
Okay. We'll call for a roll vote here.
And this is on the 2% budget?
No,
or
it's
the-
actually on Councilmember
Okay.
Silva's, which I guess, does that need to
He
be
withdrew, so
restated
we
for
vote on
clarity?
Silva's and, yeah.
This would be the, as recommended by staff with the contingency funding.
Yes,
As
that would be-
earlier recommended by staff, not the most recent recommendation, right?
Yes, the
Right.
Okay,
original
got it.
recommendation. The city manager has his hand on a button, waiting to see if he has something to say,
Sure.
or if he's just warming up his fingers.
It's, you could loosely call it a recommendation. So that's it.
Okay, so we're on the contingency funding as a motion as made by Councilmember Silva, and I believe that was seconded by Zara, if I go way up in my notes,
Correct.
yes.
Correct.
Councilmember Jung,
No.
Councilmember Silva,
Aye.
Councilmember Zara,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Dunlap,
No.
and Mayor Whitaker.
No.
And the motion fails 2-3.
So then I think that general direction that you have perceived probably is what we would be looking at going
If
forward.
I could restate that just to get confirmation. So
Sure.
city council directs staff to utilize or achieve $3.8 million of vacancy savings, authorizes use of contingency reserve, while directing the city manager to evaluate additional 2 to 5% cuts to be sought or evaluated during the course of fiscal year 21-22. And if that is the directive this evening, that's what we will build into the budget resolutions to be brought forward on June 1st.
Excellent, thank you. And with that, we will close this meeting in order to reopen for our regular city council meeting a few minutes late. This regular council meeting session for the City of Fullerton City Council on May 18th, 2021. And Madam Clerk, could you provide some information on how they may participate in this meeting, both those in the chamber and those at home?
Thank you, Mayor. This meeting is operating under Governor Newsom's executive order declaring a COVID state of emergency. The public can access the live meetings at fullerton.legistar.com on Spectrum Cable Channel 3 and ATT Universe Channel 99. The council chamber will have limited seating available for the public. All persons visiting city facilities shall wear face masks and observe social distancing protocols. The public may address City Council in person or virtually by joining the Zoom meeting online or by telephone. To join the Zoom meeting, you should go to zoom.us/join, or if you're calling in, call 1-669-900-9128. The meeting ID number is 988-1768-5451, and all of that information and further instructions are on the agenda that is on our website.
Would you please now conduct the roll call for council?
Certainly. Mayor Whitaker.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Dunlap. Councilmember Jung.
Present.
Councilmember Silva.
Here.
Councilmember Zara.
Here.
Our invocation this evening will be made by Shepherd Mark Speeder, Antioch Community Church. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Council. Thank you for all you do during these challenging times. It's an honor to be here. Unfortunately, I won't be able to stay. I got one of my kids' events I need to jet back to, but I'm honored to open us up in prayer.
Sure.
Heavenly Father, we just pause to acknowledge you. We pause that without you, Lord, we wouldn't be here. And it's by your grace that solutions are made and come up with, God. And we say we're dependent on you, and we ask for your wisdom. We ask for your grace. We ask for your love. We ask for your unity. And we ask, for your wisdom to come and fill this city. God, fill these decisions. And, we ask that your kingdom come in our great city of Fullerton. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you. And I know you're in a hurry, but did you have a line or two about your church that you'd care to share?
Absolutely, yeah.
Thanks.
So we have been here 5 or so years. We're meeting the community center, and I know that is not quite open to us yet, but and our heartbeat is that we want to keep the main things. We want to love God with all our hearts, and we want to love others in our city and the way that God loves us. So it's been an honor to be here and serve in our city in various ways. So
Thank you for putting us on a good footing to begin this evening. Appreciate
absolutely,
it.
it's my honor. Thank you, guys.
I'd like to ask Council Member Jung if he would please lead us in the pledge.
Ready, begin. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mr. City Attorney, do we have a closed session report this evening?
There's no report this evening, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I'd like to ask council if there are ex parte communications to report. Seeing none, we'll proceed. We have presentations this evening, and I'd like to take the one listed fourth on our agenda first. It would be the certificates to be provided to the Fullerton Bears Junior All-American Cheer. Yay. And I'd like to, yes. I'd like to ask Kathy Lira, the cheer coordinator, to come forward to make a presentation. Tell us what this is all about, Ms. Lira.
Thank you, Mayor Whitaker. These are our wonderful cheerleaders. We are part of the Junior All-American Football and Cheer for Fullerton. Our young ladies, a couple weekends ago, participated in a competition. It's in Las Vegas. It's called The Pinnacle. We are very excited. We are very grateful, and thank all of you for allowing us to be able to practice through all that's been going on. So we were able to put a routine together in 6 weeks, go to Vegas, and come out winners. We were all took a first place.
Wow. Excellent. We cheer your efforts through this lockdown and this pandemic, and you obviously have some very special members of this group.
Yes, we do.
And with that, I'd like to ask Councilmember Jung to come down. We have some certificates to present. Is there anything further you care to add?
No, thank you, sir.
All right.
Thank
you for being here.
Sir. Okay. We'll do it that way.
Okay. We have a certificate of recognition here for Anissa Hernandez Arroyo.
You want to take turns with me?
Yes. Thank you. Congratulations. Oh, over here. We'll get a group picture at the end if you'll gather. Thanks.
I'd like to welcome Liliana Avalon.
Ms. Jaylee Broom. All right, congratulations.
And may I welcome Jordan Broom.
Lauren Cram. All right, Lauren. Congratulations to you.
And may I welcome Tatiana Flores.
Lori Fortes. Lori, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
And may I welcome Bella Gibson.
Liliana Hernandez. Congratulations, Liliana.
If I can welcome Delilah Lascano.
Isabella Martinez. Oh. Way to go, Isabella. Congratulations.
May I welcome Jalen Medina.
Abriel Moreno. Hi, Abriel. Congratulations.
And may I welcome Nicole Moreno.
And this one is for Bailey Neri. Bailey, congratulations.
And if I can welcome Chloe Serrano Felix.
Moana Word. Congratulations, Moana.
And last but Sophia Guevara. Welcome, Sophia. There you are. Did we forget someone? Hold on one second. We're going to get through this list here. What are we missing? Kathy. Who are we missing? Why is it not here? Can you ask? Did you see it, sir?
Oh, no. Sorry.
Because I see like Moreno, Danielle. Do you see? Where is? Like, we should get her to mail and do another one.
We'll acknowledge her.
Yeah, let's. Yeah, Rosdina Medina.
Rosdina Medina. And Rostina, I apologize for that. We obviously are not hitting on all cylinders as your group was in Las Vegas to win this competition. But we'll make sure that you get that. Thank you.
Now we're going to recognize the trainers. They are the coaches as well. So if I may welcome Danielle Moreno.
Bella Chavez Calhoun. We all appreciate the coaches. Congratulations.
Oh, this one's selfish on my end. She's my daughter. Just got into Cal State Fullerton, too. Layla Jones.
Congratulations. Samantha Moinier. All right. Congrats, Steve.
Thank you.
Great job.
All right, Coach Regina Moe.
Monique Avilan. Monique, congratulations to you. Okay. Take a minute to get a group photo here in front. If you can file this way. I must say this is a very well-attired group here. Good job. Ready? Come on. Pardon me. Yeah, got it.
Anissa, 1, 2, 3. Try to put your awards down, that way everybody's face comes up. Okay. 1. No, put them. 1. 1. Anissa, 1, 2, 3.
Congratulations, ladies. Very proud of all of you.
Thank you.
Samantha, you're the one I had to look up. What a group.
Maybe I'll ask someone else.
The next proclamation is for Public Works Week. Okay. Yes.
I think I cannot see him over there. One more.
Something wrong here. We need tools up here. We do have this proclamation. This is acknowledging National Public Works Week, May 16th through 22nd of the year 2021. And just a couple items on here. Whereas public works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, and services that are vitally important to creating sustainable and resilient communities. And whereas public works professionals are available to respond 365 days a year to provide for public health, high quality of life, and well-being of the people of Fullerton, working in concert to create a great place to live. And it goes on, but due to the length of the meeting tonight, I'll leave this for another time. But I do want to praise and extol all of you, because Public Works has certainly been the hot corner in the city of Fullerton for the last few years. And it continues to be for the next year or two at the very least. But I applaud all of your efforts, I know the council does as well, to try to make up for maybe lost time in restoring the high quality to all of our public works in the city. We appreciate all of your efforts. And I didn't want to screen him out. We have another proclamation also declaring the month of May Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, May 2021. And this starts out, whereas May is AAPI Heritage Month, recognizing the contributions and influence of Asian Americans and Pacific Islander Americans to the history, culture, and achievements of our city, state, and nation. And whereas the origin of Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month in the United States dates back to 1978, when Congress established Asian Pacific Heritage Week in early May to coincide with two important milestones in Asian Pacific American history: the arrival in the U.S. of the first Japanese immigrants on May 7th of 1843, and the contributions of Chinese workers in completion of the Transcontinental Railroad on May 10th of 1869. And whereas the first Asian Pacific American Heritage Month was designated by President George H.W. Bush, who issued Presidential Proclamation 6130 on May 7th, 1990. In 1992, Congress made permanent that designation. In the midst of a difficult year of pain and fear, we reflect on the tradition of leadership, resilience, and courage shown by AAPI communities. And whereas on May 18, 2021, the City of Fullerton adopted a resolution condemning racism, xenophobia, and intolerance against Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders, we recognize the heightened fear felt by many Asian American communities in the wake of increasing rates of anti-Asian harassment and violence during the COVID-19 pandemic. Unconscionable acts of violence victimizing our beloved Asian American seniors across this country are not acceptable. And whereas all residents deserve to be treated with dignity, respect, compassion, and justice, regardless of race, religion, color, national origin, sex, age, income, or economic status, political affiliation, military status, sexual orientation, or physical, mental, or sensory ability. We continue to firmly stand with AAPI communities in condemning, denouncing, and preventing such acts of violence. We continue to heal together while fighting racism and xenophobia. And whereas we also celebrate and honor the invaluable contributions the AAPI community have made to Fullerton's culture, the arts, law, science, and technology, sports and public service, including those courageous AAPIs who have served on the front lines of the COVID-19 pandemic as healthcare providers, first responders, teachers, and other essential workers. Therefore, be it resolved that I, Bruce Whitaker, Mayor of the City of Fullerton, in behalf of the entire Fullerton City Council, do hereby proclaim May 2021 as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month in the City of Fullerton. We call upon the people of the City of Fullerton to learn more about the history of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders, and to observe this month with appropriate programs and activities. So in our city, in the state of California, and in this nation, May is AAPI month. And
Mr. Mayor, if I may, sir, it's important to note that in a recent study that was released earlier this month, when Americans were asked to name a prominent Asian American figure, a whopping 42% of Americans could not cite a single one, citing I don't know as their top choice. This was followed in a very distant second by Jackie Chan, who received 11%, and Bruce Lee receiving 9%. This shows in real time just how notoriously underrepresented Asian Americans are in all aspects of American life, and proves why representation matters. I urge all of us in our community to understand that hate and ignorance are often inherited and passed down from generation to generation. We can combat that and end that cycle of hate as we move forward. So I'm honored to welcome, sir, Mr. Steve Kwon and Mr. Myung-seo, and members of the Korean Federation, Korean American Federation of Orange County. Also, Arnaldino, representing the Filipino American Chamber of Commerce of Orange County as well. If they can come up, sir.
Good to see you.
All right, sir. There you are. All right, very good.
Gentlemen, we'd love a photo here.
This is a perfect time.
Okay. Thanks. One final proclamation this evening. I would like to ask Matt Folks to come up to accept this proclamation, which is National Bike to Work and School Week, on May 17th through May 21st, 2021. And I might want to ask you to read the first couple, Matt. Perfect. Go for it.
Well, I'd also like to invite down the chair and vice chair of our Active Transportation Committee, so Jeff Chase and Jane Rands. It turns out May's like a really busy month for proclamations, so we all have to share this week apparently. But a couple of the whereases here. The bicycle is an economical, healthy, and convenient, environmentally sound form of transportation. Fullerton, as many of you know, has an abundance of bikes and trails. The Fullerton Loop and others, 47 miles of on-street bike lanes and 28 miles of off-street trails, which attract bicyclists from not only Fullerton but around the Orange County and LA County region. The week of May 17th through 21st is National Bike to Work or School Week. And then specifically this Friday is May 21st is National Bike to Work or School Day. So we put out the challenge to all of you. If you're not and you're interested, it's going to be beautiful weather on Friday. Get out and ride your bike. Enjoy many of the nice trails and roads that Fullerton has to offer. And I don't know if Jane or Jeff, if you had anything you wanted to add.
No, thanks for having us. Thanks for having us. I've been a member of the Active Transportation Committee for 5 years now. It was previously Bicycle User Subcommittee, and it's an exciting group to be a part of in order to make cycling more accessible to the whole community of Fullerton, as well as safer for everybody. So, thank you.
Jane, if you're here, who's taking the picture?
I know.
Oh, that's right.
Actually, I'm taking the picture.
Here, I'll take it.
Come on.
Look, you've got too many people.
Yeah. How could we leave you out of the picture?
All right.
Come on.
All right, you want me?
Scooch, scooch in. Excellent. Everybody smile under their mask.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Timed it with you.
Good job.
Thanks for time.
Thank you. Congrats, you guys.
I don't know which one of you guys are.
Bikes for fun and for health, and really the best way to take in all of the wondrous parts of our city. So thank you, all of you. We are ready for public comments. Anyone choosing to address the council this evening, please address your remarks to the chair. And as usual, we would like to request proper decorum. You have up to 3 minutes to make your comments, and it would be on items not included in this evening's agenda. And for those of you that haven't spoken here before, we do have lights on the podium here, which will show that you'll see a green light. When it becomes a yellow light, you have 30 seconds to conclude your remarks. The red light means that your time is up. So we have a number of speakers. I'd like you all to at least respect the time requirement there.
Oh, absolutely, Mayor. In respect, we have so many proclamations. It's been a long meeting. I'm going to talk on behalf of all this group for make it easy for the meeting today and the finish earlier. Eglenunsi, a community liaison of the Center for Healthy Neighborhoods, and these are the leaders of our center. And we're very pleased to tell you that this past Saturday we went to support the Hans Library. That is a project that we have for a long time. And the Hans Library is a treasure in our city. We support it we give our input for the programming they're going to have on the Hans. And we thank you so much for always your support and for the support of Assemblywoman Sharon Kirk Silva, Councilman Silva that was there, and the Senator Josh Newman. Thank you so much for that support to our community. We need it so much in our District 4 for our city. That's going to improve the well-being of our children, bringing culture and quality education for our families that need it so much. After that, noon, we went to support the police department in the Hope Center for cleaning the landscape. Thank you so much, Councilman John, because we were there working very hard for cleaning the facilities because we want this keep running very soon. And we are so grateful too for our public works, especially David Bishop and all the men and our chief Dan that was there. We were all sweating and working hard, making this possible for this program to open very soon to help alleviate the crisis of the homelessness here in Fullerton. We're so grateful, and we always believe in our center and all our leaders that when it's a problem, we want to be part of the solution. We are hard workers, and we always express our support to our city when it's needed for any program they need the collaboration, rent assistant, Fit Fullerton, any program that you guys have, we're always willing to help. We're so grateful to our police department, our fire department. They work very closely in all our city, and all of you councilmen that care so much for our community. Thank you so much, and have a nice evening.
Thank you very much. Thank you, ladies. Good evening.
Good evening. Mary, I just lower this. Thank you, members of City Council and Mayor especially. You know that I'm already here for the support for justice for Hector Hernandez. I just want to start off with thanking everybody that's come out to support us, and thank you for listening to us over and over and over again, because our fight is not over. I want to talk about my Mother's Day just for a really quick second, because on 2020 Mother's Day, May 10th, Hector Hernandez always brought me flowers and sent me a beautiful message. Happy Mother's Day, Donna, because I was considered a mom to him. He lives 7 houses from me. And my oldest grandson is his son. 17 days later, he was shot and killed in his front yard, which is 7 houses from me. Not to say that my Mother's Day this year wasn't a beautiful time. All my kids and grandkids were there, and I was showered with a beautiful dinner and flowers. But when I walked out to my front yard and I see my 15-year-old grandson, Cohen Hernandez, take off on a skateboard and go down to the front of his dad's house and stand there and just look at his dad's house, which was his house as well, and come back in tears, that crushed my soul. And we're going to keep fighting this fight, and thank you for listening to me.
Hi, my name is Julia Brown.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Julia Brown. Along with seeing my parents fight, I thought I had to do the same. I've lived 4 houses down from Hector Hernandez my whole life. Hector was like an uncle to me. He loved playing around with us kids in our neighborhood. I'm only 15. I don't know much about the law. But I was there that night, and I saw what happened. And I know what I saw. If you watch the video, you'll see too. My uncle was shot by Officer Farrell at close range. Even I know that that wasn't right. Now our neighborhood will never be the same. My closest friends lost their father. My dad lost one of his best friends. Mr. Mayor and Councilman, please help us get justice for Hector Hernandez. Thank you.
Good evening, City Council. Maureen Milton, 53-year resident in the city of Fullerton. Tonight, I'm asking that when anyone comes up to speak at City Council, most all the time, someone speaks and leaves immediately. They're missing out because there may be a comment or an explanation of what has been said during public comments. There's no guarantee that what you've said will be mentioned, but you have to stay to find out. You never know until public comments are over. And also, I wanted to state, I remember now that the first time when California was considered bankrupt was between 1971 and 1978. That might be a little easier for you to check the information. Again, please, for everyone that is here, that's the reason for public comments, and for you to get help, possibly. There's no guarantee, but you never know. So always stay until the end of public comments and learn. You'll be learning about your city, and stay for the entire council meeting. You learn a tremendous amount, because city council meetings are the grassroots of this country, and we've got to keep them together so we can continue being the United States of America as a free country. Thank you.
Hello, Mayor and Councilman. My name is Tammy Salazar, and I am Hector's oldest sister. He has, including myself, 2 sisters and 2 brothers and 2 nephews. Hector was given up for adoption the day he was born. He grew up believing that he wasn't wanted because he was born a boy. Hector found out he was adopted in his teens and had no idea that he had brothers. He was only told that he had 2 sisters, which is why he believed that he was given up for being a boy. Can you imagine the hurt and betrayal he felt? God stepped in, and on Thursday, May 30th, 2019, I had the honor of meeting and talking to my baby brother for the very first time. We talked for over 6 hours via telephone and photos. From that day on, we began to build a relationship, and on Wednesday, May 27th, that relationship ended. Only God and the people inside that home know what happened that night and what caused things to escalate in such a horrific way that Fullerton Police Department had to be dispatched to his home. I saw the video on Facebook that was posted by Fullerton Police Department. I don't understand how or why Officer Jonathan Farrell decided to use excessive deadly force. He shot Hector twice while he was on the ground, when he appears to be only a few inches, possibly a foot away from Hector, especially when Officer Farrell had a minimum of 2 other choices to de-escalate the situation. I don't understand why Canine Rotor was released. It appears on the video that he did not perceive Hector as a threat until Officer Farrell had to redirect Canine Rotor to go after Hector. I don't understand why Canine Rotor went after Officer Farrell after Hector had been shot. Did Canine Rotor perceive Officer Farrell as a threat? Has anyone looked at this officer's file? How many complaints have been filed against him? Was Canine Rotor properly trained for this situation? Was the officer? I realize that domestic violence calls are ranked as one of the most dangerous situations an officer walks into. But was this considered proper procedure? There appeared to be multiple officers there that night. Was there not anyone there that could have stepped in? Someone with a cool head? Someone with experience? You can say, well, if he hadn't fought with his family or got so angry that night, then the police would not have been called and Hector would still be alive. The truth is, we don't know what drove him to react in such a way. Was he defending himself? Had he finally had enough? We'll never know. I'm sorry, but can I please?
Please complete if you can.
It is obvious that despite that night, Hector was loved and respected by his neighborhood, his friends, the family he grew up with, and his 2 beautiful boys. Hector had faults, but did he deserve to die because of them? Every action has a consequence. Hector paid the ultimate price for his actions that night. What about Officer Jonathan Farrell? When will he face his consequences for the actions and decisions in life he took that night? What I do understand is that Hector is gone, and there is nothing I or anyone can do about it. We that left him will never see his smile, hear his laugh, or the sound of his voice, and we have to live with the constant void in our hearts. But this council, you can look into Hector's death at the hand of Officer Farrell and hold him accountable. Will you please do so? Thank you.
Can I take this off? Am I allowed to? No? Good evening. My name is Tiffany Tavares, and I am the mother of Dylan Tavares. He was the young man murdered by a Huntington Beach police officer at 7-Eleven in September 2017. This officer jumped out of his car and chased down my mentally ill son with a taser when he was doing nothing but minding his own business and walking down the street. This encounter ended with the death of my son. They shot him and killed him and left him to die. He should not be dead. On the day our family received notice that the Orange County Sheriff's Department independent investigation was going to result in no charges against the officer, I gave this statement to the OC Register. Our family is not surprised by the findings of the Orange County Sheriffs. The days of police accountability are behind us. People saw the video, it didn't lie. Slanted press conferences do not change what people saw for themselves. People know what they felt. There will be another shooting, another investigation, another officer cleared. It's how it goes right now. Bad officers will be emboldened, and good officers will be less trusted and less safe. We need to come together as a community and change this formula for disaster that will undoubtedly result in the decay of a system created to protect and serve. I'm here 3 years later saying I told you so. Again. Another shooting, another independent investigation, another senseless death, another officer walking, and even another video showing another murderer. The bodies keep piling up. Have you all seen the videos of Hector Hernandez, of Victor Hernandez, of his death? You know what you saw if you saw those videos. You know what you felt. Some people are coming here to demand justice, but I'm begging, I'm pleading. I will do whatever I can to stop this, because what if it doesn't stop? What if an official government agency that walks the streets with guns can take away your freedom at any time and they're not held accountable? Where does that leave us? What if they can kill you on a video, have people see the video and absolutely know it's a murder, and still some government officials and police officials say, there's no problem here? This is not just going to stop on its own. Please, all of us here are doing what we can. We're simply asking you that you could do the same. Question, investigate, open closed doors, hold people accountable. Help make it possible that in another 3 years, I'm not going to be standing here reading this paragraph to another group of city council members with another large group of families living with this horrible pain, who have to say happy birthday, Merry Christmas, or even I love you to a gravestone because we didn't stop it when we could.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Letitia Barron. I am the mother of Mauricio Barron, who was shot and killed back in October 10th, 2016 after being hit by a car on the I-5 freeway in Irvine. He was unarmed and injured and was shot by a CHP officer 7 feet away. I'm here to support the family of Hector Hernandez for another senseless killing in Orange County. I'm asking Todd Spitzer and all of you to respect and look at the recent bills that were passed, AB 392, SB 1421, and the one we're currently working on, the SB 2, a decertification bill in Sacramento with Governor Newsom. We're working on, I ask that you give this family the DA report they are still waiting for, and ask that you reopen all the cases of officer-involved shootings, including mine and other impacted family members. This could happen to one of your children or your grandchildren, and you wouldn't even be, you'd be blindsided. You wouldn't even know. The call for me was pedestrian hit by a car. How did it escalate to go to the hospital and see it turned into an officer-involved shooting on a freeway while sitting in a medical room, emergency room, not knowing, saying, we're working on him, while the news is doing a live feed out of the hospital in front, and I look up, and there's my son on TV, succumbed to his injuries at this hospital where I've been waiting to hear if he was dead or alive from a car, not a shot from a cop. So you can imagine the horror that we had to face hearing that. And to this day, I've become an advocate and activist. I'm not against police. I am for police, but for accountability when it comes to officers and, you know, the power that they have, okay? And we just want all these families we're here to represent. We're here to support. They're my family now. And we respect each other and we look out for each other. So I just want to let you know that. If you do look at my son's story, I'm in litigation. I'm not in litigation. I lost. I'm on an appeals right now. The appeals court found merit because I'm against the state of California. They hired somebody to help me, and I'm going ahead with my brief and so forth. I will go all the way to the Supreme Court if I have to. The state is worried because it could become Barron's case law in the future, so I am being sued by the state and the Attorney General currently. But I will continue to fight for my son and for the other families that are here today. Thank you. Appreciate that. This is for Hector Hernandez.
My name is Deanna Cianes Sullivan. My son David Sullivan was murdered by Buena Park Police Department in your city of Fullerton. I grew up in Buena Park and Anaheim Hills. My family owns homes in Orange County, Huntington Beach. We were in Orange County helping take care of my father as he was dying of cancer. My son was pulled over while driving a vehicle that did not belong to him, but he never had a chance to be responsible for his actions. He was obviously going through a crisis. A 19-year-old, unarmed, scared kid who barely just got his permit. These cops escalated the situation in David's case, which it's clearly they did that in Hector's case. In David's case, Officer Jennifer Tran and Bobby Colin swung open his door. They did not follow protocol. They did not call for backup for Fullerton. These two Buena Park cops were behind Fullerton Airport doing who knows what. One's a motorcycle cop, one's a patrol cop. They shouldn't have even been together. But the city council is overlooking, Corey Cianes, chief of police, is overlooking. No one's holding them accountable. Todd Spitzer did not hold them accountable and dismissed the case. And no cases are being tried. These cops aren't being tried. Barely Kelly Thomas, 10 years ago? That was such a blemish. That was such a stain for Fullerton and an injustice for that poor man to be beaten to death. Just like it's an injustice for Hector Hernandez to be murdered in his front yard in front of his neighbors, children. The officer was reckless. Nobody held them accountable. Are they being drug tested, these cops? Are they being tested for steroids? We don't know the situation that they're under. Maybe they're under these great pressures that they feel like they have to be all pumped up and ready to roll in a second. There needs to be accountability. There needs to be a de-escalation. There needs to be better training. It took both of my kids, my oldest kids, Joshua Cianes and Sam Sullivan, they went to school. They got 4 years to get their bachelor's degree, or 2, 3, whatever it took them. And that's not even what cops go through in training. And my daughter, when she was working at a fast food place, there needs to be accountability. There needs to be a lot higher standards for people walking around with guns, murdering our children and our husbands and our loved ones and our brothers. Please do your job, because these cops did not. And now we can never see our kids and our husbands and our loved ones ever again. My son was 19 years old. 19. Hector's sons. They'll never see him again. Please. Thank you.
My name is Bill Brown. I'm a 47-year resident of Fullerton, and I'm here to talk about the unnecessary murder of Hector Hernandez by Officer Jonathan Farrell. Before I witnessed the murder of Hector, I was a typical citizen in the community that trusted the ability of our police department to professionally handle any situation they would respond to, and then be truthful when reporting to the community. Watching Hector lie on his back with his feet off the ground while the dog was ripping at his skin, the last thing I would expect to see was an officer move up to join in on the attack and shoot Hector 2 times between the chest and the head. The lying statements from our police department were soon to follow. There's even a YouTube video on Scene TV that night of the murder, showing Police Chief Dunn and all the involved officers talking before Sergeant Bridges tells the media what would be the beginning of a series of false lying statements to try and get the approval of the public on their side. In reality, when first confronted, Hector was an unarmed man with his hands up trying to comply the best he could. The truth is, Hector himself was assaulted in his own home, resulting in Hector trying to intimidate his attackers from his home after he was beaten up. The police department had a complete tactical breakdown on how they approached the situation. Some of the officers even displayed a complete lack of common sense when they walked a 9-year-old Hayden, his son, out the front door of his home to see his father's bleeding, dead body lying on the ground. Every time a citizen in our community is unnecessarily murdered by a police officer and there's no accountability, the loss of trust for our law enforcement agencies and our elected officials grow. There should not be one set of laws for the community and another set of laws for law enforcement. Attempts to disperse a false narrative from the Fullerton Police Department, including Chief Dunn, have proven that we can no longer rely on information provided by the chief in the murder of Hector. I am saying this to council now. You are the elected powers that can create the ability to be leaders and make changes in our city, just as the mayor and his council members did in Minneapolis because of the unnecessary murder of George Floyd. Thank you.
Okay, good evening, Council. As you may know, my name is Mike Rodriguez, and I'm a resident of Fullerton. As I stand here, I can't believe that it's been 1 year, and we are still waiting for answers around the murder of Hector. We are still waiting for disclosure of the full body cam footage and witness statements. We are waiting to understand why this officer is still on the streets. We have been told that everything is with the DA's office, that we just have to keep waiting. It's been nearly a year, and the more we look into this, the more we feel that there is wool being pulled over our eyes. Are all of the council members completely confident that everything has been done according to policy? Because we're beginning to feel that you just took Chief Dunn at his word, and that he is doing everything he can to ensure that Officer Farrell and his department are not held responsible for Hector's murder. You cannot just take someone's word for it, whether it be mine or his or hers or the chief's. Your job as our elected officials is to demand answers on our behalf, because you answer to us, not the chief. We have given you the power of authority, but it feels like you have given that power to the chief and the OC district attorney. You are the final authority to make the tough decisions about what happens in Fullerton, not the other parties. On the night of the incident, on-scene FPD Sergeant Eric Bridges and the press information officer stated at approximately 10 p.m., our officers responded to a disturbance call here at the 3600 block of West Avenue. They reported shots fired. They stated that a male subject appeared from the house and that subject was holding a knife. Lies. Numerous commands were issued to that subject to drop the knife. However, the subject did not comply. Once again, lies. At one point, the subject turned and attempted to go back into the house where it was believed that other family members were still inside the house. Finally, lies. At that point in time, the K-9 was deployed, at which time the subject in question stabbed the K-9, and then an officer-involved shooting occurred. So let me tell you what I saw from the limited body cam footage that had been released. Hector came out with his hands up. The officers barked orders for Hector to keep his hands raised, which he did, but Officer Farrell still released his K-9, which is a weapon, when it is used like he did that night. So Hector, while lying on the ground, took out his pocket knife to defend himself, and that's when Farrell cold-heartedly ran up to him and shot him twice in the chest. So I ask, do we need a Department of Justice investigation? Do we need an independent body to investigate this? We are beginning to believe that this will be the only way that justice is done. Finally, as y'all discuss next year's budget, I hope that there is a serious discussion about diverting funds from the overbloated police budget to other community wellness programs. The Justice for Hector campaign has not received any calls about this, although one of our initial demands was to develop an independent task force to review the police budget. And Councilmember Dunlap, I have emailed you 3 times about this. I hope you got them. We expect our representatives to be responsive to their constituents. But so far, you are the only one who has not acknowledged any of our outreach efforts. So a word of advice, please respond, because non-responsiveness gets elected officials voted out really quick. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kelly Williams. I am the aunt. Hayden and Cohen, that was their father that was murdered in their front yard, in his front yard. Chief Dunn, near the end of the critical incident community briefing video, says, when a critical incident such as an officer-involved shooting occurs, 3 separate and comprehensive investigations are initiated. The first investigation is conducted by the Orange County District Attorney's Office, which determines if the actions of the involved officer were within the law. The second investigation examines the criminal culpability of the suspect, here Hector Hernandez. The third is an internal administrative investigation, which determines if the officer's actions met the high standards we hold for all of our employees, and to ensure they acted in accordance with the department policy. Over the next several months, the Orange County District Attorney's Office and the Fullerton Police Department will continue to investigate and analyze this incident to determine whether the actions of the involved officer were within the law and within department policy. It has now been nearly a year. Do you council members know what the status of the administrative investigation is? Since, to our knowledge, the administrative investigation has not been completed. Since the DA has not finalized the criminal investigation, our community is left in an unlawful limbo. Witnesses to the incident seeing that they saw, the rest of us viewing what edited body cam footage has been released and wondering, why is this officer still on the streets? What diligent, proactive steps have been taken to push the investigation to a timely conclusion? Thank you.
Hello, Council. My name is Victor Espinoza. I work at U-Haul. I actually was a co-worker with Hector, sat by him. He got me into the company. I was on the streets, living actually in front of his house up until the year before that. He switched my life around. He was a giving guy to me, to a lot of other people that keep going by there still today asking for a plate of food because he used to feed people. He switched my life around. I got to live with that for the rest of my life. I've been living with it the last 2 years. I was there that night under gunpoint. The only reason for me coming out here today is, it's actually the first time, is to find out why I'm so confused about the law taking the approach they did on me under gunpoint with the dog across the street barking up a hailstorm. Why did they take the precaution and treat me with the respect they did and put me in the back of the cop car and then just go in on Hector and take 2-3 minutes just to kill him? Same thing, he had his hands up. He's being cooperative, just like me, and I made it out. I just don't get why a perfect example showing on how you're supposed to treat a potential suspect, and then there's just a total chaos that flipped over on us. Like, I'm confused. I don't get it. I was there that night. I witnessed it all. The guy had a problem with his lady. 3 kids beat him up. He owns the house. I think it's self-defense. At that point, even if you're incoherent or if you're under the influence, he never got a chance to speak. And I wish he could, because you guys would look at him a different way and feel about him a different way. He was never a guy that would commit any harm. He loved his guns. What guy doesn't? We have the right to bear arms. You know, it's the biggest problem we have, but again, he was trying to get them out of the house. They stole from him. They beat him up. I was there to defend him, and I got him to gunpoint. Thank you very much.
Hello, Mayor, members of council. My name is Andrew Foss. I'm a 29-year resident of Fullerton. I'm here today to speak on behalf of my lifelong friend and brother, Hector Hernandez, and the senseless killing of him that night on May 27th. Hector was a wonderful person. He wasn't the type of person to commit violence against anyone. And the fact that the first time he was put in that situation, he was killed is appalling to me. You know, I know our police have a job, and it's a difficult job. I understand that. But is there not something else that could have been done that evening? Could they not have slowed things down instead of rushing in to take him into custody? You know, there are policies in place for that reason. You know, they could have slowed things down. There wasn't an immediate threat to any human life that I could see. And, you know, the goal of the police is to protect human life. And I understand, you know, Hector, you know, that night was crazy and some things went down and it's unfortunate, but he did not deserve to be killed that evening. And, you know, life just won't be the same without him. Everyone in this community, you know, still, even a year later, my heart is still reeling from this. I cry frequently, and I'm not ashamed to admit it because he was loved that much by his community. And I think that, you know, we're demanding justice for him, you know, whatever that looks like. You know, I hope that you hear our concerns. I hope that you take action. And I genuinely hope that something comes of all these individuals being here to speak on behalf of him, because that should show you something. Thank you.
Hello, Council. My name is Erica Cervantes, Fullerton resident and graduate from Loyola Law School. On June 6, 2020, 10 days after the police killing of Hector Hernandez, a Black Lives Matter rally was held just right in front of this building, a mere few feet away. One of our very own council members decided to speak on that day, and I was really moved by his speech because they assured me that my city and my police chief and my police department were committed to accountability and transparency and the highest safety standards. Well, I don't feel safe. I don't feel safe that Hector's murderer continues to work in our streets. And where's the accountability? Almost a year, and no one has been held accountable for this atrocious shooting, as if it had never occurred. And finally, where's the transparency? After almost a year, we've been left with more questions than answers as it relates to this case. So here are the following questions I have. Based on the footage provided by a neighbor, Hector kept his hands up in front of at least 5 officers. So why the need to release the canine? Was it not enough for 5 armed police officers to control the situation? Second, an FPD press release mentioned that one of the reasons why the canine was released was because Hector was pacing back and forth from the street to the front door. But we don't see that in the FPD critical incident report. All I see is Hector complying with orders and keeping his hands up. And also, why did a Fullerton press officer mention that Hector came out of the house holding a knife and that Hector refused numerous commands to drop a knife, when there's footage provided by a neighbor showing Hector wasn't even holding a knife in his hands? And the FPD critical incident video, if you actually see it, the commands you can hear from the officers is put your hands up. No, there was never a mention of a knife coming from the officers. And finally, why has it taken a year for any action, for the investigating in this matter? Why almost a year? We're at the year mark. And so enough of this performative activism coming from our city and from our police department. It's offensive. It's offensive for when you speak about racial justice. It's offensive because that lacks substance. I mentioned that in the last council meeting. So enough of the performative activism. And I encourage you to just sit on the questions that I relayed to you and really think about it. And I hope you take action because there is just sincerely way too many questions and answers as it relates to this murder. Thank you.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Jennifer Rojas. I'm the Senior Policy Advocate and Organizer with the ACLU of Southern California. I'm based out of Orange County. I'm speaking today in support of and in solidarity with the Justice for Hector Hernandez Coalition. Next week, May 27th, will mark 1 full year after Hector's life was stolen suddenly and tragically by Fullerton Police Department. As you can see, Hector was a beloved member of the community and a father. He should still be with his family today. 1 year later, Hector's family and community are still waiting for answers. We have a right to know what happened the evening of May 27th. We have a right to know how the police department investigated Officer Farrell's use of deadly force against Hector Hernandez. The community must know whether the department found any wrongdoing and whether Officer Farrell violated Fullerton Police Department's use of force policy. Importantly, the community must have access to all body camera footage of the incident. The footage that is currently available to the public is highly editorialized and serves to exonerate the officer and prosecute Hector Hernandez. It should be noted that several cities in Orange County make the full body camera footage available to the families who lost their loved one at the hands of the police. The city of Fullerton can provide an opportunity to the surviving family of Hector to view the body camera footage and all investigatory records relating to Hector's death. If Hector's family wishes to do so, the city should provide the utmost care and respect to make this opportunity available to them. As the city knows, the California legislature passed as Senate Bill 1421 in 2018 because families impacted by police violence and the public at large have a right to know what happened when the police kill someone. Today, the Justice for Hector Hernandez Coalition submitted a Public Records Act request for SB 1421 records relating to Hector's death at the hands of Fullerton Police Department. Our PRA request encompasses all records within the city relating to Hector's death. This includes reports created by the police department, the records of the police department's investigations, photographic and video evidence, and the agency's disciplinary decisions. Hector's death is a matter of incredible public concern, as you can see with the numerous folks here today, his family, his friends, his neighbors. This is something the city must act on. It's incumbent on the city to act expeditiously to fulfill our Records Act request with the utmost transparency. And again, these records must be made available as soon as humanly possible to the community. Thank you so much for your time.
Hi, I'm Pablo Gomez. I've been here living in Fullerton for 56 years. May 26th, I'll be here 57. The general consensus of a lot of people I talk to about Fullerton PD, they're starting to call them murderers. That's pretty bad. They're supposed to be here to serve and protect, de-escalate certain situations, use their training, not escalate, not lose their cool, not have a preconceived notion of who's guilty, walk up to a situation like Superman with weapons and just start blasting. There's way too many other things that they could have done that night. Hector was a good guy. Nobody even knew what was going on. They heard on the 911 2 shots fired. He went out to just shoot, to get the guys away from him, not to shoot at him. They were beating him down in his own house. These were young adults. The story wasn't even out what really happened, but yet Farrell came in with the canine, the dog being so confused, actually was going to attack him. Ran to the other officers, where's the bad guy? Hector's hands were in the air, compliant. He was pacing because he's like, what next? I'm following all your commands. What do I do next? Instead of having him turn around and they cuffing him, he draws the canine on him. I mean, who's next? That's why a lot of my friends and family, they see Fullerton Police Department like murderers. They're afraid when they get pulled over. They're afraid. Oh, there's a cop. Well, I used to say, hey, I went to school with half of the Fullerton PD. I knew a lot of my friends in high school, good guys. But now, I don't know. I've had a gun drawn on me before for something as ridiculous as walking a drunk girl to her car where her husband was waiting for her to give her a ride home from the bar. And the cop right away drew his weapon, pointed at my head, said I was trying to rape her. Okay, now, if that's not escalation, not finding out what's going on, after several cops came and found out what was really going on, this was years ago, the sergeant, this is about 20 years ago. But I thought that was a fluke. Why is he going to blast my head? He doesn't even know the story. Okay, now, full circle, how many times has the Fullerton PD shot people or killed people that were compliant or unnecessarily escalated instead of de-escalating? It's ridiculous. I see that video and I cry. I just think, wow, that could be me.
Sir, thank you. Your time has expired, but thank you.
Thank you.
Buenas noches.
Good evening.
Soy una residente de Fullerton.
I am a resident from Fullerton.
Les quería hacer una pregunta a los concejales.
I wanted to ask a question to the council members.
¿Qué pasó con la persona que iban a contratar para cerrar los dispensarios?
What happened with the person that you were going to hire to close the dispensaries?
Acá en la Highline y la Orange Store hay uno.
In Highline and Orange Store, there's one dispensary.
Ya que por causa de ese dispensario,
and due to that dispensary,
ha estado viendo 2 o más accidentes por semana.
There have been 2 or more accidents per week.
Estamos esperando el reporte.
We are waiting for the report.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Buenas noches.
Good evening.
Soy residente del sur de Fullerton.
I am a resident of the south part of Fullerton.
Le quiero dar gracias a los concejales y al alcalde por esta tarde. Yo sé que ha sido un poco difícil. Gracias por escucharnos a todos.
I wanted to thank the councilman and also the mayor for listening to us. I know that this evening has been hard.
Aunque muchas veces no estamos en acuerdo, pero gracias por escucharnos.
Many times we don't agree, but thank you for listening to us.
Tengo la misma pregunta. ¿Qué pasó con la persona de códigos que iban a agarrar como part-time para cerrar los dispensarios ilegales en todo Fullerton?
I have the same question. What happened with the person that you were going to hire part-time to close the illegal dispensaries here in Fullerton?
Yo vivo enfrente de uno.
I live in front of one.
Y lamentablemente cada vez que un vecino me habla y me dice, ¿ya viste lo que está pasando enfrente de tu casa o de tu...
So unfortunately, every time a neighbor calls me and says to me, have you noticed what's happening in front of your house?
Muchas veces veo accidentes, veo personas que están cruzando la calle y no están cruzándose por los semáforos, están corriendo sus vidas en peligro.
Many times I see accidents. I see people crossing the streets without using the crosswalks, and they putting their lives in danger.
La semana pasada también vi lamentablemente una persona intoxicada. No te puedo decir qué es lo que había ingerido, pero sí vi a policías teniendo que ayudarlo a él, a llevárselo para que pasara la desintoxicación.
Last week, unfortunately, there was a person that was intoxicated, and I don't know what kind of intoxication this person had, but I saw the police taking them away to help them with that intoxication.
Realmente lo único que me gustaría saber en qué va el proceso, si ya entrevistaron a personas, si ya tienen a la persona, cuándo, porque eso fue hace 2 meses, cuándo más.
What I really want to know is that if you already are interviewing somebody, if you have a process to have that person, because that happened 2 months ago and there's nothing happening.
Eso es todo, gracias.
And that's all, thank you.
Hello, Rocio Lopez here. What would you like? I would like to know, what would you do if you had been in my shoes? Here's what happened. I was able to attend a Zoom meeting on Monday provided by one of our council members. And I was astonished to note this council member saying that some of the members of the city are and have considered leaving their post due to an unfavorable environment that the new councilors have generated. This is a kind of so-called politicking and deceiving history, which has never been successful in history. We want our council members to focus on the good and the benefit of our Fullerton city and find more budget as it has been found by all or some of the members, as these members said that they found $5 million somewhere. I don't know from where, but we would like to know also. We need our council members to maintain the main objective of this city and to keep protecting and celebrate its heritage. Use its historic assets for our economic development. The Federal Preserve of America initiative, which was designed to recognize cities, was that protected and celebrate the heritage, use the history assets for economic development and community revitalization, and encourage people to appreciate and experience local history. Resources through education and historic programs. We need to come together. This is not a way for our council members to just be part of a cheap politics. This is just a backstabbing to everyone in this city. Because as you can see, some of the people, the ladies that were here earlier, they didn't bring anything else but just complaints, and some of them offered the help. But we can see that obviously they're not helping as they should, or they could, hands-on, as some of the members have. I haven't seen one of these members doing that hands-on and showing up for our city, love Fullerton City, for our cleanups, for our sports or events that we are holding at the parks or any other places. So we would like for you all to come together and be part of this Fullerton City as the members that you should be doing. And I can tell by the way this member was saying all that, mention it with pride and laugh, like in a very, very laughable way, without respect the quality of his values and moral that he has. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, miembros del concilio.
Good
Buenas tardes,
evening,
señor
members of the council members.
Estoy aquí hoy para darle las gracias por dejarnos participar como comunidad. Mi nombre es Alma Chávez. Tengo mucho tiempo viniendo aquí, poniéndoles quejas y muchas otras cosas más.
I want to thank you for allowing us to participate as a community. My name is Alma Chavez, and I've been coming many times here to complain about many things.
Venía a preguntarles si qué han resuelto acerca de la luz de Orange Store, donde ha habido muchos accidentes. Yo fui atropellada ahí, me dijeron que iban a investigar y no sé qué pasó con ese caso. Entonces, estoy aquí para preguntarles qué pasó con eso.
I am here to ask you about the light that is in Orange Thorpe. On Orange Thorpe.
In Highland.
I was in Highland. I was run over in that cross street, and I wanted to ask you, what is that you're doing about that cross street? What is happening?
También yo sé que ya lo trataron antes, pero también tengo una pregunta para ustedes. Supe que el city manager fue despedido y ahorita está uno provisional y se están pagando 2 sueldos. Entonces yo quiero saber por qué se fue despedido si no tenemos dinero, no hay budget y estamos pagando 2 sueldos, que ese dinero se hubiera podido ahorrar hasta que esta persona terminara su contrato.
So this is something you already talked about, but I wanted to ask you. I understand that the city manager was fired, and now you have a provisional manager, and there's 2 salaries that you're paying at this moment. I want to know why, if we don't have a budget, why is that we're paying 2 salaries and the city manager got fired?
Muchas gracias por su atención.
Thank you very much for your attention.
Good evening. One more time. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I am here again asking to allocate some of the money, the recovery stimulus money that was sent from federal to help with the COVID crisis. And I would like to ask you once again to use it in drug prevention, youth programs, domestic violence, family issues, mental health due to being insulated. We're going to have a lot of problems with all these cases. I respect my men in blue, and I wouldn't, that's not my profession to be in front of the line of duty. I respect them and I back the men in blue, but we also need some type of help, mental help, and like I said, drug prevention. So if you guys could help our community, our South Fullerton, North Fullerton, and if you know any programs that are out there, please forward it to us. Forward it to us because we need those right now. The children are going crazy. The parents, the adults, everybody's going nuts. And they're getting more aggressive by the day. So I don't know if you guys experienced the nightlife downtown Fullerton, and I appreciate the men in blue posting pictures of how it's like a jungle. And I love my restaurants, but I want you, every single one of you, to walk like at 12 through 3 in the morning, walk in those streets, and you're going to see people urinating, people going crazy, kids drinking, and doing all types of drugs. And we need the support. We need our men in blue to be in the front line. We do need them. But also, I wouldn't have that profession myself. I wouldn't be in their shoes. Never. So thank you so much for allowing me to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Jeff Letourneau, former Fullerton resident and student and 20-year resident next door at Brea, but a 40-year community activist on almost all social justice issues. I wasn't there that night. I've researched as much as I can, and everybody has said all the specifics far better than I could. So I want to concentrate for just a minute on political and macro and truth to power issues that we're dealing with right here. Because this case, to a large degree, the same as Kelly Thomas, this case is like the epitome of a classic stare-down police abuse case that's happening all over the country in city councils from one coast to the other. And I'm going to conclude my remarks for doing the same thing as I did last time, and that's calling for an independent police commission that has full subpoena powers and legal authority to enforce their decisions. Let me say, first of all, that the fact that y'all are here tonight is no secret. It was probably not a secret. To think that the Fullerton Police Department is not monitoring Facebook posts, of most of the people here, it would be silly. And the fact that the police chief is not here tonight, I find, is the epitome of a non-transparent who gives a damn, send someone else there. I'm just going to keep dragging my feet and hiding. Here's what we know. We know that the police department takes half the budget. We know that because of the Brown Act, y'all are prohibited from getting together and trying to figure out these problems. We know that the inordinate power of the Fullerton POA makes it such that many of you feel you will not win re-election if you don't do their bidding. The fact that somehow a non-independent evaluation of this murder allowed this officer for an entire year, an officer who I think is clearly mentally and emotionally unstable in times of crisis, to get up every morning and put on a gun and go into the community and have no repercussions and no accountability. And the same thing is going to happen again. To think it won't is only rolling the dice and waiting for the next time. So, and as if all of that isn't institutionally bad enough, you have a district attorney who is facing an incredibly tough re-election campaign, who is trying to obfuscate and drag his feet and do nothing and put the pressure back on you. If we had this commission, and if you all have political cover, and if that committee called for redirecting some of the police budget to mental health professionals and others that could have handled this situation 100 times better, everything from top to bottom would be better. You all are the boss of the police chief, and he's not here tonight. Shame on him. And I sure as hell hope he's here next month, because this crowd is going to keep coming and get bigger and bigger and bigger. We need that commission, and we need it now. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Whitaker and Council. Mayor Whitaker was actually someone who supported civilian police oversight, gave it a fair hearing before a city council 10 years ago, allowed Sean Payton and I to do a presentation of a complete plan we'd put together. I hope that there's a possibility for that same opportunity again. So 10 years ago, when Fullerton residents argued for accountability and oversight of the police department, the Fullerton City Council told Fullerton residents that they are the body that will hold the Fullerton police accountable. But almost a year after Officer Farrell killed Hector Hernandez, Officer Farrell is still on the force and on the streets. There has been no accountability. You don't have to wait for the district attorney to file charges for you to act. Watching the video, any reasonable Fullerton resident would recognize the failures that occurred the night Mr. Hernandez was killed, despite the only video being released to the public having editorializing and being marked up with arrows, the same as we have seen in 2 prior shootings by the FPD. As our elected representatives, we pray that you, our council, sees what we see. Chief Dunn reports directly to you. Direct Chief Dunn to remove Farrell from the force and instill trust to the public in the FPD, the City Council, and the City of Fullerton.
Hello, Council. I'm going to read a statement from someone who can't be here due to health reasons, a real Fullerton OG. Here goes. I am Dr. Richard M. Ramirez, a Fullerton resident since 1955, third-generation Californian, a 5.5-year U.S. Air Force veteran, Dean Emeritus of Fullerton College, and a former member of the Police Chiefs Advisory Board. I share this brief background so you can appreciate who I am and to let you know that after viewing the brief video of the Hector Hernandez incident, I feel obliged to ask you to take bold action to direct the city administration to form an external body to investigate and assess the facts as to why Mr. Hernandez was killed a year ago next week. Obviously, I don't have access to all the related facts regarding the incident, but as an educator for 38 years at Fullerton College, I realized I needed to study related policy language to better grasp and understand the concept deadly force. I read the FPD policy manual to thoroughly understand the use of force policy, specifically Chapter 3, General Operations, page 40, Section 300, Force Prevention Policy, pages 41 to 48, subsection 300.2, factors used to determine the reasonableness of force. It's evident that the term reasonableness is the fundamental premise for all the related language under this policy. I also learned that police officers in the field need to make split-second decisions to apply the use of force, something I'd never want to experience. A number of factors are cited to lend clarity when use of force needs to be considered. When I viewed the video, I considered the cited factors and weighed the factors relative to the shooting of Mr. Hernandez. Somehow, those factors and the action taken did not synchronize. Thus, I ask you, council members, to ask the following questions when you take the bold action to approve an investigation of the incident. Was it reasonable to release the police dog on Mr. Hernandez when he was not showing resistance or fleeing? Was it reasonable to shoot Mr. Hernandez multiple times when he was on his back and not presenting any threat? Was it reasonable to shoot Mr. Hernandez in front of his family and leave his children traumatized for life? Was it reasonable to execute such aggressive behavior toward Mr. Hernandez when it appeared there was no order relative to command presence? Of course, there are many other questions that need to be pursued and answered to ensure all the facts are thoroughly collected and appropriate findings and recommendations can be submitted. I want you to understand that I'm a strong advocate and supporter of the FPD. As a matter of fact, I was one of the initial members of the Fullerton Police Chief Advisory Board when Chief Hughes first established that body of community members about 8 years ago. However, when I viewed the video, I found it to be very disturbing and felt obligated to submit public comments. I endorse the traditional police department motto, to protect and serve. What seriously worries me is, has this most historic motto been redefined? Peace, Dr. Ramirez. Do I have any more time? I'm Fern. I know some of you will say there's not much you can do about this particular case until Todd Spitzer's endless investigation is over, and maybe you're right, but you could at least, in honor of Hector, Kelly Thomas, and many other innocent people killed by Fullerton police, call a special public meeting on creating a real powerful police reform board. One that reports, 10 more seconds, one that reports to the council instead of the chief, one with subpoena power, and one that can make recommendations on policies and funding that will help the police actually protect and serve the people of Fullerton. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Amina Mirzakazi. I'm a Fullerton resident. So I wanted to touch again upon the differences between the criminal investigation and the administrative investigation for reviewing whether the officer's actions were within Fullerton Police Department policy. And honestly, I'm having trouble making heads or tails of it. And I wonder if you know what the policy is. And I'm not asking that rhetorically. Subsection 305.7 says of the police policies, in addition to all other investigations associated with an officer-involved shooting or death, this department will conduct an internal administrative investigation of FPD officers to determine conformance with department policy. The investigation will be conducted under the supervision of the Internal Affairs Unit and will be considered a confidential officer personnel file. However, former policy of the Fullerton Police Department under Chief Danny Hughes, available online, says that there will be a use of force board convened for officer-involved shootings, and that the chief has discretion whether to convene this use of force review board before or after the criminal investigation has been completed. But on your current policy, authored by Lexipol and dated December 22nd, 2020, there's no longer a subsection on the convening a use of force review board. And there is only, as I could find, one mention of convening such a board. So what is the process for administratively reviewing use of force? And not just for use of force, but an administrative investigation can cover the use of a canine unit, whether the reporting structure was followed, and command during the incident. For example, one officer yelled after Hector was shot twice, "I got verbal," and the other officers remained quiet. Where was this instruction at the beginning of the incident? Did they unnecessarily create a chaotic scene? Who is reviewing this? After hearing everything we're sharing, that the department's narrative doesn't add up, that there hasn't been clarity on the administrative investigation, that the families are desperate for answers and accountability, aren't you starting to wonder, the 5 of you? Are you completely confident in the chief's decision to continue Officer Farrell to patrol our streets? Are you confident that the department policy is clear on conducting administrative investigations? Are you confident in FPD's use of canine units to attack suspects, even when other less harmful means are available to subdue and arrest subjects? Are you confident that there wasn't a breakdown in command and the officers didn't needlessly create a confusing and chaotic scene? Are you confident that they appropriately de-escalated the situation as required by departmental policy and California state law? Shouldn't you be asking these questions as our elected representatives? Chief Dunn stated that the administrative and criminal investigations were to take place over several months, and this was last May or June that he said this. But it's been nearly a year. Hector was murdered just 2 days after George Floyd, and in that time, Derek Chauvin has been charged, tried, and convicted of his murder. Where is our justice for Hector?
Good evening, Council. My name is Tanya McCrory, Fullerton resident. I'm here tonight to address the fact that 2 of our council members are complicit in a cover-up of police and past council corruption. Worse yet, when a local reporter, Josh Ferguson, tried to expose this corruption, Councilman Silva and Zara voted to sue him in an effort to silence him. They drove him out of his job with 3 small children at home. They tried to bury him in legal fees. He even received threats from the police department, all in a hope that you could muzzle him. But he didn't stay quiet. He fought fearlessly, and the people of this city stood by him, and somehow, miraculously, the truth won. Councilmember Jung and Dunlap, you were not here when the vote to sue Josh Ferguson took place, but Councilmember Silva, Zara, and Whitaker were. And of the 3 of you, only Mayor Whitaker had the moral backbone to vote no on this disgraceful act of injustice. Councilman Silva and Zara, I came to both of you individually and asked you to reconsider your position. You dismissed me outright. Instead, you pushed the lies and the lawsuit to the bitter end, to further your own political agendas and to outright participate in covering up police misconduct. The irony is, it was the 2 of you who I saw at the Black Lives Matter rally, calling for police reform. This is hypocrisy at its finest. You put your hand in the pocket of every Fullerton citizen and stole $800,000 for this baseless and immoral lawsuit. Money that could have gone to fixing our roads, opening our museum, beautifying our parks. Instead, you chose to use that money for what? To cover up that our past city manager drove home drunk, crashed into a tree, and got nothing but a little slap on the wrist for the same kind of crime that we would have gone to jail for? For what? For covering up the education police officer who was filming up the skirts of high school girls? Is this what you're spending our money on? Clearly, you have decided that the rules don't apply to you or the police, only us peasants. Is that it? Rules for thee, but not for me. In the light of this complicit criminal activity, I ask that Councilman Zara and Silva step down from your seats as council members and formally apologize to the people of Fullerton, most especially the 2 men whose lives you tried to ruin for speaking the truth. There is no doubt that this is another black mark on Fullerton's history, but I would like to take a moment to thank Council members Jung, Dunlap, and Whitaker for doing the right thing, and in doing so, restoring dignity to Fullerton. Thank you.
We
We have several speakers, I believe, on consent item number 4. Go ahead, Bernard. You can meander up there while I do this. Do you want them to speak during public comments, or do you plan on pulling that item? Or would you like to mull it over while we take the rest of our speakers?
Give me a moment. Yes.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Bernard, and I am a resident of Fullerton. I wanted to thank Ken Domer for his service to our city. Even though he's a tragic Trojan, he was very responsive and incredibly helpful whenever I asked. I am disappointed with the new council majority for removing Ken Domer and replacing him with a private consultant with zero city experience. And now we are paying double. This is what you call fiscal responsibility. It doesn't make sense. What kind of leadership is that? It seems all you had to do was come up with the ideas that you already said you had and just give him better direction. It's time to grow up and be accountable for your words and actions. Let's see what this new council majority can come and do and accomplish. Because I fell from 18,000 feet and landed on a bridge, so I have mobility issues. What is your excuse for your inaction? Go Bruins. Oh, and Mo, I actually watch the video replay at home. That's why I don't stay.
Mayor, I'll correct myself. It's item 8. It's whatever item is short-term rentals. I have number 4 stuck in my head tonight for some reason. I apologize.
Yes, I think it's likely that we'll take those at the time that we discuss the item.
And it looks like we are ready for Zoom comments.
All right, I will call the first hand raised here, Charles Lindahl.
Good evening, council members. I appreciate the opportunity to comment. My name is Charles Lindahl. I'm a 45-year resident of Fullerton. I want to address the proposed outsourcing of the management of the Fullerton Tennis Center. I speak for more than 70 people who play regularly at the tennis center, and I personally play there 5 to 6 times a week. We have 4 questions for your consideration. 1, does the council know the request for proposals was issued without involving the local tennis community? 2, what is the problem that can be solved by having a private company run the tennis center? 3, is the council aware that the tennis center is in good financial condition, making a $40,000 profit so far this fiscal year? 4, what is the city's objective in outsourcing management of the tennis center? The players I represent would like to work with the city to preserve the current effectiveness of the tennis center. We are very happy with its operation, but we are concerned about any changes that might jeopardize its high level of service to the Fullerton community, and are eager to participate in efforts to sustain its effectiveness. We are well aware of the problems that can occur when tennis facilities are outsourced. Player satisfaction and service tend to suffer when the profit motive is introduced. We feel it is important to retain local control of our excellent tennis facility. It is highly regarded in tennis circles. The United States Tennis Association awarded our center a grant last year to promote the development of tennis in this area, and the center has hosted a number of important tournaments. We will be asking you to meet with individual council members during the next 2 weeks to learn more about your views on this and to explore how our tennis players can work with the council to preserve this valuable community asset. We understand this issue is scheduled to be considered by the council at its June 1 meeting and look forward to participating in that discussion. Thank you for your attention to this important matter.
Samantha Luis.
That's me. My name is actually Samantha Jacobson. I am coming to you as the co-founder and president of Confessions of a Venue Manager. The purpose of me coming here and coming to this discussion with the city council is to bring in to question the current lease at 3815 Commonwealth Avenue. It's a city-owned property and a lease that was obtained and that the Orange County Superior Court has already awarded Michael Blackstone $1.2 million. I'm here to say that I witnessed the airport manager, Brendan O'Reilly, and also the owner of the current leaseholder, Hangar 21, Rob Sims, a former La Habra Police Department officer, working together to force this tenant out of his lease. I know that because I worked alongside Rob Sims and his ways for the last couple of years, and only after exiting the company and deciding to leave did I receive numerous threats and text messages and phone calls to promise them that I wouldn't work against them and I wouldn't work against their exclusive caterer, Jay's Catering. But I'm also here to say that I have documents and records of Hangar 21 and Jay's Catering and the contract that they signed several months prior to the lease agreement that was approved by the city council in December. And most recently, I do want to also call into question the Fullerton Police Department because they reported 2 crimes that were being committed on April 20th, approximately 10 a.m. This man, Rob Sims, has threatened me and my family several times. So this to me was the last attack on my family and the last attack against me. Of course, I was well aware of the situation. I was well aware of his ways. I got myself and my brother into safety and out of harm's way because I knew the threat that Rob Sims was ensuing on him. He's a former police officer. He was verbally attacking him. He was driving his car at I don't know what speeds, ran over tie downs, ran over a curb towards this person's direction. And I don't know about you, but if anybody was driving a car at any speed towards me, ran over tie downs and a curb, that is, to me, absolutely wrong and uncalled for. So for this city, for the people, for the police department to stand by this man and his actions, I already have that there's been a public request for the 911 calls or the business lines, body cam footage and CAD files, which I don't even know what those are.
And that's your 3 minutes.
The city is continuing to cover up these things.
Okay, this is a phone caller with the last 3 digits of their phone number being 679.
Hello. Good evening, Mayor and City Councilors. My name is Adam Overton, and I'm a faith-rooted organizer with CLUE, Clergy and Lady United for Economic Justice in Orange County. My first comment tonight is regarding the tragic officer-involved killing of Hector Hernandez, who lost his life nearly a year ago. We speak tonight in solidarity with his families and friends and with the Justice for Hector Coalition. To our knowledge, the administrative investigation of Hector's death at the hands of Fullerton police has still not been completed. This failure to complete the investigation, in addition to various decisions and inaction of the Fullerton Police Department and this council, have left the community deeply worried about their own safety, wary of ever again calling the police in an emergency. For example, despite the investigation not being completed, Police Chief Dunn has decided to let Officer Farrell continue to patrol the streets of Fullerton. This is a direct offense to our community and sends a message that the Fullerton police officers are free to shoot and kill with complete impunity. Upon seeing the fragments of police video footage of that tragic evening and hearing from family and eyewitnesses, the community is convinced that Hector's death was completely avoidable and that the use of force shown was gross and inexcusable. We call on this council to speak up against this and demand Officer Farrell be removed and that real justice be served. Also, in this day, we still permit police officers to use canine dogs to attack and apprehend human beings. It's incredibly cruel. Chief Dunn's inaction sends a message that de-escalation is not a priority of the Fullerton Police Department, and that the aggressive use of canine dogs and the use of lethal force, as witnessed that night, are routine protocol. Originally, it was stated that the administrative and criminal investigations were to take several months to complete, but instead it has now been nearly a year. Hector was murdered just 2 days after George Floyd was murdered, and in that case, former officer Derek Chauvin has been charged, fired, tried, and convicted of George Floyd's murder. We, as the community, would like to know, where is the accountability? Where is the remaining body camera footage? Where is our justice for Hector Hernandez? I myself am Jewish, and in my tradition, our rabbis say, whosoever destroys a single life, it is as if he destroyed an entire world. And whosoever saves a single life, it is as if he saved an entire world. 1 year ago, an entire world was brutally extinguished at the hands of the Fullerton Police Department, throwing Hector's family, friends, and his entire community upside down and left bearing the weight of this immeasurable loss. And with the immeasurable feel that Officer Farrell or other officers will remain free, trained, and encouraged to act the same. We ask that you please step up tonight and in the months to come to hold Officer Farrell and the Fullerton Police Department accountable and divert the community's tax dollars
And
from
that's your
going
3
into
minutes.
the police department to instead fund community services and alternatives to our deadly over-reliance on the police. Thank you so much.
Fullerton Observer.
Hi, this is Matt Leslie. I heard several people mention the past proposal for a Fullerton Police Commission. I wanted to let the council members know that that proposal is online, as a matter of fact, still. You can find that at fullertonrag.com and just look for the link proposal for a Fullerton Police Commission. That's at fullertonrag.com. Thank you.
Jane Reifer.
Good evening, Mayor Whitaker and council members. I wanted to understand a little bit more about the groundwater corrective measures that are discussed in item 6. So if that can be pulled from the consent calendar regarding the toxic elements in the groundwater that can be removed with the new wells and so forth, so we can understand that better. Thank you very much.
All right, telephone caller with the last 3 digits, 271. Caller 271, I see you were unmuted, but we cannot hear you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey everyone, my name is Bulmaro Vicente. The folks call me as Boomer. I'm a resident of Santa Ana, and I'm also an organizer with Chicanos Unidos and Chispa, 2 political organizations here in Orange County. And I'm here just speaking in solidarity with the friends and family of Hector Hernandez. I'm here to support, their fight, their advocacy We're also part of the Hector Hernandez committee. And, we're here just like asking, for justice and accountability and transparency of the Fullerton Police Department. And I think folks have made it perfectly clear the fact that, we've seen it in countless occasions how police cannot investigate themselves. And really how this is just further reason and further, just further evidence why we need, an independent police review commission, one with subpoena power, investigatory abilities, and also the ability to hire and fire police chiefs and discipline officers. Throughout the past 2 years, we've seen this really epidemic of police violence ongoing throughout this country. And as Orange County, as city council members, you all have a responsibility to really uphold transparency and accountability within the local police department. So that's all I'm here, just to really speak in solidarity with the friends and family of Hector Hernandez, and also just seeking the termination of Officer Farrell, who still continues to be on the force and who is a harm to our communities. So that is all. Thank you.
With that, Mr. Mayor, there are no more Zoom comments.
All right. I do see one more person wishing to speak. Is that your intent, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. We'll make you the very last speaker then. I don't see anyone else lined
I'm
up.
going to use this one or that one.
That's fine.
All right. My name is Paul Hike. I reside in Anaheim, actually Costa Mesa. Your shelter at 3535 needs to be a walk-in, walk-out. They're running it like a mini prison. The first van out is 10 a.m. They've got people that have to go to the methadone that starts at 4:30 in the morning, and then they say, we'll take you to your appointments. We'll take you here, we'll take you there. And they don't have any B-rated drivers, and it's within a half a mile of 2 buses, which means it could be a walk-in, walk-out. And Illumination doesn't know how to run a shelter. We ought to get the CERT teams from the cities to run those shelters. We can run them. CERT teams are trained to run with what comes through the door. The guys we have coming in, a lot of them are out of work. Construction, plumbing, maintenance, cooks, chefs, and the Mercy House has a driver right now with 5 violations for bullying Amtrak, Flex, Greyhound by OC Sheriff, Amtrak Police, and one other, the City Police. And when we get him into court, Mercy House says, oh, you don't have to stop at railroad tracks. And they have no DOTs, no Cal, no TP, and the winter shelter, the Armory, it's being run by dishonest cops. They don't allow you to bring your gear in. Leave your gear here. You got a service dog, leave him here. You got a wheelchair that's $12,000 to $18,000, leave it here. There's no place in Fullerton to lock them up. They'll disappear and be gone. And they don't know how to work with hospital dumps either. They have no medical. They cause your paramedic squads to scramble. And on that, your paramedics bill the client $387 a call. And they get federal funds. By law, they should have nurses in all their shelters. And their managers should treat those people with respect, and their security at Kramer at 3535 keep the door open. They freeze you out. And it should be a walk-in, walk-out. In fact, why don't you go take a look at L.A.? The sheriff over there on the facilities let them run a walk-in, walk-out when it's within walking distance, half a mile.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. Thank you. All right. And with that, then we will bring the discussion back to City Council. First, I don't know whether you have anything to respond to at this point, Mr. Acting City Manager.
Just a couple quick items. For the cannabis, we had a question on that, and from the information I have, the new person for enforcement starts on June 1st. So we have someone for that. I met with County Supervisor Chafee today, and he let us know that there are more opportunities for mobile COVID vaccination services if we choose to have those, and he'd be happy to do that. And then tomorrow, the COVID, we go from the orange tier to the yellow tier, less restrictive, starting tomorrow. That's it.
All right. And it's time for council member comments. Anyone care to lead off?
I'll start, Mr. Mayor. I just want to, again, I was at the Hunt Library meeting this past weekend, and that seems like it's moving quickly, so thank you to all the residents that have been advocating for that, and hopefully we'll get it done. And I want to thank the police chief and the Richmond Community Center for getting that Hope Center up and running quickly, and hopefully we can get that and better serve the people out who are currently homeless. Thank you.
Councilmember Jung.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor and Council, recently a legal settlement was announced and made local headlines. For me, this entire ordeal was a reckless pursuit of revenge on the part of previous council members. It wasn't just. It hardly was necessary. Previous administration could have found a different way to deal with all of this in a timely manner. They just made a choice not to. In the process, wasted taxpayer funds. The question must be asked, was this the best way to use the city's power? If the critical examination were nonpartisan, the answer would undoubtedly be an emphatic no. Elected office is not a giving tree metaphor. You cannot be narcissistic. You have to give yourself over to the public and those who serve them. It is at best an imperfect altruism. We as the city council set policy. We trust the city attorney, city manager, and city staff to carry out the council's direction. But if there is a lack of leadership from either the city council, city manager, or the city attorney, is it fair to condemn city staff for these missteps? This relationship between city council and the city manager, the city attorney, and city staff cannot be taken for granted. It requires great attention, takes even greater work to establish and continue to maintain. The public picking apart my words and analyzing my every action is fair. It certainly should not be triggering to critically think about the actions or inactions of the past, because we can find teaching moments for what is to come. It hardly serves the greater good to pretend we live in a perfect city with no problems just to make us all feel good. It is better to give the public and our valued city staff an unsparing assessment as to how we as a governing body got here, so we all have the tools to change our city in a better direction moving forward. I hope our residents of our city and our city staff who serve them find solace in decision-making and policy without council contempt. Aimless vanity lawsuits will be a thing of the past. We had a speaker here speak about fiscal responsibility. It starts with these lawsuits. Fullerton's better and best days are ahead of it, and I, for one, am honored to be witness to its great progress. Finally, Mr. Mayor, the end of May is Memorial Day. We should all commemorate the men and women who served our country valiantly and those who paid the ultimate sacrifice for liberty. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Fullerton is often referred to as the education community. But it's also known for many of us here in Fullerton and outside as a baseball community. Of course, because of the great Fullerton Titans and their many College World Series victories, but also home to professional baseball legends as well, including the late great Tommy Lasorda. But recently, we also lost another legend, and that was former Boston Brave, longtime Fullerton resident Del Crandall, who passed away recently. And so, his passing received some great coverage, both in the local media, the Orange County Register, and also in the news. But he was somebody who was very active in the community and contributed to many local causes as well. So, those are my comments for this evening, and I'll turn it over back to you.
Sure, thank you. Councilmember Zara.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I want to acknowledge the pain in this, that Mr. Hernandez's family and friends are going through. It is certainly a difficult time that I can't imagine for you. What I'd like is for us to, as a council, maybe receive an update on this case, at least. I know it's been a long time, and I know it is at the DA's office currently, but maybe this could be something that I know it's difficult for us to discuss this because it is an active investigation. But at least maybe we can receive an update on it at some time, maybe at the next council meeting. The other thing I'd like to just clarify is the settlement that recently happened. Is that there's one thing that has always been missing in this discussion is the fact that there were private information that included social security numbers and other medical records that of our staff that was obtained by Mr. Ferguson and Mr. Curley. This forced the city to try to retrieve this information. The discussion was always revolving around whether that information was obtained by the party, by these individuals, legally or illegally. That was a lot of what was debated in the public. However, the fact of the matter is that, and the settlement has revealed, that they in fact did possess this type of information. I asked the public, if you find someone's private information, a wallet, what do you do? Do you return it, or do you hold it until some sort of settlement? So while I was, and I think my colleagues who were in closed session with me would attest that I was always a fan of a settlement, an early settlement, and in fact the city had approached the individuals early on to settle this case, just return these private and confidential information, but unfortunately that was never the case, and the city was forced to go the legal route in order to protect itself from litigation from any of these individuals whose information was exposed. And now, as sometimes these processes take a long time, and while I did not support the final settlement because of language, and I believe I think it was done in haste, and there was some language that I thought still opened the city to certain liability. That is something we will know in the future. However, I'm glad this is behind us, but I just wanted to clarify that point because I think the truth matters and the full story matters as well. Now, I want to also just talk about one more thing, which is I know we talk a lot about transparency. I've noticed that some of our cubicles, now city council members, we get cubicles, had been completely emptied in anticipation of building offices for our city council members. And I want to ask that this is going to require, these are vanity offices, I mean, we're never going to use them, but I want to ask if we can agendize this item for the public session so that the council can discuss and debate in public and we can have the opportunity to vote on it, because there will be some money, public money expensed this. So I want to see if I can get one of my council colleagues to second this so that it can come to to the public session.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
All right.
Last thing I just want to talk about, just to give an update on our museum. I serve on the museum board representing the city. We have been trying our best to reopen the museum. COVID did quite a bit of a number on our museum, and as with other services as well. But I'm happy to report that progress is being made. We do have an exhibit that I'm very excited about. It's an exhibit called Have Blues Will Travel. It's a historical look at the difficulties that traveling blues musicians endured in the Jim Crow era. Have Blues Will Travel was inspired by also the 2018 film, The Green Book. This will open. This is our anticipated grand opening of the museum on July 1st. So we're all working towards that. And, there's still some challenges. I think one of the biggest things is we do need some staffing levels. And as we discuss our budget coming this next few weeks, I hope that we can restore some of our staffing levels so that we can provide our services and restore our museum at the same time. That is all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. As far as requesting some results on the long-running investigation, I certainly am on board with that. And in fact, I'd be happy to sign as mayor a letter to the district attorney requesting overdue information on the incomplete investigations that have been going on. If I have the consent of the council, I will do that. We don't need to wait another meeting. That will happen. Okay? Agreed. All right. Thank you. I appreciate that. You know what happens very often with council comments after public comments, as we talk about events that have occurred in the city, some of the positive efforts, trying to highlight those who are doing what they can to better our city. And I have a few of those, but they really pale in comparison with what we listen to here in public comments. I want to run through just a few of those. The Hunt Library, I'm very glad to see progress moving forward on that. The meeting that I attended, the brainstorming session, I thought was very positive, and I appreciate any and all help by members of the council to help bring some of those visions into reality. I appreciate your cooperation on that. My wife and I attended Meals on Wheels over at the community center, handing out meals to those who are in need of that assistance and who will benefit from the good nutrition and the thought and preparation that goes into what they provide. It was very nice to talk with some of the people who were coming by to pick up some of their supplies, which are frozen, allows them to have an emergency place to turn in the event that their normal menu gets disrupted. But it was a very positive event. I was invited by the Seroptimists. They held an event at the Twisted Vine, which provided awards to 3 women of distinction, of merit, who are moving forward into their completed schooling, most of them, and moving forward into professional endeavors in their lives. And their discussion of where they came from and where they're going now was very moving. The first virtual Aqua Conference, Association of California Water Agencies, was held last week. And there were some fits and starts with the technology on it. But there's one thing to report for the Orange County Water District, which serves 2.4 million customers in the northern 2/3 of Orange County. Was singled out and received the Hill Award for excellence and innovation. OCWD was the first to create a water processing plant to remove PFAS contamination from our local groundwater. The Kimberly well was the very first one in this region to be able to be constructed and installed, and it begins operation here at the end of this month. And that was singled out as one area where OCWD responded rapidly to this concern and concerns about further loss of wells, of some of our water wells, should the concentrations of PFAS become too high. But all those are more or less typical reports by a council member or by the mayor at this time. You know, I greatly resent that as mayor and council members that we have been rendered silent on the Hector Hernandez situation. There are many reasons for that, many legal reasons, but it nonetheless does not alleviate the frustration that I felt for nearly a year now, as we've talked about. I was on board a decade ago. I had been a council member for about 7 months, actually 6 to 7 months, when the Kelly Thomas matter happened. And it puts you in just an impossible situation as a council member or mayor because of the way that we're so bound legally and ask so much to hold still and be silent and say nothing for a long time. I want to express my deepest condolences to Hector's family members, friends, neighbors, and co-workers. Events such as this one can forever change a neighborhood and can forever change a family, wreck hopes for peace, and leave a deep and lasting ache. Heightened insecurity, apprehension, pain, and continued trauma. I do want to thank those who came tonight to make us aware of what you've witnessed or what you've dealt with in trying to resolve this matter. And I do believe that if you were promised that an investigation might take several months, that we're certainly well beyond that milestone at this point. So it's there comes a time for action. We've been held back in terms of seeking that information, that final resolution on this. And, you know, I was also a member of the council that following the Kelly Thomas, the death of Kelly Thomas, that we were one of the first police agencies to require body cams. And I know that this event was very well covered by multiple body cams. And part of the reason for that council's decision and insisting upon that was we wanted to be able to receive a full accounting of an incident of this sort. And here we are, you know, closing in on a year, and we don't have that full accounting. There is information on the internet, I've been told. I'm not sure that I've seen. I actually haven't even seen at this point what the police have provided, what our own police department has provided. But I assure you I will do that over the next couple days. We'll make sure that that happens. And I want to thank you and everyone else for coming and speaking tonight. Those who have concerns about our budget, I think that our budget process may be in a very healthy mode at the moment, considering the difficulties of this past year, the lockdown. It looks as though the economy, at least for the time being, hasn't been severely damaged beyond control, as long as they keep printing more money, I guess. But with that, I would just urge some patience on the budget process. It's got to be one of the more difficult ones that a council has. You know, I've been here, this is my 11th year, and this is indeed a difficult set of choices that we have this year. So thank you again for your patience. And with that, I guess we're ready to begin our meeting. I did, Madam Clerk, I heard a request to pull, was it item number?
They'd like to pull 8.
Yes, item number 8.
And number 6 was requested.
And then number 6 was requested by a caller.
And number 8, not 4.
Mm-hmm.
And then, Mr. Mayor?
Sure.
I just have a question on number, excuse me, number 7, if I can ask that now before we move them. The question was, on the item, there was a listing that says that that property would be offered to agencies under the 54222 code, and I was just wondering if we can get an explanation of who those agencies are.
Sure.
Yes, so thank you, Councilman Silva. So the section references the Government Code Section 54222. The notice of availability, this is for the surplus land declaration. It's two entities, really. It's any local public entity, as well as all housing sponsors. So what that means is affordable housing developers register with the State Department of Housing and Community Development, and then this notice is sent to everybody who has requested to be notified when a surplus property is declared.
Okay, thank you. And then just before we move the items, I'm going to just letting everyone know that I'll have to recuse myself on item 9 since I live in that area that it's coming up.
Okay, we'll make that. What I'd like to do is these 2 items that have been pulled, I'd like to consider a motion on the balance if there are no other requests by council members. And then I think we ought to just handle those 2 consent items before we move to our regular.
So moved.
I'll move the item. Second.
All right, moved and seconded. We're down 1 member here, but yes, please, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Jung.
Aye.
Councilmember Silva.
Aye, with the exception of item 9.
Or 9, got it. Mayor Pro Tem Dunlap. And Mayor Whitaker.
Aye.
And we will record Councilmember Zara's vote when he returns, but everything has passed 4-0 or 3-0, 3-1 with the recusal on number 9.
And with that, we do have item number 6 is the first of the consent items that was pulled. And do we have Meg McWade? Yes. Please enlighten us on this item. That is a good question. And to clarify, this is VOCs, right? Volatile organic compounds, right? Which were the result of degreasers and items of that sort in the past. So that's part of what we've been dealing with for a long time in the North County here, the plumes, which have been creating high concentrations within the shallower portions of the aquifer of our basin. Were this, but I assume these aren't as deep. Is that?
They are not.
Okay.
Yes.
So a much shallower situation that they're moving to correct.
Yes, sir.
To make better. Okay. Anything else we should know about this?
No, I don't think so.
We'll leave it to the attorneys. And so with that, I would entertain a motion if there's no further question on the
public
part
comment from Mrs. Reifert, as I recall.
Yeah.
Yes, and we would.
Do we have any Zoom comments on this item?
We do. Jane Reifer.
Hello again, Mayor and council members. I was trying to just understand a little bit about this because I had seen this issue brought up, years ago when Hughes was still there, that there was toxicity seeping into our groundwater. I was particularly interested because of the Baston Cherry water well being actually having to, that company that ran Baston Cherry Waters had to move because of the toxicity. They couldn't sell water that had some of these trace chemicals, so they moved and started a new well somewhere else in town. But this had been the historic site. I believe this had been the historic site of the Baston Cherry Waters company. In any case, I'm trying to just understand it because it looks fairly extensive still. And maybe we could get just a tiny bit of history on it and then understand what the new agreement is in contrast to the older agreement without seeing strikeout and redlining. I can't tell. Also, I do see on the map that there are quite a few sections of pipe and wells that are on city right-of-way, but many say that they are not on city right-of-way. So is that Orange County Flood Control District, or what is the other entity that where the other sections are? In other words, some of these things could be explained and contrasted so we could kind of get the sense of what the issues are. That would be great. I know this concerns everyone because it's water and there are, adjacent neighbors and so forth that would also likely be interested. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Anyone else care to address this issue? Seeing none in the audience, we'll bring it back to the council.
I'll move the item.
Okay.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Are there any further comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Jung.
Aye.
Councilmember Silva.
Aye.
Councilmember Zara.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Dunlap. Mayor Whitaker.
Aye.
Passes unanimously.
Did you also want to register Mr. Zara's vote on the consent calendar?
You?
Yes, I'm sorry. I went out while that was happening. I would vote yes.
Thank you.
Item number 8. This is the resolution setting the number of whole house short-term rental permits permitted in the city of Fullerton. Mr. Folks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a follow-up item from our discussion on May 4th regarding that setting of that number. So the previous action had been a second reading of an ordinance that would have prohibited whole house rental in its entirety. That ultimately failed at second reading, and there was some direction from this council to come back with a revised resolution setting the new number of whole house rental, short-term rental permits at 100. So that is the resolution before you this evening for consideration.
Okay. Any comments by council before we ask for public input?
Yeah, I've spoken a lot on the item, and I guess I'll reserve my comments for this evening after the public has spoken.
Certainly. We would ask at this time for any members of the public who wish to address this item to come forward to the microphone here. And at the same time, anyone wishing to Zoom in a comment or call, certainly at any time, you'll be put on hold for that.
Are we ready?
Yes.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
My name is George Manguian. I'm a resident here in Fullerton. I grew up, and I bet all of you guys live here in, of course, the city. It's an educational town, like somebody mentioned earlier. College town. I want my kids to be, they grew up here. I want my grandkids to grow in this neighborhood. It's a beautiful, calm city. I say let's business stay where business is. It's downtown Disney. That's where everybody comes from all the other cities and have business. We don't need it in our neighborhoods. We don't need our houses to be exposed to people that don't belong there. They can go to hotels and rent out. You guys all like to wake up in the mornings and know who your neighbors are, right? How would you feel you wake up and who's that? Across the street that you don't know, you see a new car, something happening. That's what we're trying to prevent here. Loss of homes for young couples to start moving in. Maybe rental spaces for people to rent out. And also jobs. Somebody has to clean them. How are they being paid? Who's taking care of that? Who's being responsible? So we got to keep business where businesses are supposed to be, not in our residents. We want to know who our residents are, who our neighbors are. I know who my neighbors were when I was growing up, and I want to just keep it that way, okay? Most people that want to bring business, they don't even live here. They live in their nice places out there by the beach, somewhere, another place. They're not living here. And how do they know the people that come and stay here do their business here when there's Laguna Beach, Disneyland, the mountains. Come on. Okay, so you guys got to think about that so you guys know what to do. We don't need short-term rentals. We need homes for families to buy, rent. Our workers here that are putting money back into the city. Do the right thing. We don't need them here. We have plenty of businesses at downtown Disney. All around here, there's plenty of places for business. Short-term rentals are not needed here. We got plenty of hotels all over the place, and they'll come here to downtown's business because that's what it is. It's a business here, but home residents, let's stay residents. Thank you very much.
Buenas noches.
Good evening.
Mi nombre es Antonia de los Reyes.
My name is Antonia de los Reyes.
Trabajo housekeeping en un hotel en Disneyland.
I work as a housekeeper in a hotel in Disneyland.
En esta crisis del coronavirus me he visto muy afectada por el recorte de horas para mi trabajo.
During this time with the COVID-19, my job has been very much affected when they have cut hours.
Aparte de eso, yo estoy viviendo la crisis de rentas a corto plazo.
Aside from that, I'm living the crisis of rentals at short term.
He estado buscando otra casa porque me están subiendo las rentas, pero no se encuentran porque todo, por lo regular, las residencias están siendo como hoteles. Y eso
I am looking for a place to rent, but I cannot find a residency because the residences are being used as a hotel.
Y eso afecta porque como soy housekeeping, a los hoteles, y si los afecta a ellos, también mi trabajo, porque de ellos vivimos.
And that affects me because if that affects the hotels, it affects my job because we live from that.
Mi familia está afectada, igual que muchas otras. Nosotros como trabajadores que trabajamos por hora en los hoteles, nos vemos en esa disyuntiva de las residencias.
So there's many families that work per hour in the hotels, and we have to confront that disjunctive with regards to the residencies.
Okay, gracias.
Okay, thank you.
Hola.
Hi.
Mi nombre es Lupita Ortiz.
My name is Lupita Ortiz.
Estoy trabajando en Disneyland.
I work at Disneyland.
He perdido muchas horas de trabajo por la crisis del COVID y en este momento difícil, los alquileres a corto plazo perjudican a nuestras familias, como especialmente
I have lost a lot of hours due to the crisis of COVID, and right now the short-term rentals are affecting our families very much.
Mientras luchamos por encontrar una vivienda, por favor voten en contra de los alquileres a corto plazo.
While we look for a place to live, please vote against the housing or the short-term rental.
Es muy preocupante la situación ahorita en tiempos de pandemia y si de entrada están votando a favor de esto, pues nos sigue perjudicando. Es preocupante. De verdad les pido por favor que voten no.
It is very worrying right now that we are in times of the pandemic. And if from the get-go you start voting in favor of these short-term rentals, is affecting us very much. So I'm asking you, please vote no to the short-term rentals.
Gracias, gracias.
Thank you, thank you.
City Council members, Mr. Mayor, good evening. My name is Ada Tamayo. I am a Unite Here Local 11 organizer representing thousands of workers here in Orange County. and many of them who live here in Fullerton. Our members are the backbone of the tourist industry in Orange County. They are the ones that give the service and keep the tourists coming. This has been a really hard, difficult time for our workers. Our industry is one of the most affected by COVID-19. It's a slow coming back for all of us. They are also having to face high rents and shortage of places to rent. This is the place where they raise their children. We want to have our workers to live here, not somewhere else, not run them out. They work here. They should be able to live here and raise their kids here in schools that have children, and they have schools that have funding because there are kids coming to that school. We are right now not only facing that, and I'm gonna tell you something about me. I used to have a short-term rental in my house. I share my house. I have a room, and I decorate it as a hotel, and I have Disney pictures. But if it was affecting my community, and I saw it as I work with the workers, how much it affected the industry. And I went to the city council in Anaheim at that time. Remember, I told you I moved. I had to move because this had been affected, and I had difficulty finding a rental place. When I did that in Anaheim, and I gave up the short-term rental that I had, it was amazing because I was able to help people in the community. I have 2 single mothers, one that needed urgent help for 1 bedroom with her child because she was facing some violence at home. I was able to take her. She lived with me for 2 years. The next person was also a single mother and her child, and they lived for another 2 years with me until I gave the house away. But even our rooms, even a 1 bedroom can make a difference in people's lives. We can rent 1 bedroom long term. And I did it, and I tell you, I had a short-term rental, I confess. But I realized how it's affecting not only my community, but affecting my workers. This is a real thing. We're not here just because we want to make a ruckus. We're here because, and these people is here because they need to. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, City Council members and Mayor. My name is Veronica Chavez. I'm resident for Orange County. And also I represent workers at Disneyland hotels and banquets in Orange County. I see my workers struggles every day since the pandemic. They struggle to pay their very high rents to make ends meet and dealing with the unemployment. Short-term rentals represent a high threat to their livelihood, so it takes the opportunity to live here where they work and come back to their jobs, where they have served for many years. We urge you to do the right thing for them and the entire community by voting no to all short-term rentals. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Julio. I'm a Fullerton resident. I just want to mention or kind of let you guys know how is this affecting the community over here, leaving less spaces for the people who trying to come and become a resident of your community. It's getting hard. The rentals are very, very high. You know, the pandemic is also not helping as well. But if you got to start getting all these business into the residential community, it will affect also the business on the, I believe, the hotel business, because it will take away some people's work that they won't be able to do, because the people from the houses, they won't the short term, they won't have that facility, and there's also the need for to keep the community safe with residential community, not a commercial or like tourist area. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and councilors. My name is Marta Tannenbaum. I work for the Anaheim Hilton for 27 years. I believe these short rentals are becoming very hurtful for all the workers at the hotels because they're taking our jobs away and becoming, very expensive to live in our communities. So I appreciate if you can take this matter in consideration and vote no. Thank you so much.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es María Marta López.
Good evening, my name is María Marta López.
Tengo más de 30 años trabajando en hoteles de hospitalidad.
I have been working for more than 30 years on hospitality hotels.
Y en realidad nos preocupa mucho las rentas a corto plazo, nos están quitando trabajo y quisiera que pusieran atención en ayudarnos.
And it is very worrying for us. The short-term rentals are taking away our jobs, and I really would like for you guys to pay attention to that.
Y es todo. Muchas gracias por su atención.
That's all. Thank you very much for your attention.
Good evening, Council. My name is Carmen. I have been a part of Fullerton as a community for over 2 decades. I went to college here. I was on the advisory board. I went on to become a hairstylist. Later on, I was able to be blessed with purchasing a home here. I have 2 businesses registered in the city of Fullerton and 2 homes. I'm a very active member of the community. The city of Fullerton in general is just very near and dear to my heart. I come before you because I'm really asking you to please consider the voices of the residents of Fullerton and ask that you please consider reversing the ban on the whole house short-term rental ban. I want to respectfully remind you that Fullerton as a city has over 46,000 housing units, and at stake is 100 whole house rentals that we are talking about. So I don't believe that the 100 homes will make a big impact on the housing. I do want to share that last year was extremely difficult for me as a hairstylist. I pretty much lost everything almost. Our business was shut down for over 6 months. When it did reopen, we only were able to work at 25% capacity. That's a 75% pay cut. It was really difficult, but that is, especially at that time, I was so grateful that I had the opportunity to be able to rent out my home, and I actually moved in with my parents just so I can survive. And that's what got me through. And I was so, again, just super grateful for that opportunity. I want to remind you also that, we don't want to just take from the city. We are more than happy to give back. I think it's a very important symbiotic relationship. I employ a housekeeper who is a single mom. She is also a resident of Fullerton. She lives on the same block as my rental, and she relies on this income. She, again, like I mentioned, she's a resident of Fullerton. I also have a gardener that now I use 4 times a month as opposed to once a month, also a resident of Fullerton. It is important for me to give back to my community as much as possible. I also want to address that I am a responsible host. I know that there are some irresponsible hosts, and I care about my neighborhood just as much as everyone else does. This is why I turn away just as many guests as I accept, because I actually care about retaining the fabric of my neighborhood. I am a part of that. I live in the neighborhoods myself. So I vet my guests very carefully. I don't want it to feel like there's a business there. So I just ask that you please consider us as your constituents as well.
For your comments.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. I'm Ken Bain. I'm a 50-year Fullerton resident, and I'm a short-term rental host. And I, like all the other hosts here tonight, are represented by Gaines and Stacy Law Firm in this matter. So 2 weeks I stood here and I told you that the city's in a crisis, management crisis to be specific. I called it a disvirtuous cycle. But I also said that I had hope thanks to the leadership of Council Members Dunlap and Jung and Mayor Whitaker, whom I'd like to thank for rejecting the outright ban. And you know what I'm really grateful for is a council majority that's free of the undue influence of powerful outside political interests, who in this case are clearly and frankly shamefully only here to support the financial interests of their employers. Ask yourself, where is Unite here when it comes to other crucial city issues? Infrastructure, homeless, fiscal priorities, police accountability. Open your eyes and follow the money. I'd like to briefly address some of the points that were made here tonight by the opposition. Residential zones are not places for businesses. Au contraire, there are many, many businesses that are allowed in residential zones, including those that have customers, like residential care facilities. People want to know who their neighbors are, and they don't want people who don't belong. That's despicable. We're like one breath away from xenophobia, or if we're not already completely there. It hits hotel worker hours. Come on, man, it's COVID, not short-term rentals. The housing crisis is neither caused by the existence of short-term rentals nor solved by eliminating them. Some folks said they can't find rentals due to long-term rentals due to short-term rentals. What evidence is there of that? And Unite Here members are not the only people who support tourism. There are thousands of people who clean and maintain short-term rentals across the county. There's so much that can and should be said, but at this point, just to get to the heart of the matter, there is a compromise before you tonight in the form of a resolution for a cap of 100. It's not perfect. I think Councilmember Jung, you said something like imperfect altruism. It's not perfect, but this issue has taken too much precious energy from things that really matter in this community. I, for that reason, am asking you to support this resolution for 100 cap so everyone can move on. Thank you.
Hello, Honorable Mayor and council members. My name is Ro Gatsi. I spoke before you last session, and I'll try to keep this very short. I know you understand all the issues, and I just want to thank you for your time and effort and energy. And really, I think this is really about, attention to, really property rights and fairness with regards to folks that really want to do the right thing and provide a service that all of us, if we haven't already enjoyed the service, we probably will in the future, and allowing Fullerton to be part of that ecosystem. This new emerging ecosystem that, for forward-thinking cities like Fullerton to be part of and to generate jobs, believe it or not, different kinds of jobs, not necessarily the same jobs, but I do believe that vacation rentals actually create more work because they are harder to maintain and support, and they're just different. And in some cases, better. For example, I employ single moms that are able to, help out with the homes while the kids are in school in that window when there's changeovers between guests. I talked about fairness and new model. It does generate revenue for the city in a time that we could use it and be able to promote other services for the city. And, of course, respecting neighbors and the fabric of the community in a way that makes sense. So I'll keep it short, and thank you again for your attention in supporting this initiative. Thank you.
Good evening, honorable council members. Through the issue of short-term rentals, I've learned the importance of having city leaders who have integrity and analytical skills. I would like to express my appreciation to Mayor Whitaker, Councilmember Dunlap, and Councilmember Jung, who have had the strength and diligence to face this issue with independent thought and concern for Fullerton residents. As you know, the union members here tonight are a much larger group that is being backed by the American Hotel and Lodging Association. In fact, in May, both groups, backed by several U.S. representatives, sent a bill to Congress to support hotel workers due to financial losses caused by COVID. They are doing everything possible at this time to recover from these losses. That seems like a reasonable goal, but at the national level. In the meantime, they're also fighting hard to combat any other potential threats to their industry, hence short-term rentals. Scrambling to shut down the rights of property owners, they are coming to cities and in much larger numbers than ourselves to stop a trend that is happening in their industry that they don't like. You've heard the numbers. They are not significant numbers of short-term operators in Fullerton. It is close to 0.5%. You've heard our stories. We are not millionaires. We are providing a service to residents and visitors alike, providing a positive brand for Fullerton. If you are voting against the short-term rentals tonight, then you are voting against the ordinary rights of citizens to have property rights, and you are voting to join with a powerful industry not interested in individual citizens. Again, thank you, Mayor Whitaker, Councilmember Dunlap, and Councilmember Jung for representing the people of Fullerton and having the fortitude and common sense to view issues with clarity and not get distracted by outside forces. Thank you for being aware of the real needs of Fullerton residents.
Good evening. My name is Iraj Shadaram. I live in Fullerton. I work at Cal State Fullerton. I was a union worker for 15 years. My wife just spoke. She's a union. She's a teacher. So there's nothing wrong with union. I support the union. But in this case, I think you all are smart enough that you can see union is being used to change the opinion. And also you can see that there's an industry change shift in the economy, and there's a need for STR. People who are renting STRs, they're not monsters. They're just family people visiting town, or they're residents of Fullerton who need a space. I have a guest who rented my house 7 times. I think she's written to some of you that she enjoys the house and she needed it, especially during COVID. I do hire a person that she has 2 children, and this job take care of her family, and she pay her really well. So you can see that you're smart enough that you can see that there's an industry movement that wants to shut it, and they use any reason to stop the STRs. And I think you need to be aware of it, and you know it. And this goes beyond our community. They're going to go to every city and try to shut it down as much as possible. And they use any means that they can, in this case, union, which I think is a shame. I think you have to admit, if you stop the whole term rental, who are you affecting? You're affecting the property owners, you're affecting the taxpayers, you're affecting local businesses, you're affecting thousands of people who are coming and visiting our town. And they're taking the experience that they have with the city of Fullerton with them. I don't know what the budget is for promotion and public affairs for the city of Fullerton, but these people who are coming to our city, they're going back to their cities and they're going to take a positive impact, a positive experience to their community, and we need to be aware that the name brand of Fullerton will moves on outside. Are we a community that we are inclusive, or are we a community that we want to say and use the service? Some of you might have used the service and gone to other community and used it, but when it's time, our turn, for people to visit our city, you're saying, no, don't come to my neighborhood. Are we that kind of community? I think if you're making a decision today and you vote, your vote is influenced by the outside interest, special interest, that might cast a shadow on your other decision that you make for the city. You need to keep that in mind, that if you are coming across as influenced by outsider, is that something you want to carry, the weight that you want to carry on your shoulder? So I ask you to be aware of that. Your decision will affect many, many, many more people than what's been here mentioned by the union side. These people who come to our houses, they are just like you and me, and it's people like, and you be using this service, hopefully you vote against it and have the whole housing. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you so much for your time. My name is Susie, and my husband Peter. We live in Fullerton. He grew up here. We have 2 small businesses. One of them on Airbnb. It's not a whole house. We actually use our guest suite as an Airbnb. And my husband is a machinist. And anyways, you guys probably heard everything already, so I can't say anything new other than how it would affect our life personally if, Airbnbs would be actually banned in Fullerton. First of all, our guests are amazing. I have seriously from young to old, and they love to stay at our place. We keep it extra clean. We have obviously gardeners to keep our homes pretty because we have guests coming in, so it does matter how our neighborhood look like, right? And also they do visit the restaurants or they take out and they hang out at our house. They do little barbecues, amazing people. And quite honestly, right now it's pretty much our only income because my husband is a machinist, and literally these past 6-7 months we had almost zero to, very little work. And I have 2 young children, so with this Airbnb, for example, I am able to stay home with them. And, I clean myself and I do the work. So I think as small businesses, Airbnb is for the people. Hotels, I'm all for hotels. And I do get people's concerns, but still, hotels are big businesses, and Fullerton and the community and all these people are not investors here. We try to make a living. We try to be able to. So basically, if I couldn't run this Airbnb right now, we might have to move because honestly, everything is expensive. So that's why we would love it if you guys reconsider, about the ban and, to keep the Airbnbs open in Fullerton. I appreciate it.
Honorable Mayor and council members, thank you very much. My name is Jonah Breslau. I work at LANE, the Los Angeles Alliance for a New Economy. I'm also here tonight in support of Unite Your Local 11, and I'm also a former hotel worker. I was a bellman, and I must say, it's quite frustrating, I think, to hear about unions as this outside interest. We've been over this many times, but obviously you heard from Fullerton residents speaking out. You heard from housekeepers. You heard from, banquet servers and other working people who have taken the time to come here tonight. These are not property owners. These are also single mothers. And it is very frustrating to me as a former hotel worker myself to hear this characterization of the members of Unite here as some kind of sinister outside force that is trying to manipulate the politics of this city. We are working people, and we are standing up for our interests and for our needs, for housing, for communities. And it is very frustrating to hear this kind of characterization over and over again by a small group of property owners who are also doing the exact same thing. I think ultimately we are all here to speak about a very important issue, which is how are we going to handle housing in this community? There is a major housing crisis, and we should take every step that we can to preserve housing. And so ultimately, I believe that all of the council members here will have to face that question as well. Were you standing up for housing, or were you standing up for short-term rentals, Airbnb, and these kinds of interests as well? We're simply asking for a reasonable compromise that would allow home sharing, as was before you many days ago, and would also allow property owners to continue to rent out to families who need long-term housing, or to sell homes to families who are trying to move in. That is what was before you, and we ask you to take a moment right now to bring 100 homes onto the market without having to do any new building. We all know how contentious it is to build new apartments. Will this council take action to protect housing, to provide more homes for the community, or not? I ask you to do the right thing tonight, and we believe that we already had an excellent compromise before this body and urge you to take that step and pass those reasonable measures that were before you before to ban whole home rentals and allow home sharing within the limits prescribed. So we believe that's a very effective model. It's been pursued elsewhere, and we urge you to take it on. I believe you could go back to that measure, and it would be an effective path forward. If there needs to be adjustments to make that functional, we believe that's the best way forward. It's worth taking the time to do the right thing. Thank you very much.
My name is Jimmy Hong, and I'm a short-term rental homeowner here in Fullerton. My colleague Ken Bain, myself, and fellow associates represent the homeowners of short-term rentals. And I just want to take this opportunity to thank Mayor Whitaker and Mayor Pro Tem Dunlap for their position on the rights of homeowners. I also want to thank Councilmember Fred Chung, his willingness to compromise and work on finding a solution. I think we have addressed all the concerns the opposition have on short-term rentals. We are responsible homeowners that take measures to ensure guests follow the house rules, keep the noise levels to a minimum. We make it a priority to be considerate of our neighbors because we are neighbors ourselves. Short-term homes only take up less than 0.2% of Fullerton's 48,000 housing units. These homes do not affect housing prices in any way. And the 0.2% of the homes that does not affect the availability of rental homes, of finding homes for families in these rooms. I understand the plight of finding homes, but you cannot blame a hard data where short-term housings does not affect, and we don't have a considerable amount of housings in Fullerton to make that type of comparison. Councilmember Silva's comments saying that 12 months is plenty of time to recoup our costs and expenses is just simply not true. We have spent so much in our homes, flooring, cabinets, kitchen renovations, replacing 60-old sewer pipes, that 12 months is an insignificant number in recouping the cost. And sir, Mr. Silva's comment saying that 6 months' time, our property will be sold much higher to recoup our cost is not. Our appreciation doesn't work like that. It's just not true, and even in Southern California. We're just asking Councilmember Zara and Mr. Silva to reconsider and compromise to allow the short-term rentals with a reasonable cap limit, sir. We're not asking for thousands of homes. We're just asking 100, as Mr. Fred Chung's compromise is. 100 homes is a reasonable amount, and it will not affect our city's housing or rentals in any way. Thank you.
If we have any more speakers, would you please line up at the microphone?
Okay, seeing none, this will be the last speaker at this point.
Mayor, City Council, I'm Curtis Gamble, activist for the homeless, basically, and the residents. I just want to put share my opinion. First of all, I like the R&B overall. I like short-term rentals because I think it gives everybody an opportunity to make their own decisions. I think that we should have a cap of 100, because then that would make it, reasonable for everybody. Nobody should be left out of this. There should be no winners and losers here tonight. Everybody should be a winner. Should walk out here a winner. So having a cap of 100, I think, would make everybody a winner. The city overall. Let me see what else. So again, yes, I approve of short-term rentals of 100. I just want to say it again. Some of the benefits is that tourists would benefit from this, and that really concerns me a lot because thanks to the military and Navy, I've been around the world twice. And it just, you get a chance to travel. Income everybody needs income. The city wants its money. The residents wants to pay you their money. So it should be an option for them if they have to do something besides go get a second job that pays, I just say minimum wages when they have their beautiful home that they could share. And then, emergency housing. When we have a fire or anything, or whatever the circumstances, it's emergency housing for a lot of people. Disneyland. I worked there as a taxi driver once I got fired from OCTA around 2004. I was a driver for about 6 years. And so I dealt with a lot. Disney always get everything. You must share with the residents. And it benefits them in many ways. The hostel, I used to bring a lot of people to Fullerton in my taxi to the hostel, a lot of young people from Australia, everywhere. And they were trying to get like a $10 room, because they would go on their vacation. So it's just very important to be a part of something new. I was a taxi driver at that time. We have Uber now. It was amazing when we saw Uber come on board. So I'm just saying, change. We can't be afraid of change. Thank you very much.
And do we have any Zoom callers on this item?
We do. I'm going to call on Michelle Davenport.
Hi, my name is Michelle Davenport. I've lived in Fullerton for 21 years. I've raised my kids here. They've gone to Fullerton High School. My husband works here in the city. And we have an Airbnb on our street that has caused nothing but problems. Along with the first parties starting back in last July, I've spoken in front of you before, with the alcoholism and the condoms that were left on the street, and it was very unheartening to hear Fitzgerald say that we wasted 2 hours of her time last time we got to speak. But these people that have the Airbnb don't pay my mortgage. I pay my mortgage. And I have to constantly look outside and get text messages from the 6 people, the families that I've raised my family with that live next door to me, that are complaining constantly about this Airbnb with the parties that go on. We've seen a wedding go on there. Now the construction that's going on, because she's making it bigger and better for more and more people to come. It's every time people come, it's a different group of people. Sometimes it's big, huge parties, and we've called the police. We've had people knocking on our doors looking for the parties. Our Ring doorbells go off constantly because they're going to their cars to do heaven knows what. And it's a constant parking issue. They don't park in front of her house. They park in front of our houses. I don't know why, but her house is always clear on her curb. And all those people that are staying over there or at the party are parked in front of our houses. So we're constantly texting each other. There's 6 families that text each other on a group chat and say, who is that in front of your house? There's a guy sitting in the car. What are they doing? I, myself, and my daughter sat and watched a guy on our Ring doorbell thinking they were going to steal our catalytic converter, which is going on. We already have to deal with the hotel down the street and the recycling business, and now possible RV homeless parking across the street from Kimmy's coffee shop. We have fought so many things, a drug place behind us. It's just another headache. And I know that these people want to make money and support their Airbnbs, but at what cost? At the homeowners that are surrounding them. It's not been something pleasurable for us. The alcohol that is unloaded, and you only know what kind of a party it's going to be. And they keep promising us, oh, we're going to control it. Oh, it's not going to be that kind of a party. And cars and cars and cars of kids show up to have these big house parties. We're over it. We pay our mortgage
That's your 3
just
minutes.
like they do. And I would like you to consider not one of those hundreds be on my street, because it's been a detriment to our community. Thank you for listening to me.
Okay, this is a phone caller with the last 3 digits, 679. Caller 679, you are unmuted, but we cannot hear you.
Oh, sorry. Greetings, Mayor and City Council. My name's Adam Overton, and I'm a faith-rooted organizer with CLUE, Clergy and Lady United for Economic Justice. I'm here tonight in opposition to Agenda Item 8 unless it's re-amended to prevent all whole home short-term rentals. Several council meetings ago, Fullerton's community rejoiced in hearing when your council voted to ban whole house short-term rentals. We left the meeting believing that you understood our worries, that whole home short-term rentals will erode the communities of Fullerton and empty out our neighborhoods of real families. We left believing that you understood our worries, that whole home STRs will likely benefit operators living in other cities, maybe even other states, more than the people who are actually living here. We left believing that you understood our worries that whole home STRs reduce much needed affordable housing and prevent families from being official residents of this city. Our community is extremely disappointed that the council has backtracked on your position and instead decided to offer our affordable housing to developers and speculators to turn into whole home STRs. We are in the midst of an unprecedented housing and homelessness crisis. The 2019 point in time count of people experiencing homelessness in Orange County was 6,860 people. Out of those, 466 were families made up of 504 adults and 966 children. United to End Homelessness in Orange County reports on its website that the top two major factors that cause people to become homeless in Orange County are, number one, the lack of jobs with a living wage, and number two, folks' inability to find and retain affordable housing. In this county, in Fullerton, 100 homes is not a minuscule number. You have a choice tonight to make. Will you give 100 homes over to partiers, potentially owners who don't even live in the city, to profit on emptying our neighborhoods? Or will you make 100 homes immediately available for families, real families, to live, to set down roots, to become real Fullertonians, to vote in your elections, to pay taxes? This is truly an issue of keeping families housed in the midst of a housing and homelessness crisis. So we ask that you do the right thing and protect our neighborhoods, and please re-amend Agenda Item 8 to prevent any and all whole home short-term rentals. Thank you so much.
Joshua?
Unmute. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I am not a homeowner. I do not own an Airbnb. I do not own an STR. And I actually would like to have you go the opposite direction and not have a limit at all, because the market will only bear so many homes being rented. That's the way the market works. It's the way the market has always worked. And if homelessness or housing is such a huge problem, I would say we have Coyote Hills. There's like 800 houses you could build right there. But I'm willing to bet you that the Venn diagram of people against STRs and against building new homes is probably a perfect circle. So a lot of what we've heard tonight is largely nonsense. It's largely just posturing. And I'm going to prove that by reading something to you from 1863. It is called, I'm not going to read the whole thing because it is long, but it is relevant. It is the Candlemaker's Petition by Frederick Bastei. We candle makers are suffering from the unfair competition of a foreign rival. This foreign manufacturer of light has such an advantage over us that he floods our domestic markets with his product, and he offers it at a fantastically low price. The moment this foreigner appears in our country, all our customers desert us and turn to him. As a result, an entire domestic industry is rendered completely stagnant. And even more, since the lighting industry has countless ramifications with other native industries, they too are injured. The foreign manufacturer who competes against us without mercy is none other than the sun itself. Here is our petition. Please pass a law ordering the closing of all windows, skylights, shutters, curtains, and blinds. That is, all openings, holes, and cracks through which the light of the sun is able to enter houses. This free sunlight is hurting the business of us deserving manufacturers of candles. Since we have always served our country well, gratitude demands that our country ought not abandon us now to this unequal competition. So you can go find it yourself at the Foundation for Economic Freedom or Economic Education and actually read this and pay attention to actual economics, or you can choose to side with people who are using hyperbole and nonsense to try to force people into a certain type of situation they may not want to be in. I have children. When I go somewhere to visit, whether it's to family or if I ever get a vacation again, which I might, thanks, city. If we actually go somewhere, we prefer whole house rentals because we don't know who necessarily lives in the house. I don't necessarily want my kids to have to be sleeping next to somebody I may not know. Hence also the problem with hotels. If you have children that are on the spectrum or have things, you might actually want to rent somewhere that isn't a motel or hotel. You see, Airbnb exists because there was a market for it. People want that. And all of the complaints about, oh, the condoms and the drugs and the alcohol and yeah, I've lived in 3 different residences here in Fullerton, and all of those problems existed without any short-term rentals being the problem. Matter of fact, that sounds just like an enforcement issue, kind of like downtown. Maybe if the city actually enforced their ordinances, like noise
And that's
ordinances,
your 3 minutes.
things, we wouldn't have these problems.
Thank you for your comments.
Arizbeth? Apologies for the butchering of your name. Arizbeth, please unmute. Okay, I'll continue on to the next person.
Hello?
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I was trying to figure this thing out. Am I good now?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Arizbeth Diaz, and I have a home in Fullerton that I do a whole home short-term rental. And I just wanted to point out that even though, you know, all the hotel workers and the union members are here today, and they do have some valid points, they are failing to understand that there are other people who don't have the same support that they do of these huge corporate hotels. And they also depend on these rentals for the income that they themselves need. And that's what we're here doing as well. We're not only fighting for the right to rent our homes, but also for their employment. We employ several Fullerton residents, and you know, if you ban the rental, then you are taking away their job as well. And also, I wanted to point out that you know, the claim that short-term rentals affect the ability to find a home, that's not true. And you can see that because there are many cities who have banned short-term rentals and they continue to have housing issues. That's a bigger problem, that allowing 100 rentals in Fullerton or banning them, it's not going to fix that. And we all know that. So I just wanted to point that out. And then to the resident that spoke about her negative experience living next to a short-term rental, I'd like to remind her that this regulation will actually revoke permits to those operators that allow that sort of thing at their home. So, you know, all these issues that are being brought up, although they are valid, allowing 100 short-term rentals is not the solution to any of those problems. So I'd just like you guys to consider that when making your decision.
Okay, Alicia?
Okay, am I doing this right?
You are.
Oh, great, okay. Yes, first of all, I just want to say that I've been living here since 98. I owned my property in 2001. I've been a graduate of Fullerton College, so I've been here a little while. So that's the first thing. And I do have concerns as a homeowner. One is, what exactly is a short-term rental? I know it says 30 days. Could it be a few days? What rules will protect me as a person living next to a rental? like the other lady said, there were problems. I don't want those problems. I like the peace and quiet. As a homeowner, I have rights too. As somebody who lives here permanently, I have rights. Also, how will this affect my value? Will this lower the value of my property since people might be having parties or stuff in my area? You know, as a homeowner, I have rights. That's one. Now, number two, I also am with Unite Here Local 11. I worked for Disney for like 13 years before COVID. I had 4 jobs. 3 of them were in the hotel industry. 4 jobs that I lost to COVID, and I'm waiting to go back to work. Now, if you start doing all these I'm sorry, I shouldn't say party homes, these STRs, how long will it take me now to get to work? How long will it take me to get back to work? I want to get back to work. I want to get back to work. I know I'm not alone. I know but a lot of people lost their jobs and we want to get back to work. So this is just slowing things down. It's not a matter of being greedy or Unite Here 11 is being greedy. They care. They want to get back to work. And this takes away from that. This takes away from taxes from Fullerton and other cities too. So let's just do the right thing and let the hotels do what they do best and let the communities, the homeowners, enjoy the homeowners who live here permanently, not have to worry about parties next door. Short-term rentals, again, and also one more thing I'd like to say. I see all this homelessness. Wouldn't it be better to give people a chance to find homes instead of just like short-term home rentals? I mean, really. So do the right thing and let's not let STRs rule Fullerton. Let's let people who live in Fullerton enjoy the right to live in Fullerton in peace and quiet, and let's get back to work. I know I lost 4 jobs. 3 of them were in the hotel industry, and I don't think it's being greedy that I want to get back to work. I like serving. I like making people happy, and I don't want to have to wait longer because of these STRs. Thank you.
Okay, this is a phone caller with the last 3 digits 832. Oh, they seem to have left. Okay, we'll move on. Maria Sanchez.
Yes, hello?
We can hear you.
Okay, give me a second. Okay, my name is Maria Sanchez. I worked as catering services for the Hilton, Sheraton, and the Convention Center for almost 30 years. I have been laid off because of COVID-19. Some kinds of housing, his story and struggling to pay rent, at risk of getting evicted. Even home sharing takes away rooms for people like me or my family could live in. We need to protect our housing more than ever. Please vote to ban whole house rentals. Like I said, I've been in the industry for almost 30 years, and this is my first time. I'm going over a year that I haven't worked, and having these kinds of homes will take away from my getting back to work even sooner. So please consider, banning home rentals. Thank you very much.
Lorraine Standring.
Hello. Yes, I wanted to come and talk to you as one of the homeowners in Fullerton. You know, we're just some of my husband grew up there. He even grew up in the home that we are using as a whole home vacation rental or short-term rental. And the thing about that is we come and stay in the home ourselves. We can't just rent it out long-term, because when we're not there, that's when we need to have some rent to help make the payments on it. He wants to keep it in his family. So we had to, when his father passed away, living in the house, we had to buy it from my husband's 2 siblings because they live up in the Bay Area and we're not interested to keep it in the family. We wanted to keep the house. And so in order to do that, we do have the mortgage. And in order to pay the mortgage, we need to rent that out, and we can't rent it out long term because we ourselves also use the house. and we can't be there full time yet because of our employment issues, which prevent being there full time. But anyway, the point is that we have a real need for this, and it would be an extreme hardship if we were not able to do the short-term rentals. And we also feel that, we have rented other houses, not this one, but to long-term renters, and we find that the short-term rentals people that come, the guests, they take much better care of the property than when we've had long-term renters there. And they pay ahead, so there's no worry that they're not going to pay or that they might need to be evicted or whatever. And they take better care, like I said. And it seems like there's less of a chance of having people that are doing undesirable activities compared with long-term renters. And so we've found that there's much better of a situation with the short-term renters. It's also not taking away from the hotels or the hotel workers, because the people that come there are generally families, and they wouldn't be coming to a hotel at the Hilton or Disney because they want the family and the home environment for their group. And so it's kind of like comparing apples and oranges to say that it's taking away from the hotels, because the people that are coming are looking for homes to stay in, not to stay in the Hilton or Disneyland. And also, we do employ a housekeeper and a gardener who take good care of the place and keep it up really nice, and that provides some employment. And we feel that it's really important to have the property rights as homeowners, and there's about 210 of them, as I understand, in the city. And it seems like the best thing to do would be to grandfather in the ones.
And that's your 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Rafa?
Yes, hello. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for giving me the chance to speak. Yes, my name is Rafa. I'm a short-term rental operator here in Fullerton as well. I wanted to come in and give my 2 cents on what everybody's been saying. There's a few points that were brought up by some of the residents who are upset about parties and things of that nature. And I just want to say, me as a short-term rental operator, I've had more issues with my guests complaining about long-term tenants, complaining about parties who we can't control or do anything about or stop because they actually are there long-term. That point where people are having parties, to me, is not a really valid point. If there's some type of ordinance that's going to get passed, I think it should be the type of ordinance that will control the operators that don't treat this as an actual business and treat this as a side gig, right? There's operators out there who will throw their house up on Airbnb, and they won't control the people staying in the unit. They'll let them run around, bring as many people as they want to as many parties. But then there's other operators like myself and other people who've been speaking who treat this as a business and who actually employ other people. I myself employ over 17 people here in Fullerton. If we were to shut this down, 17 people need to go out and find a job. COVID, a lot of people lost their job. They were able to get passed through COVID by hosting short-term rentals and bringing income to cover their mortgage. That's something that we need to look at. People depend on short-term rentals and the income that they bring in to cover their mortgage. The fact that housing, people are saying that housing is an issue because they're going to lose houses on the market, I think that's ridiculous. Look, there's rent out there right now where you can go and rent a 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom apartment for $2,600, $2,700, $2,800. I don't think that a short-term rental is going to take away from that. It's the high rent markets, inflation, it's what's causing all those issues. The fact that people are out here saying that, we're going to lose houses or it's taking away from everything, that to me, again, is ridiculous because I don't believe that that's the actual case. What the actual case of that's happening is the market in Southern California is extremely expensive. That's the problem, right? I see more problem with homeless people walking around leaving trash on the street than I do of people coming to a short-term rental with their luggage, throwing the trash into the dumpster and leaving the dumpster outside for a little too long. I think that if there was some type of ordinance that needs to get passed, it needs to be the ordinance to be able to control the operators who don't know what they're doing, not the people who are using this to make a living and the people who are using this to provide jobs to the community. This is Rafael. Thank you for letting me speak.
And with that, Mr. Mayor, there are no more speakers.
We will bring the item back to City Council. Mr. Jung?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Government solutions to a problem are sometimes as bad as the problem itself, it seems, and this is one example. I have no for the life of me, it's difficult for me to comprehend why this is even before us and why we even had to deal with this in the first place. Didn't even know this was an issue. Irvine, Anaheim, Villa Park, Orange, all banned short-term rentals at one point or another, did not fix their housing affordability issues. Let's try and not forget that the original ordinance that was passed allowed for over 300 whole home rentals. We're talking about 100 now, and that's not enough. There seems to be public confusion between whole house rentals, owner-occupied rentals, and even ADUs. This notion of compromise seems to have completely been diluted and perverted during this discussion. This seems to be a zero-sum equation, and good government should never be that. While it may be okay to champion the rights of property owners, champion the rights of union workers, for us here, we have to govern. There's a difference. I think 100 is an ample compromise. It gets us to the goals where we need to be, where property rights are protected, because that number of over 200 is completely false. We can continue to champion affordable housing and property rights at the same time. We're adults, we can walk and chew gum at the same time. So I move that we move forward with this number. 100 is it, and I'm happy to move the motion for the item forward, sir.
Question, Mr. If I may, Mayor?
Sure.
Do we know how many whole house rentals there are right now? How many are registered with the city? Do we know that yet, or is it still, we're speculating?
We didn't have
Okay, we haven't. Okay, and then, but they're registered with some sort of Airbnb or other one, right?
Airbnb or Expedia.
Okay.
There's actually 60+ different rental websites that they could register with, but we do have, through our contract with host compliance, we're starting to gather that information. That's correct, sir.
And do we know any rough estimate?
The numbers that have fluctuated quite a bit. So pre-COVID, we did have over 300 listings.
Whole house?
Of short-term rentals of all kinds. About 80% of those were considered whole house by their listing identification. COVID has dramatically reduced the number of short-term rentals in the city, and as we stand today, we are right around 100 known short-term rentals.
All right, thank you. And then, yeah.
I just wanted to, just a point of clarification. I think a lot of the folks who came out were speaking about the ban versus the no ban, and I just want to clarify that this tonight it's basically voting on 100 as a resolution. If a no vote happens tonight, it reverts, I believe, if I'm correct, Mr. City Attorney, it reverts back to the original resolution, which is the 325 compromise. So, correct. So we are in a position, and I do want to remind folks as well who are on the offensive often that the last time we did compromise, and there was a compromise, it was just brought back again, kind of like those horror movies where the monster never dies, and it was brought back, and now we are facing yet another compromise. It seems that there is no chance here to either way. I mean, it's either 100 or 300 now. That's kind of where we're facing because of the circumstances of how this was developed in this comeback. So at this point, I think we just need to move on with life, and I anticipate the vote. But I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
And, Mr. Mayor, I forgot one thing. I was going to second Mr. Jung's motion, and pass all second the motion.
Okay.
All right.
Mr.
Mayor? Yeah, I'd like to add. You know, it's interesting to Councilmember Jung's earlier point about, sometimes the solution being worse than the problem. I think in this case, we have a solution in search of a problem. Because the reality is, prior to this ordinance being crafted and put forward, and while I understand the need administratively to handle that, so that we can more effectively manage this for the city, and potentially generate some revenue for the city as well. There were no issues and there were no problems taking place. And so to hear some of the activists here tonight, it's almost to me, in watching this argument, and watching this advocacy campaign, and it's almost like watching people throw things at the wall to see what sticks. You have one's going to quote the loud parties, and the other's going to quote, oh, the housing crisis, and the other's going to quote, hey, this is destroying our neighborhoods. And just like we saw, I think, in the last meeting, it's like these points are long on conjecture and short on facts. And so, I started down the path of trying to, debunk what I could, with the information that's available publicly. And I have to tell you, the vacancy factors for rental housing in Orange County right now, or the vacancy rates in Orange County, range anywhere from about 3 to 5.6%, whether you're looking at census data or CoStar data. These are public figures. Anybody that knows how to use Google can easily access this information. And when you look at those statistics in relation to what a small percentage of the housing stock would actually be allowed to serve or operate as short-term rentals under this, the previous ordinance, the 0.007%, it's a minuscule figure, and it would not make a difference at all on, not only people's ability to rent housing here in the city of Fullerton, and it's also not going to make a difference on housing prices. It's not, you can't tell me, with absolutely no proof and no statistics and no data to support your argument that this is actually going to cause a problem for Fullerton residents. And so for the challenge that I'm not going to stand up to housing, I'm going to do what I was elected to do, and that's to stand up for Fullerton property owners and Fullerton taxpayers here in the community. And I think as part of doing that, it's fighting for their rights as property owners. And, again, this is overreach at its finest, I think. And the fact that, rather than trying to craft a policy that will allow for, maybe a more adequate or maybe a sort of a comprehensive management or monitoring of short-term rentals, that would allow us to sort of monetize that for the city, but also enforce, so that we can address any concerns that are brought forward. We're instead, bickering over limits and what needs to be in effect. I think one of the callers aptly took us through the simple economic principles of supply and demand. And I think that's absolutely critical, for us to understand here. It's, this is sort of an artificial act that we're going through here by limiting, I think, the market and what the market will allow here in Fullerton. And so, obviously, I think this is probably my fourth time voting on this. I think the first 3 times I had voted for no limit and, the maximum limit after it was imposed. So I guess I'll close my comments by saying, if I'm going to support the 100 tonight, I'm certainly going to hold my nose to support it. And all that I can hope is that since this is being done with resolution, perhaps in 18 months when there's an election, we can get people on the council that understand the importance of property rights, and we can address it at that point in time. Thank you.
This has progressively become more and more constricted, and there has been certainly a very powerful pressure campaign mounted mostly by people who don't live in Fullerton. And it's troubling because I agree with Councilmember Jung. We ought to be able to work this out and have a policy that makes sense. One thing that I'm concerned about is there seems to be no distinction between an occasional whole house rental, someone who might rent out their whole house when they're on vacation or something 2 or 3 times a year, versus a perpetual whole house rental. And we don't really have good data on how many of all sorts there are out there that would be called whole house rental. So to impose the cap at 100 is likely going to force some people out there to have to sell their property. It's a form of eminent domain, to my way of thinking, something that most Americans really oppose. So I don't know how you're going to identify or who the losers are going to be. This is being forced into that situation where there will be winners and losers on that. And it's a simple thing to say, oh, well, they can sell their house. But I mean, how many of us would like to be put in a position to have to, even with a year lead time, have to sell your house and make that life change? And it's being imposed by other people outside who don't make your mortgage payments, who don't do upkeep, who don't pay all the maintenance and insurance costs, taxes. So I understand that this is the way politics is played nowadays, so the muscle does come in and the muscle does have an effect. And even though this has been constricted down, and I don't like the outcome even of the current setup, I will reluctantly support it, because to allow at least some people to be undamaged by this action by the council, that's probably preferable. But I do want to assure those who will be the losers on this that I certainly fought for your cause, to make sure that we as a council don't force you into that we effectively ban everything over whatever 100 or whatever the number is. It seems to fluctuate quite a bit. But with that, we have really
Mr. Mayor, just
dedicated a large amount of time to this issue, and I look forward to a vote on it.
Mr. Mayor, just one more comment, if I may.
Sure.
Again, I just want to remind, if members of this council are reluctant on this 100, you can always vote no, and it'll go back to the 300.
Yes, but it would take 3 votes to do that, right? So with that, Madam Clerk, I believe we're ready for the roll call on it.
Councilmember Jung.
Aye.
Councilmember Silva.
Aye.
Councilmember Zara.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Dunlap.
No.
And Mayor Whitaker.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-1.
And with that, I don't know whether the council is interested in taking a short break or whether we plow forward here. Okay. We do have a public hearing next on the docket. City of Fullerton 2020 Urban Water Management Plan, 2020 Water Shortage Contingency Plan, and addendum to the 2015 Urban Water Management Plan. And
good evening, Mayor and City Council members.
Ms. McQuaid.
Yes, sir. The Urban Water Management Plan is a plan that has been required by the state of California since the early 1980s and is to be redone every 5 years. The next one is due July 1st of this year. And to assist in the preparation, we, along with other agencies within the MODOC service area, hired Arcadis. And I'd like to introduce Serena Shrabunlu of Arcadis, who will be presenting the item. Thank you, Serena.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, council members. This is Serena. I'm from Arcadis, and I will be walking you through the 3 items today for the public hearing. And we have, so the 3 items today, we have the 2020 Urban Water Management Plan, 2020 Water Shortage Contingency Plan, and the addendum to the 2015 Urban Water Management Plan. Oh, do I? All right. So I think we can skip through this. This is the same what I just said. So I'm going to begin with the 2020 Urban Water Management Plan and a little bit of background on what an urban water management plan is. So the purpose of doing an urban water management plan every 5 years, it is to satisfy the 1983 Urban Water Management Plan Act, and this is to be submitted to the California Water Resources, Department of Water Resources every 5 years. And the deadline is July 1st, and every urban water supplier that provides water to municipal purposes to more than 3,000 customers or to more than 3,000 acre feet per year needs to do an urban water management plan. And essentially, the goal of doing an urban water management plan is to project your water demand and water supply for the next 20 to 25 years and to assess the water reliability of the city. in the 2020 cycle, there are some new requirements that have been added since the 2015 cycle, and including first is the long-term drought assessment that looks at dry years between 2025 to 2045. There's also a near-term drought assessment for the next 5 years, and also the component to look at water shortage contingency plan, which in itself has some new requirements, including looking at an annual supply-demand projection and procedures, a standardized 6 shortage levels and how you will respond to that drought planning, and also looking at beyond shortage beyond drought, so things like earthquakes, and so seismic risk assessment and mitigation plan has been added to the cycle of urban water management planning. Also, climate change and energy intensity reporting has been added, and also another component is the delta reliance and how do we reduce reliance on the delta. So an overview of the city's water use and supply. So over the past decade, there has been a downtrend in the water use, and especially the last 5 years. And right now, the city is projecting a small increase between now and 2025, and also an even smaller increase between 2025 and 2045. So this plan is a 25-year look ahead. On the supply side, the city is relying on groundwater from the Orange County Groundwater Basin and imported water from Metropolitan. So we looked at the percent breakdown of the supply from each source. And the key takeaway is that in the next 25 years, the level of demand will be the same as about 6 years ago. And with the proactiveness of the region, with Orange County Water District going into doing more groundwater replenishment, Metropolitan looking at various recycled water and groundwater replenishment with in collaboration with other agencies such as LA Sanitation District. The region is being proactive into meeting the demands of the future. So the reliability assessment of the water going forward is that we are concluding that the city is projected to meet full service demands through 2045 for all hydrologic scenarios that the state wanted us to look at. And again, the reason is because Metropolitan, Orange County Water District, and other are being proactive in providing and planning to provide water for the future. So to wrap up, the key findings of the Urban Water Management Plan is that the city has long-term water service reliability under all hydrologic scenarios that we looked at. You also have the near-term supply capability sufficient for drought planning, for drought period lasting 5 consecutive years. And also you are being proactive in doing other supply implementation and water use efficiency investments to meet projected water demands. Water shortage contingency plan. So this time around, the Department of Water Resources wanted all of California water suppliers to really plan for drought. And so the overview of that is that is why we are having a standalone drought planning document, which is the water shortage contingency plan, which used to be a part of the urban water management plan. It is still, but the DWR, the Department of Water Resources, is also requiring that it be a standalone document that is adopted. And there are some new key elements that I already alluded to in the intro. So one of them is the Department of Water Resources came out with a prescribed 6 shortage levels. So this one is really showing that the city has a robust plan to respond to drought. And even, looking at different drought stages and identified response actions for each of them. The third item today is the addendum to the 2015 Urban Water Management Plan, and that is specifically to address the reduced delta reliance reporting requirement. So, as a whole, reducing reliance on the delta is another important part of ensuring resilient supply for the city and Orange County and Southern California as a whole, because our region does rely on imported water from that comes through the delta. So as a background, 2009, the Delta Reform Act was passed, and the set of policies, the Delta Plan policies that said that if water supplier takes water from the delta or does a project that takes water from the delta, then we have to show or demonstrate regional self-reliance. So that was part of the 2009 Delta Reform Act, but DWR did not provide guidance until 2020. So the Delta Plan policy recommended that it be included in both the 2015 and the 2020 Urban Water Management Plan. But because guidance did not come out until 2020, we are doing this to go back to the 2015 plan. And I do want to note that there is one clerical error in Table C2 of this Appendix L, so we will be correcting it prior to the final submission. And to summarize the presentation today, we have the 3 documents: the 2020 Urban Water Management Plan, the 2020 Water Shortage Contingency Plan, satisfy all of the Urban Water Management Plan Act requirement. We have the Appendix L, which is the Reduced Delta Reliance Report, which is consistent with guidance from the California Water Resources, Department of Water Resources. These plans have been prepared in coordination with appropriate agencies and have been posted for public review, and notification requirements completed for public hearing, and the recommended actions are for City Council to adopt the city's Urban Water Management Plan, Water Shortage Contingency Plan, and Appendix L, which is the addendum to the 2015 Urban Water Management Plan. And with that, that concludes my presentation today. Thank you.
Are there any questions from members of council at this stage?
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes, Mr. Jung.
You have shortage levels 3 to 6 you categorize as emergencies, correct?
Correct.
If current drought levels persist, when do you presume that we will reach level 3?
Yeah, so level 3 is quite severe, so it will be when Metropolitan announced that they will be allocating water.
So when the Met announces in a press release that they are allocating water, not when they officially announce when there's a drought, correct?
Correct.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
And, Mr. Mayor, I'll move the item, and I want to thank Ms. McWay for all the work and the consultant here.
This is a public hearing. I haven't
Right.
opened to the public yet at this stage. Do you want to withhold that for the time being?
I'll withhold it then.
Thank you. I had a question. Did this plan also calculate from here, the last drought that we had, which was prolonged and quite severe historically? This drought has started, the conditions have changed somewhat. At this morning's Zoom meeting of Waco planning, there was a discussion about the large amount of water storage, both surface and subsurface capacity in the state right now. Something, I think the number was 3 million acre feet. And so we're starting out in a better position than we did last time with the drought. Second thing is, with certain requirements now, everything from building codes to now water use efficiency measures, which are reducing the amount of gallonage per person in California. And I think you mentioned that we have seen a marked improvement in terms of water use efficiency. So did this report take into account those factors, at least in terms of looking at maybe this being the beginning year or two of an extended drought?
Yes. Yep, definitely.
It was even quoted today that even if we did have a severe historic drought this year, that it might take 2 or 3 years before we would start to be getting into an emergency stage with this amount of storage that's in place now.
Yep.
Right?
Correct.
And as you mentioned, also the ability to recycle sewage and wastewater of all sorts, including what's going to be happening in LA County and the expansion even of the GWRS here in Orange County to 130 million gallons per day.
Yep.
That these are factors which are also mitigating against the possibility of us encountering an emergency, at least in the near term, right?
And long term as well.
Right.
Yep.
So I appreciate the focus of these types of studies and the requirements that the state put us through to look at the what ifs, but I did want to reassure people that we're not really there yet, that even though this is quite a markedly low amount of precipitation that we've received in the state, at least so far this year. Although we have had a little bit of rain here in late May. That's kind of interesting. But yes, I just wanted to say that, and thank you for at least confirming what I've heard from other experts as well.
You're welcome.
Any other questions before I open the public hearing? Sure.
No, I don't have any questions. I just want to thank our staff. I know this is a lot of work, and so thank you for everyone who participated in this. Thank you.
Anyone who's been hardy enough to stay with us here at this point, I will open the public hearing, and we will invite any members of the public to comment on this item.
I don't see a rush of speakers to the microphone
A
in
mad
chambers.
rush, yes, a
Do
mad
we
rush.
have anyone on Zoom that wants to comment on this item? Oh, sorry, I better put it on the right screen so she can hear me. Do we have anyone on Zoom that would like to comment on this item?
We have one, Alicia.
Actually, I'm going to let Dan Schubach, who's my roommate who lives here in Fullerton, talk.
One of the things is that during the 60s, we cemented in all of the channels, and that takes away a lot of groundwater. And if we perforated the channels, we would get a lot more groundwater into the soil. And I've always thought about that, because before they cemented the channels in, there was ample groundwater that went into the soil. And I feel that that's one of the things we have to look at as far as perforating the channels so that the water can percolate into the soil. And I think that would be a good solution to replenishing the groundwater. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments.
We have no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
With that, I will bring the item back to council. We'll close the public hearing.
I will second Councilman Silva's motion if it's still on the table.
Thank you. So we do have a motion and a second. I wanted one other source that I failed to identify, and it's a sad one in my opinion. But there is much more water supply likely from agriculture, which is being eliminated in our state. It's basically, it's going to be a new, fairly reliable source of water for some time because agriculture has used such a large percentage of our available fresh water. So even that will mitigate against a prolonged drought, and let's hope we don't have that prolonged drought. But with that, we have a motion and a second to approve this item. Madam Clerk, would you conduct a roll?
Councilmember Jung?
Aye.
Councilmember Silva?
Aye.
Councilmember Zara?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Dunlap? Mayor Whitaker?
Aye.
And if you'll indulge me while I still have the microphone, I will read the title of the ordinance. This is ordinance number 3299, an ordinance of the City Council, the City of Fullerton, California, amending Chapter 12.06 of the Fullerton Municipal Code pertaining to water conservation planning.
And with that, we have made it to our first regular item of this evening's agenda, which is Development Fee Cost Recovery Study Findings by Matt Folks. Mr. Folks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had to stand up and do this presentation. I saw Councilman Silva standing, and I realized it's getting a little late in the evening, get the blood flowing again. So thank you for the time this evening to provide some findings of a fee development study, a fee study that we conducted recently. A little bit of background. User fees are the way that we recover costs for providing services. They provide a specific benefit to the person that's receiving the service. So a good example, as you're thinking of what is a user fee, a building permit is a user fee. The person applying for the building permit is receiving the plan check services, the building permit services, and then ultimately the value of the permit for the construction project that they're doing. On the planning side, that can be a land use entitlement, like a conditional use permit, a site plan review, a variance. So the user is receiving the fee, there's a cost for providing that service, and those are called user fees. The government code allows cities to set the rates for these types of fees. They can recover up to 100% of the reasonable cost for providing that service. They are very specific in the government code that we cannot collect more than the value of the cost for providing the service, but we can do up to that 100% cost recovery. So what is the full cost of providing a service? Well, it's really breaking down into three categories. First is your direct cost. So this is the personnel that are providing the service, their salaries, their benefits, and the time required to provide the service. So that's your planner, your plan checker, your building inspector, your permit technician. There's some department overhead costs. So that's department costs that are within the community development department. So this covers, office supplies, training, administration. And then there's called central service department costs. And these are sort of citywide overhead, like our human resources department, finance, liability insurance, things that are costs to the government to basically make the government function, are allocated on a very small basis to each individual permit or service that's being provided. So we used a consultant that assisted us at the development of the fee study. Methodology, we went back and looked at all of our existing fees and fee structure. We looked at those indirect and direct costs. So how long does it take an individual personnel to provide a given service? And oftentimes it's multiple personnel because these services require, plan checkers, permit technicians. We have our administrative assistants that are preparing agenda packets. There's a lot of people involved in providing the service. We looked at the time for those, and then obviously we compare that against all applicable laws, making sure that we're not charging more than the cost of providing the service and are not triggering any Prop 218 issues regarding a tax. So the results really are provided a more comprehensive view in attachment 2, and it's difficult to read on the screen. What we found is that within the planning department, the cost recovery varies quite widely. So we know now what the full cost to provide a given service is. With that, the third column over is the actual amount that our fees currently recover. And then the last column is basically the inverse is for every percentage of fee that we're not recovering is in essence a subsidy. So every user that isn't paying for 100% of the cost of providing that service is being subsidized by everybody else, specifically within the general fund here in Fullerton. So we know how much it costs to provide it. The question is really who should be paying for that cost, the person who receives the benefit of the service or effectively everybody else in the city. So we don't need to go through each of these different categories. Again, attachment 2 provides the full list within the planning department. We also looked at some new approaches. So we weren't just looking at what the full cost recovery is. We wanted to look at different ways of implementing fees, different ways of looking at fees. A great example is our preliminary review fee. Right now, it's a flat rate that's charged by an applicant to get sort of a preliminary review of a potential development project. It's reviewed by all of our internal city departments: planning, building, police, fire, public works, water, traffic, and general engineering. Right now, that cost is very low. It's $150. We know that the actual cost to the city to provide that service is in the thousands. So our proposal would be that we would get closer to full cost recovery for a preliminary review fee, but then we would credit the applicant that same value if they decide to move forward with the actual project. So they can pay their preliminary review, they can get the value of that service. If they ultimately move forward with the development project that needs maybe a conditional use permit, a variance, a major site plan, we would credit the value of the preliminary review cost towards ultimately the application fees as really kind of an incentive to do that preliminary review process. Another important one is that multiple application discount factor. As we looked at the cost and time to provide any of these services, we realized that there are some efficiencies gained as we do multiple entitlements. So as we're reviewing a large development project, we know that the time required to look at an individual conditional use permit or an individual subdivision map act, there's some efficiencies gained because all of those are combined into a single staff report. Now, obviously, we have to do individual legal findings, we have to do individual resolutions, and so it's not a full efficiency, but we recognize that there's some efficiencies gained. The noticing is another example. And so what we would propose is some sort of discount factor when multiple applications are being sought. So you're going to pay the full price for the site plan review, but if you also need a conditional use permit and a variance, you might pay the 50% of that rate to identify the efficiency that we've gained processing multiple entitlements consecutively. Another one, we've added an expedited zoning plan check fee. We get this request a lot in the building department where an applicant is looking to expedite the plan check process as quickly as possible. Right now, our building department has an expedited rate, but the planning side doesn't. So every plan check requires both the building and planning and public works to review a plan. So if the building department is expediting their comments, but planning and public works are not expediting, you're not really gaining the value of that expedited service. So we're proposing to add an expedited zoning plan check fee so we can also offer that expedited service in the planning department. CEQA is a project management fee. CEQA stands for the California Environmental Quality Act. It's basically the environmental review for major development projects. This body and the Planning Commission are often asked to make a determination on environmental determination for a project. Right now, we pass along the cost of the environmental consultant to the applicant, but then we effectively eat the cost internally for managing that consultant fee, managing that project, reviewing the administrative draft, preparing the notices of exemption, or preparing the mitigation measures. So we're proposing a 10% of whatever the environmental consultant fee is the city's cost for managing that project. We're also proposing to break up conditional use permits. Right now, we have one rate for conditional use permits. We understand that some conditional use permits require a great deal of research, involvement with the police department, fire department, other agencies. There are minor conditional use permits, something very simple that doesn't require a lot of interaction with multiple departments, and so we are proposing to break up conditional use permits into major and minor, again, reflecting the actual time required to provide the service and making sure that the applicant is only paying for the service that they're receiving. And that same thought is going into our minor site plan review. Right now, we have one flat rate. What we are proposing or would propose here is to break it up into 3 different levels or classes based on the amount of work required. So if a public hearing is required, they're going to pay one rate. If no public hearing is required, they pay another rate. If there's another group, which is called Development Coordination Review Committee, which is our internal departmental review, they would pay yet a third rate. The good news for us, and we think for the general development community, as we looked at our building costs in terms of what our building department charges, we found that on the whole, the building department is recovering a substantial amount of their current cost of providing services. As a result, the recommendation would be really about what averages out to about a 4% increase on the building department. So this is building plan check and building permitting fees. That's not a flat 4%, that's an average of 4%. And when we do come back with our full fee schedule, we'd be happy to provide specific examples for how the building department fees will be changing. But the good news is that it's not a substantial increase. We've done some outreach to the BIA, Building Industry Association, have shared some of these initial results. Obviously, their greatest concern is on the building side, where typically the fees are the largest. And so they were very happy to learn, at least initially, that there's not going to be a substantial change in building division fees. Wanted to provide a quick comparison survey. One of the first questions a lot of folks ask is, well, how much does it cost in fill in the blank city? Sometimes they want to look at our neighbors. Sometimes they look at comparable cities in the area. So we did a little bit of a fee comparison survey and provided it here. The first column is our existing fee. The next column would be what our full cost recovery amount is. And then you can see how it breaks out into the individual cities. One really important caveat to note on this slide as you look at it, we do not know what those other cities are subsidizing in their rates. So we don't. This is very likely not 100% cost recovery for these cities. In fact, I can say that with nearly 95% assurity that this is not their full cost recovery. So they are subsidizing these services in some way. We also don't know exactly what level of review goes into these services. We know how Fullerton processes these entitlements. We know the complexity and comprehensive nature of the review, but we cannot say the same for all of our neighboring cities. Lastly, I'll point to Brea and Anaheim where it says deposit. What a deposit means is that's how you start the process. An applicant will submit an initial deposit amount, and then the planner or the building plan checker or whoever's processing the work will bill against that deposit. That doesn't mean that that's the final amount. It just means that's what's starting the process. Ultimately, a project could require multiple deposits or potentially have some money refunded at the end. So it's a different way of assessing fees. It's a little bit difficult. We think it's difficult for a developer because as they enter a project, they don't have really any clear understanding of what the ultimate cost for that land use entitlement will be. They know that they're going to submit a deposit, they're going to be billed at an hourly rate by the planner, but they don't know where the end game is. We believe a flat rate fee provides great certainty. So an applicant coming in, they will know that exactly how much they will pay for the various land use entitlements, building plan checks, and permitting. And so they know at the very front of the project exactly how much something will cost. So want to talk a little bit about implementation options. And I probably should have started with the item tonight is really just to introduce you to these concepts. We'll be coming back to you later for the actual adoption of the fee schedule. So we are looking just for recommendations this evening, answer any questions that you might have. It's important to note that cities are not required to charge 100% of their cost recovery. So the government code says you can, but it does not mandate that a city does. And so it's very common for cities to subsidize certain fees below the 100% cost recovery level. It's also an availability for us to consider phasing in our cost recovery. So if we took a fee that we are only really recovering 10% of the current cost to provide the service and said, we want to move that forward, but we know that doing a 75% cost increase on a single fee might be difficult for our citizens or our developers to potentially absorb. We could layer that in over multiple fiscal years, 15%, 15%, 15% as an example. We would also propose to allow projects that are in the pipeline to retain current fees. Any project that submitted a land use entitlement has probably already gotten a construction loan, has already done a pro forma on their development project under an assumption that the current fees are what they will pay. It would be very unfair to that developer or that applicant or that homeowner to change the rules halfway through the game. And so any project that would be in the pipeline, we would propose to let them keep the existing fee schedule through permit issuance. Another option to consider, we could take all fees that are less than 25% cost recovery and just bump them to a set percentage. 25 and 50 are completely arbitrary. You could say we want to get to 75%. You could say 50%, 40%, but you could kind of do a sort of across the board percentage as you wanted to look at it. Or you can do any combination of the above, and you can do nothing. We are not under any mandate to update our fees, but we wanted it to bring to your attention and the community's attention that the costs for providing these services are now known. The question is, who should be paying for the service that's being provided? So with that, I know it's late in the evening, but we'd certainly love to get some direction from the council and your thoughts of cost recovery, and then some thoughts that we can bring back to you as part of a fee schedule that we come to you in June.
May I offer just an introductory comment? This is one of those times when we're talking about revenue that we have an opportunity that we don't get very often. So if we're talking about our budget and where we're at, this is something that's important because every dollar goes into the general fund.
Sure. Councilmember Jung?
Director Folks, thank you very much for your comprehensive comparison survey. Certainly appreciate that. If we were to get 100% cost recovery, I don't find that most developers that I've met in my midlife are very concerned about the fee. They're more concerned about the time. Time is critical for a developer. When we recover 100% of this, can we assure the developer that we are going to contribute the kind of staff hours required to get their projects moving along in an expeditious manner?
First, Councilman Jung, that's an excellent point. When we talk to developers on our side, what they are looking for is certainty and clarity and efficiency, which is really time. They want to understand exactly what they're responsible for, what they're being asked to do, and then they want that done in as quick a manner as possible. I think certainly the cost recovery is speaking to our efficiencies. We now have a very good understanding of the time required to provide the services. Obviously, it's a service-based industry which requires staff, but I do believe that with cost recovery and potentially some additional staff in some key positions, that we can absolutely improve our turnaround and performance metrics accordingly.
Thank you, sir.
And Mr. Mayor, yeah, that was a question I had. If we do increase our cost recovery, we might be able to hire additional staff to expedite the process and get them moving. That's what you just said, right? I mean,
right. So this is all general fund money. So the costs going out and the revenue coming in are purely general fund and can be allocated for that. We believe that there are some critical positions within the development process pipeline, so to speak, and if you adding some positions in some of those critical areas can definitely improve the efficiency.
Yeah, because I've also heard the same thing, that it takes a while, and then from your side, I've heard from the city, and I've seen it, we don't have enough staff to get to everything, so thank you.
Of course, if we, did you want to begin? Go ahead.
Thank you. I think that was also one of my questions about efficiency and how do we expedite if people are going to start, if developers are paying this amount of money. I think we need to make sure that they are getting the service that they're paying for. So I am a little reluctant on 100%, and I like your approach of a phase period where we and I like some of the other discounts that you've provided on multiple if there's multiple plans and such. So I would be a little bit more on the conservative side on this one, but I certainly would welcome some increase to offset some of our costs and then bring a little bit more efficiency to the department. I do want to bring up one other point that I know we've talked about before privately, and I know I've mentioned this at council meetings in the past. This is unrelated to this specifically. It is a fee that is more of an impact fee, as we discussed, but it's regarding a public arts fee. And this is something I hope that we can consider in creating also a public arts fund. This is similar to what Brea has and other cities have this, but in looking at, for example, our museum, and if we are to create a sustainable revenue for the museum, so we don't have to have issues in the future with it financially, I think it would be prudent for us to look at this as an option. So I just want to put that out there to see if there's any interest from council to pursue this way. So thank you.
Hey, thanks for a comprehensive report. I think obviously a few things come to mind, and I do share the sentiments that obviously efficiency is important, right, and how quickly we can turn things around. So if these increased costs will help with that, then I think that's something that we should consider. But I do think it's important that as we look at costs, we're not just looking at cities across sort of this, Southern California area, but specifically cities. We saw Brea on there, but I think it would also be helpful to look at like La Habra, Buena Park, Anaheim, Placentia, Yorba Linda, because I think the reality is, and what I hear from business owners, or even real estate groups who are looking at a project in, say, North Orange County, they're not only looking at Fullerton, they're looking at, sort of this, all the cities nearby. And, they often will say, okay, well, what city, they'll, obviously the business community is going to share, and kind of compare notes. And they're going to tell people, hey, we had problems in that city. Oh, it was really expensive. Okay, well, we'll just go here. It was easier to get something done here. And so I think from that standpoint, if we can, provide sort of an element of certainty to, some of these groups as well, in addition to the efficiency, then I think that sort of will justify the increased costs, Having said that, we obviously don't want to price ourselves out of, I think, competition here. So I think it's still important for us to be reasonable.
Absolutely. So I think that it's definitely you want to understand where your neighbors are at on some of these services and costs. I would say that as we have talked, in a project, on the larger projects, the project right here on Commonwealth Avenue is an example. It's a $100 million project. The building permit fee element is a tiny fraction of what their total project costs are. So, it's a lot of times the conversation, the difference is a few $1,000s can seem large in this context, but in the context of the development project can feel small. But your point's well made that we don't want to price ourselves out if someone's really on the fence between Placentia and Fullerton. If $5,000 could tip the balance, we ought to be cognizant of that. I absolutely agree.
With these activities, they're often subject to peaks and valleys as well, right?
How do you mean?
So, in other words, construction activity, at times it's robust and at times it isn't. It gets leaner, right? So I was referring mostly to what Councilmember Silva was talking about, is by getting a more full recovery, we could hire more people, and that would actually improve our financial situation. I'm not sure that it would. I mean, even at 100%, if we did 100% recovery, it's not generating really profit, so to speak. It's just reducing subsidy. That's what we'd be talking about. The other comment that I had was, and that's why so often we go to temporary outside help sometimes when that happens. So you're not building overhead to the point when you hit the valley that then we've got increased cost, as our base. As I looked at the fee comparison survey, it's just the examples, and I realize this is a limited area here. It looks as though we've tagged ourselves to be at least the highest or the next highest of these samples that are given here. It looks like Santa Ana is pretty much the cost leader on this, and it looks like we're pretty much riding their coattails in this comparison. So I would agree with what the Mayor Pro Tem said as well. What's important is to at least our more immediate neighbors to get a better line on what they're doing. I noticed that either Corona and Pasadena are subsidizing at a much greater level or just somehow have much lower cost base as well. But it is a very geographically specific item. So, and I agree, I'm not a fan of subsidy, but necessarily it's important to realize whether our costs are competitive or not. We could have very uncompetitive costs in some areas, and if we get full recovery, we're not really providing any level of service to those customers. All of these items help contribute to the cost of housing, ultimately, the cost of building generally. So to the extent that we can have a lighter touch, that's always preferable.
Sure, and so it's important really to understand this was an exercise in understanding the full cost to provide a service.
Sure.
And so the question was never, now that you know how much it costs to do it, how much would you like to charge the person to have it? And so I think that when you start to understand it in that context, it's really becomes a little bit simpler to say, well, in terms of comparison with other cities or amount of subsidy, or what values you place on different permit types is another way of looking at it as well.
All right. Well, I guess we'll see this again fairly soon. When would this be coming back?
So we're going to be looking at probably the second meeting in June. or first meeting in July, depending on kind of where council agendas are at. And what we would be providing at that point is the full fee schedule, and then we'll kind of have a menu of options in terms of how these can be implemented, the phase-in approach, the percentage approach, everything that we had discussed here. And so the council will then have an array of options to kind of pick and choose. It doesn't have to be adopted at that time. You could then actually take it forward. We have existing fees on the books. This is really just an opportunity to change our recovery levels.
And with that, I would ask for any public comment on this item at this stage.
Do we have any Zoom comments on this item?
We do not.
Okay. Then we will proceed to our last item of the evening here.
Mr. Mayor, could I just say this is Matt's last council meeting, and I want to thank him for his service to the city.
He's leaving Friday.
Thank you, Matt. And on that note, do you need any specific direction from us, or that because your last slide said to provide direction?
Well, I mean, certainly, if
city manager, do you need any specific?
Certainly, if the council, owing to the late hour, I think we will provide a menu of options for you to consider. If the council had aligned on a concept, certainly please tell that to us. But it sounds like you guys want to see some options, and we're happy to provide that.
And hopefully your new employer doesn't have 7, 8, or 9 hour council meetings, right?
Indeed.
From 4 o'clock till now, we're starting to flirt with midnight. So
Rumor has it they don't.
Okay. There were no calls? Great. So we do move on now to item number 12, which is our acting city manager employment agreement. And the city attorney.
Yes, it's presented to you for your approval this evening. This is an interim contract with Mr. Danley. It reflects a $100 per hour rate, or $208,000 per year. That is less than what or our prior city manager, Mr. Domer, sorry about that, was being compensated. The terms of the contract are consistent with somebody who's a full-time employee, and based upon my conversation with Mr. Danley, he anticipates that he'll be working 50 to 60 hours a week, so this contract does reflect that workload. And so we're recommending it for your approval. The document's a public document. It relates back to his April 28th hire date.
Mayor,
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Jung?
I'm happy to move the item, sir.
Okay. Moved and seconded. Is there more comment on this item?
Public comment?
I'll turn to that next. I just wanted to see if there's anything here. Nope. All right. We would request at this time anyone wishing to speak to this item to come forward.
And do we have any Zoom comments on this item?
We do not.
We have a speaker zooming up now.
As far as the, I have a few questions. As far as the hiring of a city manager, there's seems to be a need for more clarification what the role is as far as what a city manager, what's expected of the role. Maybe some of the public wants to know where our new city manager, some of his background, where he came from. And also a question in my mind is the importance of a contract with a city manager. Is it possible that you could have a like a vetting period, and then the contract would kick in, not necessarily like right away, but after? So that would be something I would be interested in knowing about.
Okay.
Curtis Gamble, activist for the homeless residents. I would just like to welcome Mr. Steve Danley as the acting city manager. And the reason that I came to the mic is because I'm speaking on behalf of a lot of people that weren't able to be here tonight. We look forward to having you in Fullerton and working on some of the issues, all of the issues that we have. I've worked with a few of the other city managers that we used to have, and It's been a journey, especially when you talk about the homeless part. So I look forward to working with you on the homeless issues. I think that we can solve them. We've been working on them for quite some time. I've already I missed the last city manager, Dormer. I felt that I just want to say this, but I felt that the city council, you guys, you made the right decision. Even though I respected Mr. Dormer, it's just that we needed to be a little bit, in order to solve a lot of the city's problems, so we needed to be a little bit more hands-on. But I just want to say that I'm so happy that you guys made the decision that you made, because that is what the public wanted. That's what the public cried for. We have to listen to the public. When they say they want something, when we come in here and we speak, you know, and I've been speaking for quite a few years now, and we've done a lot of good things, but you still have to listen to what the public say. They're not always here, but that's what I'm here for. You know, I'm speaking for them. I'm out there every day listening to them. And when you don't talk back to me, you don't say anything to me, address me, you just ignore them. And that's what happened to Mr. Dormer. So I just like to, you know, I want to say very positive, and I hope to see changes, that we can go as a city, we can move forward. Like when we, just to bring up Kelly Thomas for a second, when something happened, whether we right or wrong, that we can take care of the things that we do. We don't always have to be right. Things happen. It's not a matter of being wrong or right. It's a matter of taking care, so that the city can move on and not spend many years denying people, the public, the residents, the things that they need. For example, the roads. We want to move forward. Again, thank you for being here, Mr. Daly. Look forward to working with you and your staff. Thank you. Bye.
Must be something about the name Curtis. Kurt and Curtis are the two that are hanging in here this evening. So with that, do we have any callers or Zoom still? We're good? Okay. We'll bring the item back to council. We do have a motion and a second. We'll accept a roll call on this.
Councilmember Jung.
Aye.
Councilmember Silva.
Yes.
Councilmember Zara.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Dunlap. And Mayor Whitaker.
Aye.
Item passes 4-1.
And with that, we will adjourn tonight's meeting to our next regular meeting, which is what, June 1st?
Mr. Mayor, not to interrupt, sir, just very quickly, I wanted to see if I could get something agendized for clearing some of the alleyways, if we can get staff to do some research on that. The economy seems to be flowing very well in the city of Fullerton, thankfully, and the pandemic seems to be way in the back rearview mirror with a lot of the weekend guests. So if we can...
Could I ask for a little more clarity? Is this debris? Is that what you're talking about?
No, sir, just the barriers that exist so
okay.
law enforcement can get
Now I
through
understand.
and fire can get through in a timely manner, sir.
Got you. So reopening the alleys, basically.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So with that, we are adjourned until our next regular meeting on June 1st.